Let it ready. Let it
Previously on the European LCS.
Everybody saw it in Moscow, the pressure that SK were under. What they've done, who knows, because it worked.
Against Fnatic, I think the 19-0 always comes to your mind. Once the game started, you don't really think about it anymore, and you just focus on that game.
You can see Peke's doing all he can, anything to keep his team in this game. SK Gaming could pick up a historic moment here.
They've done it!
Turn on towards it.
SK
it's going to be SK Gaming finally get the win against Fnatic. It's taken them 20 tries, but they've finally done it.
As SK Gaming, normally we should win versus everyone. It was very awesome for us, a lot of motivation.
There was a pressure. We wanted to show that this lineup change was the right move. And we wanted to show instantly we can go in and start winning games.
And this is going to be the game for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Fantastic stuff. The new lineup looking very good here against Meet Your Makers.
Ninjas in Pyjamas have done it 2-0. I cannot believe they've managed to pull out this win.
They made 3 roster changes, and it seems to have worked for them so far. Really, it's very early to tell. I guess this week is one of the telling times.
Welcome everyone to our LCS studios in Cologne. I'm your host, EU Summer supporter, and we hope you're ready for a weekend packed with top-notch League of Legends action, because over the next 2 days, we have 12 huge matches coming your way. Now, after last week's games, Alternate still stands alone at the top of the ladder, and we have an unbelievable 5-way tie for the 5th place. Things will look a lot different at the end of this week as the teams fight to separate themselves from the pack at the bottom of the leaderboard. Will the new teams continue to shake up the LCS, or will the old guard regroup and push their way back to the top? We'll find out after today's 6 huge matches. And now to fill you in on the standings and the schedule for the weekend, it's our Royal caster duo, Lee D-Man-Smith and Joe Miller.
I'm not quite sure with royalty just yet, but thank you very much, Shox. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 4 of the European LCS show. So there have been a whole host of changes this week with no less than 4 teams making roster changes. First up, it is, of course, Darien. He is back after his illness. He's managed to recover, and he will be replacing Spontex for Gambit in the top lane after a pretty miserable performance by the team last weekend. Next up, of course, it is a temporary swap, so don't get excited, guys. Forelden Lord is not here. It is White Knight sitting in the mid lane for him.
Well, we do, of course, have some permanent lineup changes. The Lemon Dogs, first up, have a new support with Miffy coming in here. Of course, former Wizards. We saw him in the promo tournament, replacing We Will Failer. And finally, the biggest change of them all, I think we can say, falls to Fnatic. N-Rated no longer on the team. Yellow Stars move to support. And Pusho is going to be the new AD carry.
Yeah, we'll see how that one works out. So let's check out the league as it stands right now. As you can see, at the top, it is very close. But Alternate, they continue to show their dominance over the rest. They went 1-1 last weekend. They did manage to take a loss against SK Gaming of all people, but they did also manage a win over Evil Geniuses. And still hanging at 2nd place, Gambit Gaming. They suffered 2 defeats last weekend against Evil Geniuses and Ninjas in Pyjamas, but with the absence of Darien, that may well have been the problem.
In 3rd place, of course, Meet Your Makers hold their ground with a defeat to Ninjas in Pyjamas last week, and then a victory over the Lemon Dogs. The 4th to 8 spots, though, are all tied with Lemon Dogs, EG, Fnatic, SK, and Ninjas in Pyjamas, all at 4 wins and 6 losses. League, to be honest, is really wide open right now. I never expected it to be this close.
Well, 12 matches this weekend. Everything is wide open. Everything's up for grabs. We are, of course, into week 4. So let's check out what today's games are. First up, it is going to be action-packed. We hope it's going to be Fnatic versus Meet Your Makers, followed by Gambit versus Alternate. Some crazy games potentially there. Then, could be a long one, ladies and gentlemen. Evil Geniuses versus the Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, we'll be following those up with Ninjas in Pyjamas versus SK Gaming, Lemon Dogs versus Fnatic, and we'll round off the day with Gambit versus Meet Your Makers.
Now, for me, today's big game really is the rematch that we had in Moscow between Gambit and Alternate. Both teams tasted defeat last weekend, though, so who will make up for that loss?
And it's really hard to say for me as well which is going to be the biggest match, with that 4th to 8 positions being really tied up. But I will go out on a limb and say that SK Gaming will be another massive encounter. Both teams had a storming week 3, winning all of their games. I say all of them, of course, they were only 2, not quite as big as this week. That obviously can't happen this week since they play each other, and it's going to be interesting to see who's really on the strongest point right now.
Absolutely. Lots of great games coming up, ladies and gentlemen. So let's check out what Shox wants to hear from you guys at home.
Thanks, D-Man. So absolutely, we want to hear what you're thinking about anything LCS. All you have to do is hit us up at LOL Esports, #LCS. And our question for you today is, which of the recent roster changes has had the greatest impact so far and why? And once again, this weekend, we're giving away 5 Logitech G100S gaming mice. All you have to do is follow at LOL Esports and send us your answer with the #LCS. If you read your tweet on air, you'll win. And we'll contact the winners via Twitter. But to win, you've got to hit us up, so don't delay. Weigh in on today's question right now. And finally, don't forget to check out lolesports.com for the standings, recaps, VODs, and much more, and to vote on who you think will win this weekend. Now, the spring champions Fnatic have had a rough start to their summer split. So rough that they just replaced and rated at support. Will this roster swap change their luck against the likes of Meet Your Makers? We'll find out as Fnatic versus MYM is our first match of the day after this short break.
Coming up to week 4 in the summer split already, and the teams are very, very close. So really, those teams are all within reach of each other this weekend. Alternate probably the only difference, but people are starting to panic. Everybody is getting worried about the summer split.
Welcome back, guys, to the start of our European LCS weekend with no less than 6 matches coming up for you today. Starting, of course, with Meet Your Makers versus Fnatic. And to call all of the action, it's Joe and D-Man.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get underway for our first match of the day. And as myself and Joe are going to be casting it, we're hoping it's going to be a pretty much action-packed start to the day.
Yeah, Demon, of course, with his drama-filled tweets, turned out to be not quite so true, after all. Here we are again.
Hey, my wish maybe came through. There, you know, maybe there was subtle hints in there, but Reddit, you know, you guys calm yourself down. We're going to be casting the first 2 games. It's not something new. It's not going to happen all the time. Trevor is not with us this week, so there's only going to be 3 of us covering this. So let's check out the lineups. First game, of course, it is going to be Fnatic versus Meet Your Makers. And in the top lane, a changed Fnatic lineup. So as is in the top, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in the mid, standard stuff there. But Pusho, he is the new AD carry, and Yellowstar now as support.
Yeah, on the other side, of course, Meet Your Makers not changed. One of the very few, I think we can say by now. With Kubon in the top lane, Mokata in the jungle, Charu in the mid lane, Makla and Libic the AD carry and support.
So those are the teams, and you guys at home can vote for who you think will win over on lollysports.com.
Well, right now it looks like 53% of you think that Fnatic are going to take this vote. Definitely not the 92% of you that were wrong last week in their game against the Lemon Dogs.
So the last time these teams met, it was Meet Your Makers that actually came out on top. But that's a long time ago because it was only in day 2 of DreamHack.
And DreamHack was obviously that starting point for Meet Your Makers that really got them rolling in the season. They ended the DreamHack event 2 days long with 4 wins and 1 loss. But things have changed a little bit since then. Teams have started to really figure out that Meet Your Makers like to play with complete control. And without that control, they don't look like they're in their comfort zone.
Yeah, it's been interesting games for them lately in the season. But Fnatic, of course, they're coming into this game after removing their support N-rated, which, honestly, we all loved him. But switching the roles, it is going to be Yellowstar now in that support. And they're bringing Pusho in, who is a relatively unknown quantity for today. He's the solo queue champion, apparently.
Yeah, and for me, it's a really interesting switch by Fnatic. I mean, I've read a lot from both Fnatic.com, the official website, plus the players' social media outlets, your Facebooks, your Twitters, and it seemed to be N-Rated's attitude overall that's brought them to this change. The fact that he'd been warned a few times to play solo queue more, and that hadn't really happened. And from there, Fnatic decided they needed that change. And that obviously leaves us with 2 very big questions now for a team like Fnatic, nonetheless. How good is Yellowstar going to be as a support player, and how good is Pushu? Because we've not, as we said, seen a lot of him. He's one of those guys who you occasionally see on a top elo stream playing against one of our, the normal superstars that we get to watch here in LCS. So for me, he's got some big shoes to fill. I mean, he's filling Yellowstar's shoes, I guess we could say on the other side. But Yellowstar himself, N-rated, he was one of the more prolific supports, one of the more stable, steady supports who you can't really find any times where you just say, bit dodgy there from N-rated, that he always seemed to come and perform for Fnatic.
And you got to realize, of course, Yellowstar and N-rated have played together for, God, probably back to CBIT 2012, maybe I'm thinking, when they were against All Authority together. They were a partnership that's been going on for so long. So that partnership has now been broken up. How is this new one going to form? They've literally had a week in the gaming house together. That is it. That's the only chance they've had, really, to forge this relationship. And Pusho, like you say, he's got some big boots to fill. He's got Reckless also in that gaming house, by the way, I should point out, because he is waiting in the wings. Everybody knows he is eventually going to become the AD carry. Everybody, we've been talking about this for a long time, since IPL 5, when he was basically effectively a superstar throughout that month period from DreamHack Winter through to IPL 5, and everybody knows eventually he will be in this LCS lineup. The question is, how much pressure does that add? I mean, this is like David Moyes at Manchester United right now, with Alex Ferguson sat there watching him. And anyone that doesn't know football, then tough. But frankly, most of you guys in Europe will know what I'm talking about. The fact that there is this legend sat at the side that's watching you see how you're going to perform. I mean, it's a bit harsh to call a bit over-exaggerated to call Reckless a legend, but he did do very well when he played.
And that's the thing, he's a massive raw talent that I don't know if you can even call him a raw talent. He has been around since a very long time, actually. This is a kid that's very young, obviously not 17 just yet, that's why he can't play, but he has been around for a good amount of time. And as you said, back when you look at IPL and how well Fnatic did at that event, most people put that down to how well Reckless played throughout it. They've not had him. They were the Spring Split champions nonetheless without Reckless. So everyone was really wondering what happens now. They're the Spring Split champions. Do they still bring Reckless in? Does Yellow Star go to the bench? Well, right now we're seeing a little bit more of that story forming here. Pushu, as you said, new man in. He's not played on a stage of this level ever. And he's got to be feeling some pressure here to come into a team knowing that right now you are, in fact, just a temporary sub. So, you know, he's got a lot to show, not just for Fnatic now in this summer split, but also for maybe later on where, who knows, if he comes out and he's brilliant, they might think twice about Reckless.
And I'm actually going to be surprised if they play them a straight-up 2v2, because they're against Makta and Libic. That's an experienced combo right there. They've been together for probably 2+ years. So I think we're going to see possible 2v1 splits. We'll see how it works out. The bans coming through, you can see Rise, Shen, Nunu, Twisted Fate. Pretty standard bans so far. Nothing unusual, but it does mean that a couple of champions are going to sneak through. We'll see how it plays out, because suddenly they were coming thick and fast, and they've slowed down.
Yeah, slowed down here, which tells me that Fnatic were maybe not expecting one of the bans that have come out, although Nunu for Cyanide, Twisted Fate for Peke, pretty standard if you ask me. They've taken out Jace here as the third and final, which we've seen. He's ridiculously strong right now. He's such a ban-worthy champion, there's no doubt about that. And then Thresh, the final ban for Meet Your Makers, also not a surprise. Now, this champion here that's first picked for Fnatic, the Elise, is something that both Soaz and Kubon love to play, so not a surprise to see that coming out so early.
And an instant lock Draven there, so that means that Makla's going to be very aggressive and possibly up against Soaz in the 2v1 lane, like you say. I mean, you pulled out the stat before that you'd only lost one game. I think it's now about 2 or 3 with Elise, but still, that's not too bad when we're talking overall games in the LCS. Interesting if you guys have been watching the OGN as well over the last week. Obviously, that's all started back up in Korea. Definitely interesting to see how different the picks are between the European scene and the North American scene. So, for example, the North American scene, Twisted Fate has got through so many times. I think I saw Scara playing it at least 2 or 3 times the other day on the 4th of July games. And so many times he gets through, but here in Europe and in Korea, Twisted Fate will never get through. And if it does, I think it got through once for Peke and once for Ocelot, of course. Ocelot managed to use it against Fnatic last week. But Zac has been locked in, a champion that Wicked has been hailing through the roof on Twitter just today, just this morning. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Genius is trying to get Zac later on, but straight away, it looks like that's possibly going to be Kubon in the top lane again with Zac, or wherever the solo lane's going to end up.
Yeah, I guess that way, because Makata not really touched too much on that one. He's been more the, you know, the Nautilus. Actually won 2 out of 3 games with Shen so far in the jungle, which obviously won't happen this time around, but he's definitely more of that support jungler who doesn't get too much involved when it comes, you know, like you can't really compare the what he's been playing to the Zac. Fnatic here coming thick and fast with the pick. So Sona Varus, I mean, there's not really much to explain about that. It's a very highly contested bottom lane these days.
But it does show that this is what Yellow Star's going to be playing Sona. So, you know, we've not really seen... I mean, he's been playing solo queue. That's where the rumors initially began. He was playing massive amounts of solo queue support, and everyone was like, whoa, what is going on here? Something must be happening with N-Rated. That's when the rumors began to circulate. I'm pretty sure I remember Reddit as well, and when the changes came out, someone went, told you, as they like to do, which, to be fair, everybody likes to be proven right. But Makata, he's pulling out Nocturne here. That's going to be Libic on Zyra as well. So Libic playing with something he knows. We have seen Makata on Nocturne. I'm thinking back to the promo series. He was very strong on Nocturne.
Yeah, and Nocturne has been something that he's kind of gone back to in this one. Obviously, he's not got a Nunu or a Shen here that he has gone for in the past. That Nautilus is still there, which, you know, obviously feeling that Nautilus is going to be fitting in a little bit better with the fact that, you know, Zac's going to be diving in there as well, so they're going to be jumping straight in for that one. Right now, Soraka is being heavy. I think Yellow Star is just carrying on where Ed would like to leave off, which is just trolling us when it comes to the support.
No bananas for you, Joe, I don't think. I don't think there's going to be bananas. No. It'd be nice, but I don't think Sona and Soraka kind of fit in the same champion, unless it was Scara maybe in the mid playing Soraka, who knows, but I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see what they switch it out to. Yellow Star, of course, in discussions, as is Pusho. You can see them both on your screens. This is the new pairing. Jarvan looking like it's going to be selected for Cyanide. Cyanide, who did get a couple of smite steals. It was quite unexpected against Alternate the other week while we were in Moscow. We'll see whether his smite abilities are back up there, but it does look like Peke is going to go with Orianna again. Hasn't had too much success with it, I think it's safe to say. I'd love to see what the percentage win rate on that one is, but I recall that's the champion he's been going with lately.
So I can tell you that statistically they played a lot of Jarvan and Orianna. However, 4 games with Jarvan, 1 game won.
Oh, dear.
3 games with Orianna, no games won. So, statistically heavily picked by Fnatic.
0% win rate,
but not really very good when it comes to the win percentages on that. Meet Your Makers here obviously got the final pick. This is most probably going to be for Charu, and it's going to be a Zilean. That just throws everything out the wall. I was not expecting a Zilean.
Definitely surprised me there. I was thinking, Lissandra, okay, I can work with that one. But Zilean in the mid lane. When did we last see that? I'm thinking back to Big for LP's days for CLG.
Years ago.
Oh, my word, Joe. It's going to be one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. There's a couple more to come, don't worry. But Zilean, I've not seen this in the mid lane for a very, very long time. I'm thinking back to Gamescom when CLG played TSM, those days, when actually it was Solcy in the mid lane that was playing Zilean. I can't even think of Zilean actually being played in the LCS.
I can't either.
I'm gonna have to check this. I'm gonna check the stats in between.
We'll check that one out, but I don't remember, certainly in the European LCS, a Zilean coming out whatsoever in the spring or summer split up until now. So something new for Charu. One thing, of course, that he will continue to run with is that teleport, which is something we've talked about a lot in the past, where he's had situations where he could have won fights, maybe if he'd have had that Zilean in there, maybe that as well. But if he'd have had an Ignite in there instead of that teleport, which is what I was trying to go for. But he has also made big plays with his teleport.
And you think about the things that this brings to the table. With that teleport, he could go down to the bottom lane, top lane, and of course use that revive, turn their fight on its head. As well as being an aggressor, he will be a great support because he has that revive ultimate, could speed up, slow them down. He could create so many problems with that teleporting in to one of those lanes. This is definitely an interesting choice that they've pulled out here, and I'm wondering whether Fnatic are ready for this one, because when was the last time you ever saw a teleport Zilean mid lane?
Not for a while, that's for sure. He wasn't playing in the spring split at all. I actually have a list of rarely picked champions that, snuck through 1 or 2 times maybe earlier on in the European LCS spring split, and that Zilean's not there. I mean, this is a champion that, as you said, we used to see him, I wouldn't say a lot either, but also, he's just a very, very rare pick at this point. There's not often that we're going to see it. Really interested to see how this all works out for Meet Your Makers, because as we said before, they're in a very strange position at this point. They started off really well. They're currently 6 for 4, actually on 3rd place only because they've lost the head-to-head battle with Gambit, who are in 2nd place with 6 wins and 4 losses. But we are going to get into the game then. It's going to be Fnatic taking on Meet Your Makers here. That Zilean going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works for Fnatic's plans, maybe.
Yeah, never been used in the LCS, certainly in the summer so far. I don't know about the spring, but I had to just
it's all
check
going
on
off here at level 1. Makata going very low instantly here as Kuban gonna dive in as well, and it's all kicking off here at the start. Yellow Star now going low. Peke has to flash away. First blood is actually gonna come down here for Soaz. The Zilean bomb is ticking away. Get away from Peke. You'll end up killing him. Soaz going low. Double kill coming down for Kuban. Are they finished with this one? It looks like they are, but Charu being chased down here by Pushu and Cyanide. Will Charu be able to get away from this one? He's trying his best to escape it. There's the flag coming in, and Charu manages to survive, and that will be a 2-for-1 for Meet Your Makers. Kuban getting the double kill here for the start.
Tragic start for them there. It does look like it's going to be a 1v1 lane in the top, but Kuban starting off with 2 kills. He's not going to be lingering around too long. He's already got himself 645 gold. Be surprised if he doesn't just go straight back and buy. I think he's just going to stick out that lane for a bit longer. But what a crazy start already. 2-for-1. Fnatic did manage to get a kill. It was on Soaz, so it's not completely one-sided in that top lane, but we're going to see Yellow Star. He's going to face check.
He is, and actually he saw Libby coming out there, but he's not reacted quick enough here. Yellow Star going low. There's the flash in. Makata getting the final kill. 3-1 Meet Your Makers with 150 gone here as Peke throws the ball down. Good job he did.
Well, there is 3 members of Fnatic here. They may actually go aggressive on this one. They don't have vision. They can see just Makata off the side there. Peke comes around with that ball, of course, giving him the vision of the 3 players of Meet Your Makers. We do see Shari. He was looking at coming around there, but they're going to try and steal away this red buff. Cyanide wants to get in. He wants to smite this away.
Oh, is he going to be able to? There's the flag put down inside of the brush. It's going to reveal what Meet Your Makers are doing here. He's going to hang around for this one as the grasping roots come down and Cyanide steals it away. Well, I say steals it away, secures it with his smite there. Nice. I guess we could say the best of a bad situation there for Fnatic, and what a start for Yellow Star on support here. 2 deaths after 1.5 minutes, I think it was, and that is just not the support, the start that he wanted to his support career.
This is the exact type of game that we wanted, though, to start off.
Indeed.
We wanted an action-packed game. Cyanide, look at this, flag toss straight away, going in towards that blue buff. Not going to find it there, though. Thinking that Makata may well have started off instead. Makata's gone off to the red buff, and this may mean that Fnatic going to go for the steal here. Cyanide did use his smite, though, so he may need a little bit of help. He has got full hit points, so he may be able to take it on his own. We're going to see whether Peke is going to come across. So the way that Peke is lingering on the map makes me think that he may well come across and try and get that blue buff. The ping actually going down from Meet Your Maker saying someone is here.
Yep, and that one is going to be finished off right now. The question is whether Cyanide can actually get over to his blue buff after that one. There are wards down there for Meet Your Makers, so they should realize that Makata has a chance to get over. But look at this, he's going up towards the golems at the top, which tells me they don't want to risk him going over towards that blue buff. And that should be 3 buffs right from the start for Fnatic.
Yeah, so that's a good comeback as well. 3-1, of course, the kills. It does mean the gold difference is just shy of 1,000 gold in the advantage of Meet Your Makers. You can see this top lane. It is actually, despite the fact Kubon had those 2 kills early on, he's going to get bullied a little bit by Soaz at the start here. So until he gets that gold built up very quickly, which will happen with those 2 kills, he's just going to have a little bit of pressure on him. The bottom lane, though, this is going to be an interesting one, of course, because this is the first time we're seeing Pusho and Yellow Star together. They are up against Makler and Libic. Makler did get himself 2 assists early on, but did go down. Triple assist for Libic as well, remember. So these guys are sitting on a lot of gold for Meet Your Makers. So when they first go back, they're going to definitely swing things in their favor.
And of course have that level advantage here as well. They've always got to be careful about that. Draven at early levels, very, very strong and quite scary, I think we can safely say, as Makata finally realizes that blue buff has been finished off there by Cyanide, who also got the blue buff on his own. This mid lane, always a constant threat is Charu with his bombs coming out. Of course, Command Protect going to go a long way to keep Xpeke actually healthy from those. But look at Cyanide, he's not messing around here today, looking for a Wraith steal.
Yeah, despite that slow start, of course, he's got himself a level experience here. Going in towards Peke, though, you can see Makata's going to come across. Did manage to put the bombs down, but Charu, he's very low on mana. They may be able to turn this one back around, and Makata, they do bounce him up in the air. The ball's going to get thrown. He was defensive ball, tries to go aggressive with it. Not quite enough damage, though. And they will be able to back away, but that's going to slow him down again. Cyanide, full health at the end of that. Makata absolutely with nothing. He's going to have to go back and buy. All that experience is being gained by Cyanide.
Yeah, and the funny thing, Xpeke, which we didn't notice or mention earlier on, is that teleport was picked up by Peke to try and counter that of Charu. And Ignite would have got the kill there on towards Makata. So it's another scenario where we see the possibilities of switching out those summoner spells may have ended in a different outcome to things. But right now, Makler being left alone whilst Libic goes back a little bit to ward. Top lanes have actually gone back to buy as well. We see Zach coming in back in there. Of course, Kubon with those initial 2 kills, picking up Negatron Cloak plus the health crystal there on top of that rejuve beat from earlier on. He's going to be hard pressed now, is so as to do much damage to Kubon in the top lane.
We're seeing a couple of lane advantages starting to grow as well in terms of CS. You can see, oh, they're going to dive on towards Makler. Here comes Cyanide, gets a knock-up on both of them. Brilliant play there. Slow down on towards Makler. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. Yellow Star actually picked up that kill, thinking he's still an AD carry, but it doesn't matter. A kill's a kill nevertheless, and Pusho will be happy for the extra gold.
Yeah, and that's a great thing for Fnatic right now. Cyanide is literally making the plays for him all over the place. He's already been in the jungle countless times of Meet Your Makers. They forced Makata to back away. They've picked up this kill now on towards Makler as well, which is just helping things out. I mean, if that would have gone to Pushu rather than Yellow Star, it would have been even better for Fnatic. But look at the gold. It's now in their favor as Makata coming around into this mid lane. Let's see whether Fia sends him back towards his own turret, and Peke is safe.
Yeah, Charu wasn't really in any situation to try and go aggressive on that one. Shockwave was available for Peke, but I think he was a bit too low on mana. Maybe he couldn't turn it around. Charu not really looking healthy either. In terms of CS, it was Peke that was starting to build up an advantage in that lane. And actually, the bottom lane, Makler had built himself up a healthy lead over Pusho, but since they came in for that kill, it definitely has evened itself out. The top lane here, you can see everybody's been back to buy. Actually, defensive stuff coming out from Kubon. He went for that Negatron Cloak as well as the Ruby Crystal, so making sure he can sustain a little bit longer against Soaz. Soaz, meanwhile, he's gone all aggressive. aggressive, and we'll see how this one plays out. Very even in CS, though, between the two.
Yeah, Soaz going straight up into that Haunting, guys, which that extra penetration going to help him out. He once he gets there, and shouldn't have too many problems with Kubon. But once Makata starts to get around, he's level 5 right now, so not quite got the ultimate to really be causing some fears for Soaz in that one. As Livic here is just going to be checking out the Dragon, not a pink ward put down for him. So both teams got vision of Dragon right now. As Kubon going to use Let's Bounce, goes in on towards Soaz and actually flashes out of it straight away. Interesting choice by him, but he didn't have any vision around that top side of the river, so decides not to go full on in for that.
Yeah, burned his Ignite as well, so I think he realized that I am not going to win this fight. Soaz still had Flash Ignite available, and he was already ready to switch into that spider form and pounce on towards him. Quickly has to back away, so we're going to have to keep our eye on that one. Soaz seems to be winning out that lane, despite the fact Kubon picked up those 2 very early kills. Down in the bottom lane again, we can see both teams went for a Vampiric Scepter on the AD carries. Also, the Berserker Greaves going to get built up by Pusho, who wants to get that movement speed. Something that, of course, we have seen a number of the AD carries doing is simply skipping the boots early on, but it seems that both these guys want to get those boots in. He hasn't picked up the basic boots just yet, but we'll see whether he goes straight for them. I'm expecting that to happen. In terms of CS between the two, Makta again starting to get himself that little CS lead. Every time they get themselves an even lane, he does start winning out the CS battle.
There is Makata on his red buff right now. Of course, the only buff that he got at the start of the game, actually. The other 3 were picked up by Cyanide across the map with some great jungle control and use of the vision that Fnatic had down, despite that horrible start that they really had into this one. And of course, they are holding right now a solid, I say solid 100 gold lead. It doesn't sound like much, but with the start that they had, it certainly is. Pushu here, going to get knocked up. He's going to have the Stranglethorns. There is the ultimate back down from Pushu, but can he get away? The Ignite was used. He'll be able to walk away from this one, but still going very, very low, just showing the danger of what Draven and that Zyra can do. Let's not take anything away from Libic here. He's a fantastic Zyra player, and those grasping roots are going to be what sets any opportunities up for Makta if it comes down to a 2v2.
Absolutely, keeping that pressure on. That's exactly what they need to do. Pusho trying desperately to keep the wave cleared, though. Libic doing a very good job at harassing him. Of course, this is everybody, all eyes on Yellowstar. How does he handle this situation? Can he bully them out? Because at the moment, Libic seems to be the one that's doing the bullying in the lane. But look at this mid lane. Sharu's going to go in. That's going to be the paranoia. Will be triggering. Shockwave only catching up towards Sharu. It will be enough. Makata picks up the kill. And that is going to be Peke going down. I was about to say that Peke's built himself up a great big CS lead. 20 plus CS over Sharu. But that kill, that's going to even everything out.
Yeah, that bringing it right back there and should allow Charu that extra bit of time to get the farming. Obviously, Zilean not going to be the machine at farming early on. Those bombs, you know, for the damage that they do, they're kind of hard to be really timing to get all the CS, especially when you compare that sort of to someone, of course, like Orianna in the lane. Right now, Meteor Makers are going around for that blue buff. They decide this time, let's not take any chances. There's a bomb on Makata's head, which he should definitely use to be picking that one blue buff up, and that will be going over. And we should also mention that Fnatic's blue buff was with XPK there, and Makata actually managed to get it on the way back.
They do actually see this. Stood on the ward in the banana. All 5 members of Meteor Makers are here. They're going to go pouncing in. Look at, you can see Macklin coming up the lane. Will they be able to catch on towards Soaz? No. Has to burn that flash to get away, but that will buy time. And maybe Meteor Makers are going to turn to Dragon. No. The fact that Fnatic have regrouped, they should bully them out of lane, and they will force them back to lanes.
Crazy, crazy first 10 minutes here of this one. 4-2 in kills for Meteor Makers. They now have a very slight gold lead, which has just been moved back and forth by about 100 for these last 6 or 7 minutes or so. Right now, Peke and Soaz were just putting down a bit of pressure onto that outer turret in the mid lane. Obviously, Dragon, neither team really in a position right now to feel comfortable about starting that little engagement off.
Absolutely. So, returning back to this bottom lane, Makta's going to wipe out this wave. He's going to be pretty much even in CS. Pusho and Yellowstar are going back to buy, so we'll keep our eye on... Oh, I tell a lie, they decided to stop going back to buy them, but there was a call, a shout out from his jungler. Cyanide is nearby. I think, yeah, Cyanide may well make his way in towards this bottom bush. Yes, he is. So that was a call coming out from Cyanide. So we'll see whether they manage to get any ganks off here. Tri-bush is completely clear as well. So he has a choice of routes here. There's Meteor Makers, no wards on either of these players. So they're going to be going in fairly blind. Libic using the plants to try and bully him way out there. Cyanide just off in the distance, sat there. Oh, Chain of Corruption's going to miss. forced the flash though nevertheless, and actually Charu, tell a lie, it's Peke teleports in, Shockwave comes down, was not expecting that, Crescendo comes out, Meteor Makers weren't expecting it as well, the all-out aggression, and that's a teleport cancelled as well by Charu.
Yeah, now Soa's in trouble in this top lane here, he's got 2 men on him, let's see if he can actually get away, nice cocoon onto Makata, but he stops in his tracks as he realizes he's not going to escape from those arms of it doesn't matter. Livic's there, he's dead.
It doesn't matter because Lipic is down the bottom there. While this is all happening though, Charu has been putting pressure on that mid lane turret as well. Looks like Fnatic may well be able to do work, take this bottom turret out. Meteor Maker is going to be taking the top turret. So suddenly, all across the map, objectives starting to be gained by the teams. Top tower goes down. That's going to be the first of the game for Meteor Makers. Middle turret will follow as well. So there's going to be 2 turrets picked up. One more shot. Will it be enough or will Peke go aggressive? That's going to be the bottom turret going down. Fnatic will take that one down, but it's going to be 2 for 1 in turrets. And Meteor Maker's going to keep that 1,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and it's that middle outer turret as well. We talk about it all the time. Actually, Fnatic aren't they going to try and group up for that one afterwards and try and really level that one up as it is right now? I'm not sure that they will. Meteor Makers, we should always say at this point, they've been a team who, once those outer turrets have started to fall, they've spent a lot of money on warding. They've put a lot of wards down aggressively in their opponent's jungle. We'll see if they go for that kind of thing here as well, as Kubon once again going to be walking out of the way with that bomb on him. That's something that, obviously, Meteor Makers, from what I see there, they're not so used to having that Zillion in the team.
Yeah, very clever play from Meteor Makers. They knew Crescendo and Shockwave were not available. There was nothing that really Fnatic could do to try and harass for that one. So that will stretch the gold to 1,500. Sinai is going to be taking that red buff. The rest of Meteor Maker is going to go back and buy. Makta's got himself a BF sword along with that Vampiric. Probably expect the Bloodthirster to come out there. Blade of the Rune King already completed by Pusho though. So we'll see how that compares at the moment. You can see that hail of arrows just clearing out the waves. See, in terms of CS, still very, very close between them. The big difference really is Peke versus Charu. Still managed to keep that 20 CS lead there. But you can see in terms of gold, it's still even between them because of those 3 assists that Charu picked up. He went down the bottom, helped out. Of course, 3 kills on Kubon in the top lane also mean he's just keeping that edge in terms of gold, despite the fact he's fell way behind in CS.
Yeah, Soa's doing what we're used to seeing from Soa's by now, which is, now even if he's stacked against all odds really in this top lane, he's still managed to be pulling through with everything. Got that Haunting guys already in there. As you see, Makata, who's definitely a lot stronger now. Got himself a few items in there to help things out. It's actually 2-0-2 at this point. We see there pink wards being cleared out in that bottom lane, and that's because Cyanide is actually waiting just by the turret right now to try and get in and maybe go for that lane gank. There is a pink ward in the top side of the brush there from Meteor Makers, so they may be able to spot something out with that one all coming in, but looks like we're going to get a quiet couple of moments, which is now a bit of a welcome change, I suppose we can say. This has been a massively action-packed game here so far. If we look down the mid lane, there's there Charu on your screen, got that needlessly large rod, along with the blasting warning so far. Compare that for Peke, who's got the large workings of that Athene's Unholy Grail.
Kubon sat biding his time, hoping that Peke is going to show himself, but I don't think they're going to fall for this one. He is just off the bush, and he's going to get spotted by that ward. Makata, well, he sat very deep, but of course that Paranoia has got a long range on it, so they may well go aggressive on Pusho. They did see Cyanide, so they know that they have a numbers advantage down here with that ping ward in the bush, so Fnatic have their eyes just covering off. But look at this, Charu is also coming across. It's going to be the blue buff they're going to take away, so maybe looking to go for this gank in this bottom lane after the blue buff's taken.
Well, let's see. Makata here going to have that. Oh, not quite enough damage there from Charu to finish off the blue, but he will get it afterwards. An auto attack will seal the deal on that front. Well, this bottom area is surely where things are going to be getting in. We saw Pushu missing that chain of corruption earlier on as Cyanide tried to get in, but usually these players don't miss 2 in a row. That's for sure. And I say usually with you know, the biggest of hopes that I don't actually curse Pushu when I say something like that. Right now, only 5 or 6 CS the difference between the two, so not the biggest of things. And he's 1-0-3 in the kills as well with that Blade of the Rune King in there, which will obviously help him to keep up with that W of Draven, which gives him that natural movement speed to maybe be escaping somewhat. But as we see, it is a little bit of a quieter time in the game. That Athene's Unholy Grail now finished up for Xpeke. Charu not got any turret there to be attacking on. I don't think he's quite so confident with crossing that mid line right now, since Meet Your Makers don't have the best vision certainly if we compare it to their other games that we've seen so far here in the LCS.
Yeah, and that's interesting, the fact they haven't gone full out with the wards as often they do. Instead, he's gone back, got himself up Rabadon's death cap, building up that tier still as well. Pusho, meanwhile, in this bottom lane, they're going to continue to wipe out, and they're actually staying in the lane phase for quite a long time here. 17 minutes gone. Considering the little bit of aggression we've seen between them, the fact that there are 3 towers down, everybody still stayed in the lanes. They've taken the turrets, but stuck around. They haven't decided to switch it up. We are seeing Kubon still sticking around against Soaz here. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see Makata come and join him. He is just off at the golems right now, but Soaz not going to fall for it. He's going to back off to his lane and continue his farming merry way. So, a bit of a lull period, but look at the CS advantage, as we mentioned earlier, between Peke and Charu. It's continuing to grow. This is just not getting any smaller, and it is building up to a 40 CS difference between Peke now, farming it out, and he's actually heading gold now, so he's doing a grand job in that mid lane of just, despite the fact he lost his turret very early on, just hanging around. He hasn't used that teleport once yet, as far as I'm aware. No, he did. Went down the bottom, got the shockwave on.
Yeah,
Makler.
that's true. He did. You're right. He did. When they managed to catch out both Makler and a little bit later on Libic from that on. Charu, of course, tried to use it to counter, but actually cancelled in the end. Right now, Fnatic looking like they want this middle outer turret. Thought it might have come around a little bit early, but they're going to go in. Here's Kuban off to the side.
He's going to go off the side there. Chain of Corruption will go down, but the Stranglethorns catches Pusho. Pusho gets bounced in the air. We did see actually Makata use the Paranoid on Pusho, so he got kind of cancelled midway through. There's going to be a Chain of Corruption. Crescendo coming out, and the Shockwave on Kuban, but seemingly doing absolutely nothing to him, and they just carry on pushing.
Yeah, pushing this one really nice. Pushu, of course, himself is down at this point, and we'll see if Fnatic can actually hold on to this inner turret in the mid lane. Soaz coming across the side, actually will land the cocoon. Look at the damage there on towards Makler. He's got the ultimate on him though from Charu. He's not going anywhere here soon, but they need to keep a hold on him. Makler is going to come back in. Cyanide right on top of them as he puts the Cataclysm down. Use defensively there as he flashes away from it, but they're not finished just yet. Meet Your Makers do in the end decide to back off, with Fnatic forcing them away somewhat, and the threat of Pushu respawning as well will certainly mean that Meet Your Makers can't get involved anymore from this point.
And just like that, we talked about the versatility of the fact that you have Zilean in the team, and sure enough, that ultimate just helping out Makler, completely caught out by the cocoon of Soaz, but straight away, that ultimate just brings him back to life, and still Fnatic gain nothing from it. So it's 6-4 in terms of kills, and just 2,000 gold almost building up between them, but still just 2-1, not really taking any great advantages. Dragon just spawned. That's probably going to be the next focus target for all the teams, although we are seeing Charu with that teleport going towards the top lane.
There's Pushu as well, just getting himself that red buff. Cyanide gonna let him have that one. And Fnatic start to move around towards the Dragon area. There's a pink ward down there for Meet Your Makers, and Fnatic not actually gone, or they will end up warding it. There is a pink ward finally down from Yellow Star, and they know that they've now been seen. So will Fnatic stay around for this one? The team of Meet Your Makers closing in, but Charu has got that teleport on the top lane as well, so he could get involved with this one. Here they come. It's stolen away by Makata. Here comes Charu from the side. Who are they going for? It's Pushu that's going to be the focus from this one. Makler gets the ultimate. One more attack, and actually it's finished off there by Makler. The bomb was in as well. Yellow Star trying to get around on towards Makler, but honestly, I don't know if he's got the damage for that. There's the shockwave from Peke. He was speared up from Makata. They're going to keep chasing on from this one. Is the slow going to be enough? Oh, Kuban's missed it there. He's not going to be able to interrupt it. He's overshot it. That was ridiculous stuff. There's the ulti coming out from Makata. He's going to dive on towards Soaz. The fear, where's that going to send him away? But is it going to be enough to repel last second? Can he escape? No, he can't. Kuban finishes off. Crazy fight once again.
Crazy, crazy fight, and it was a 2-for-2. Peke managing to teleport out of there. Makler also got took down at the bottom lane area as well, so very even between the two, but more importantly, the Dragon was stole away by Meet Your Makers, so it was worth it for Meet Your Makers. Actually, it was interesting that the ward got taken away, so Charu had to teleport really far back and then flash engage as well, so really wasn't quite what he wanted, because that pink ward that Fnatic put down did manage to wipe out his real main place that he could teleport into. Blue buff will be picked up though by Charu, and they're going to gain more advantages. You can see the bottom turret, they're pinging on it, saying let's take that out.
This is definitely the match we were looking forward to here with you know, the crazy start. It's given us everything that we'd expected to see, and we used to talk about this where before we felt like we were harping on about it. When we used to watch Meet Your Makers all the way back when they were you know, the kings of Go for LoL, Nordic and East, they did this all the time at level 1, and this seems to be a little bit of the new the old MYM shining through as well. Certainly not that you know, the needy control team that Meet Your Makers have proven to be here in the first half of this summer split. But right now they have a lead. It's 3,000 gold almost. But they're up against Fnatic, a team that have countless times brought leads like this back, and bigger leads for that matter. But at the same time, they're against a Fnatic with a new man in the team, or we should really say 2 new roles, I guess, since Yellowstar is now in that support role. And Rated gone from the team with Pushu coming in. He's currently 1-2-4, is ahead in the CS of his opponent, Makler.
Yeah, and so far, Yellowstar and Pusho seem to be doing a pretty fantastic job. Pusho just ahead in CS, ever so slightly. Hasn't really been able to pick up the kills, but of course, Yellowstar's been doing that one. So we may well have a new scumbag support in our Mists here with 3 kills as well. And did, of course, go for the Philo Stone, which Libic never does. And Libic never goes for these GP10 items. Don't know why, GP10, GP5, whatever you like to call them. I'm harping back a few years there. But Soaz and Peke pushing towards this mid lane. They're going to take this turret down. There's not a great deal the Meet Your Makers can do about it. And there's the Shockwave pulling 2 of them in beautifully. Crescendo follows through. And just like that, they pick up a tower and 2 kills.
So that's the thing with this team, right? You got the Crescendo, you've got the ultimate coming out of Varus, the Chain of Corruption to get in, you've got the Shockwave. If all of those 3 land perfectly, a team of 2 men, Makata and Makl there, they're going to have no chance. And now Fnatic have turned, and they're actually going for Baron right now. Kubon is still there, but there's no smite because Makata is dead. That leaves just 3 men left alive for Meet Your Makers. They're going to have to rely on the ultimate out of Charu as Kubon is going to go in there. Baron is very, very low right now, but Fnatic focusing down Kubon. There is actually a kill coming out. There is the kill on towards Kubon, but he had the ultimate of Charu on his head, and he may be able to walk away from this one. That is 3 men stopping a 5-man Baron attempt from Fnatic. Brilliantly done.
Brilliant stuff. And remember, of course, Kubon effectively with 3 lives there because he had the revive as well as his passive, so he could have come back any time. But Charu helped him out there, and that was a dangerous, dangerous call by Fnatic. The right call, maybe you'd feel, the fact they did get those 2 good kills on the jungler and the AD carry. But Meet Your Makers are still a fearsome team, and with that many ultimates down, they were not too worried about going aggressive. But now they're turning it on towards Peke. Paranoia comes in. Kubon goes leaping towards it. They may have gone too deep for this one, though. Makata has to try and get away. Curtislism catches 4 of them on the turret. The bomb on the Cyanide's head, that's not going to do a great deal, and they could continue to chase on towards it. Makler's going to come around the side. He's going to catch on towards Cyanide. They're poking back and forward, but Meet Your Makers, they have to back out of this one.
Another crazy bit of action in this one. He's just going to be stealing away those Wraiths as Meet Your Makers make an escape. And a couple of wards put down. If you look at the top side of the map there, Fnatic really spent a lot on ward control to make sure that they were going to be safe around that Baron. In the end, though, 3 men from Meet Your Makers managing to scare them away. And like you said, it's not really 3 men because of the ultimate from Charu, because of the fact that Kubon does have that passive to bring him back to life, the Cell Division. It's a scary team to be going up against, even without the likes of a Draven in there and the smite from Makata. They still weren't able to pick that one up. And that right there could have actually saved Meet Your Makers' game. This would be a very different goal total right now if Fnatic could have managed to pick that up.
Well, Pusho's just gone back. He's got himself a bit of a power spike going on here. He's got himself that Infinity Edge to go with that Blade of the Rune King. Last Whisper will probably follow. Definitely going to be fearsome in the next fight. So we'll see when they start to look to that one. They may even try and push for it because the fact that they have got that aggression. We'll see Charu down the bottom lane. They have pinged on him, and look at those Cyanides actually trying to head him off around the side.
Are they going to be able to get a hold of him, though? I mean, Zilean himself is a bit of a slippery character. He's not exactly one that you can hold on to, can obviously speed himself up, can slow you down, whichever one he chooses to be fit. But now he decides to move away from that, and with the rewind on there, he's pretty much got that constantly available to him. He's up, what, level 16 right now, so yeah, indeed. Pretty much always going to be faster than you. That's the problem of trying to lock that Zilean down on things. But there's a lot of pings going down from both sides here towards this middle lane and the top side of the map where that Baron wasn't quite taken last time here by Fnatic, and Meet Your Makers will want to make sure that next time around it's a 5-man team that they've got going in there to contest.
Absolutely. Dragon spawns and Libic going to clear out those wards, but Fnatic want to fight for it, and of course, why not? They're going to be launching in towards this one. Kuban catches on towards Yellowstar. Not really the target they wanted. Couldn't get on towards Pusho or Peke as well, and that is an ultimate use. Let's Bounce is down, and I'm not too sure Meet Your Makers can fight for this now.
Now, Let's Bounce not really having the desired effect, and Fnatic have actually zoned them out here. They're going to force them to probably recall or attack from the very side of them here, and it looks like the attack from the side is what Meet Your Makers are going to go for. Kuban getting locked down. Limit going to be shut down. He had the Charu ultimate on top of him. Kuban is at less than half HP, and Fnatic themselves are pretty healthy outside of Cyanide. The Stranglethorns went down for the disengage. Is Cyanide going to get finished? Yes, he is. Makler gets that one. Xpeke is going to bomb on his head, but it's a double kill for Makler coming in. Cell Division popped. Kuban not going to die just yet, but Makata's gone a little bit too far. Soaz will make him pay for that one, but now Libic's coming around the side. Pushu got the bomb on his head. Can he be taken down? Uses the Blade of the Ruin King. He will finally fall here to Makler. There is Charu going down. It's Soaz at the back. He gets himself a double kill, but Meet Your Maker's not done just yet. They're going to keep going for this one. Elastic slingshot from Kuban, not quite landing, but he'll get the slow onto Soaz. Where's the finisher? He's still running that pesky spider. There's a slow, and that's going to be, or is it a dead Soaz? Finished off by Libic in the end. I'll say it again. Crazy stuff.
What a fight there. And honestly, I was questioning Charu using the ultimate on Libic at the start of that, but he proved me completely wrong. Managed to get the Stranglethorns down, which separated the whole team. Cyanide then got taken down by that beautiful play by Makler. And then he got right around the side in the river and managed to land the grasping roots on 2 members of Fnatic. And that is what completely crippled them out there. So, Meet Your Makers with the advantage once again, despite the fact they were coming from a disadvantaged position from the side without that Let's Bounce, and still coming out on top. That's got to be a worry for Fnatic right now. They're 13-10 down in kills. It's still only just over 1,000 in gold, though. Peke picking up the blue buff. Dragon is up, and I reckon we're going to be going straight back down to that spot.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, look at that last fight. It was all taken pretty much because Fnatic thought they had positional advantage to push straight through that mid lane, that Meet Your Makers would feel not comfortable coming around from that side to go for it. In the end, Meet Your Maker just piled on top of them, and it worked out nicely for them. The funny thing is that with all those kills going down, there were no extra towers, there was no Dragon, there was no Baron taken from all that. Right now, it's all about team fighting here, and they're not quite able to, after those team fights, be healthy enough to take objectives from that. Right now we can see Peke trying to push that outer turret in the top lane down. He's going to have Charu coming onto him. Makler here may get caught out by Soaz, but it's going to be Nocturne. Actually, is he going to come in on this top lane? He pops his ultimate there, the Paranoia. Decides not to go around, but it is going to be Makler caught out in the bottom lane. He's tied up by Cataclysm, not getting away and gets shut down in fact by Cyanide.
Yeah, big gold bonus there for Cyanide as well, because he picked up a number of kills in that last fight. So that is a big pickup for Fnatic. And now, of course, with that AD carry down, it should give them advantages. Looks like it's going to be the top lane they want to go for. Paranoia was used, like you said, but not really for any use. Peke is going to be taking that top turret down. That's going to pull it back to 3-3 in turrets once they get the last hit on there. That will go down eventually. Peke takes that down. Ping's actually on Libic's head right now, and it's going to be an inner turret picked up by Fnatic. They are just taking advantages all across the map. As you said in the last fight, no objectives were gained. Sweet FA was gained from that last fight, but this time, 1 kill, 2 towers.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing about it, that Fnatic are so good, not just in, scenarios where they've got more men on Summoner's Rift, basically, to push those advantages. They did that with all 5 men up for Meet Your Makers. They're going to take a Dragon from this one, but will Soaz be able to escape? He's going to get feared. In comes Charu from the side. That's a kill for Charu in the end. He just zips in after teleporting down to pick up his first kill, actually, of the game. It's kind of normal to see a Zillion stacked full of assists, actually, but not having any kills. That was his first one of this one. We may have another fight on our hands here, though.
Well, we can see the balls going out there. That's the piercing arrow landing on 3 of them as well. Meet Your Makers, they were trying to position for Baron here, maybe try and set something up. Fnatic, they know a down 1 person, so they're going to try and start this fight off, but with that crescendo available, with that shockwave available, it's very dangerous to get caught out in that pit, and that is why they're going to peel away from this one.
Yeah, better safe than sorry at this stage. The gold is very even. We're half an hour into this matchup already. Let's have a look at down some of the individual gold totals. We can see that Soaz, with that big CS lead, he's got the same amount of kills, 5 deaths and less assists, but still rocking the gold lead by about 800 there over Kubon. The mid laners, 5,500 for Expectated, 10,500 I should say, so the 10.2 thousand that Charu has right now. So this one is still an incredibly close game, and it's all about the engagements. It's all about the likes of the shockwave, of that chain of corruption, of the crescendo, or from the other side, that grasping roots followed by a Stranglethorns, and Kubon bouncing in the right places at the right time for it to get started here for both teams.
Yeah, Meteor Makers really cannot clump together. They've done it a few times, and there's just so much AE potential from Fnatic that can just completely catch them out and melt them without the chance of moving. That's why they've got to be careful. Libic being very ballsy here. Absolutely no vision of the jungle there, just to stroll on in and put them wards down. So you can see the ward coverage starting to happen from Meteor Makers this time around. This is what we talked about so early on. They used to do this very early in the game. Now, finally, in the 32-minute mark, they're starting to try and take some positional advantage. Baron almost certainly is going to be where everybody's drawn towards, but I'm not too sure whether that's the right target right now. I think they just need to try and push for those towers. The fact that they haven't taken an inner turret yet, and Fnatic have, means Fnatic just starting to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Ian. Now, it was always going to be a bit of a ropey start, in my opinion. Maybe not quite as ropey as it actually went for Fnatic. Just for the fact that this is the first time that we're going to be seeing Yellowstar as a support. Cyanide, that was a bit strange. Actually got hit as he slid through to the flag there and was rooted at the point of the flag. So, actually turned out safe for that one. And Fnatic right now, they're going in from the side again.
They're running up the mid lane. Can they catch on towards Peke? The fear does go off, but he didn't quite catch him. There's going to be the crescendo. Is it going to be enough? Makata, he's got the res back available. Let's bounce on all of Fnatic, and look at this. Meteor Makers are collapsing on them. Yellowstar tries to flash away, but the shockwave beautifully done there from Peke. So well timed, and just like that, Meteor Makers melting. The perfect time, perfect position from Fnatic. They baited them towards them, and that is an absolute brilliant ace from Fnatic. They can just go straight up the mid.
That control from Fnatic was amazing. Coming in and out of the fight when they needed to. Everything used at the perfect time. And I'm going to give credit to Yellowstar once again there. Crescendo, which really stopped that initial chase where they didn't seem to be quite ready for that fight. That slowed Meteor Makers down. Fnatic were able to pick them off one by one. The ultimate's not really having that big impact that MYM were looking for. That's going to give Fnatic not only the ace, but the Baron pickup as well. We've also got Xpeke pushing the bottom lane in. And I believe he did actually, yes, that turret was taken down there as well. I think earlier on, actually, if I'm not lying to myself. And that's a lot of gold now for Fnatic to go home with. We see the likes of the Locket of the Iron Solari picked up, a Void Staff for Peke. There's the workings of the Crystal Scepter coming in as well for Soaz. We see Boots and Mobility for Yellowstar. He's got a Locket of the Iron Solari. Last Whisper was finished for Pushu. So Fnatic with that one big engagement of Baron, have just picked up a massive spike for the next time a fight comes around.
Absolutely, and with that bottom turret possibly down, they're maybe going to go in towards that when they try to put pressure on the inhibitor turret there. It's going to be the blue buff for Sharu, but this is a bound up 5-man Fnatic team now. They're just going to clear out those waves. Interesting that the Boots of Mobility go out for Yellowstar. Let's see how he's definitely been one of those aggressive supports. And look at him, you can already see he's setting up the wards placement to get aggressive on towards his top inner turret. And actually, he's still waiting to go for Kubon here. He's like, I can do this. I got it, man. I got him. I got the pressure on him. I have a Baron. I'm a support, but I don't care. The rest of Fnatic were collapsing in towards him. So Kubon, if he's going to get baited to sticking around, trying to go for Yellowstar there, he will be in trouble. And I think he realizes it straight away. Backs to the turret, gets in towards the bush. So the rest of Fnatic get in position to take down this inner turret.
Yeah, and for me, it's Soaz who's doing a lot of damage here into these team fights. As Chara going to get locked up inside of the Cataclysm. Kubon going to be the big target. There is a shockwave going down, which didn't manage to do too much, but Meteor Makers nonetheless are losing too much health. There is Soaz once again right at the front of things as he dives on top of Libic. He's not even lost half HP as he pops Azonias. They take down Makata as well, and that's another 5 for 3 here for Fnatic. Obviously, Libic did die there. His passive just showed him he's still alive, but Charu and Makla between them, they can't hold on here.
Absolutely brilliant stuff with that Baron, making full use of it. They should take down this inhibitor turret as well. There's not a great deal the Minion Makers can do about it, and they will drop it so easily. The inhibitor will follow. They may even be able to just push straight through in this one. There's 20-second death timers. I wouldn't be surprised if they get themselves a Nexus turret here, Joe.
Yeah, and they're going to keep going for this one. You see how fast they're able to take them down. They've got 10 seconds. They're going in for another kill here. And there is, actually, was it a Guardian Angel there? Popped for Makler. I didn't even see him pick that one up earlier on. Actually, no, I tell a lie. It was Charu's ultimate that he's picked up and being totally ridiculous about that one. But either way, Fnatic are going to go in there, pick up the victory in that one. A hard-fought battle with a horrible level 1 fight for them, which went really, I think we can say pear-shaped, but what a turnaround. When it came to those team fighting stages, Demon, they looked unstoppable.
It was a rough first game for Pusho and Yellowstar in that bottom lane, but nevertheless, Fnatic turn around their fortunes, pick themselves up a win with this roster change, and it was an important win because remember, Meat Your Makers, they were sitting in 3rd place right now, but now they're joint with Fnatic, tied for 3rd spot, so that really has worked in their favor, and actually, that's going to be 1-1 between the two teams now that Fnatic have managed to pull themselves back at that win over Meat Your Makers, making them even. So, just like that, the league continues to be very, very tight between these teams, but does that prove it worthy? Is that the N-rated change required? Was that enough for them? I don't know, because still it was a rough performance from Fnatic.
It's really hard to say after one game. They
went 3-1 down in level 1 fight as well, which is a very good comeback in itself.
Yeah, usually you'd say, okay, that's, possibly, obviously you're not going to say that's possibly GG at level 1, because those things can always change around, but it doesn't get much worse than that at the start without losing your entire team. Kubon, he got 2 of those kills. He was probably the biggest problem for them outside of Charu's ultimate, which kept bringing the right person in at the right time back into those fights. But, Fnatic went about it perfectly. The crescendos from Yellowstar, it was an AD carry last week. Today he's still stealing kills, but that'll get better. But his crescendos right on the mark. Soaz was fantastic with Elise. Once again, that actually puts in 3 wins out of 4 games played with Elise in the summer split so far, which is, for me, again, another champion that I'm afraid you might have to take away from Fnatic, because he's shown it in the spring split. In the spring split as well, without thinking about the playoffs, he actually won every single game with Elise in that as well. So, Elise is a champion for Soaz. Of course, in this one, they probably left it through because they'd have hoped that it had gone through onto the likes of Kubon, who himself has played a lot of great games on that Elise as well. But first win for Fnatic under their belt, just showing that these roster changes that are happening are picking up wins for the teams that they've happened in.
Yeah, and they need the wins as well, because everybody is chasing to get that summer grand finals, the world finals that will be happening, of course, come September, October time. It's there on the calendar. Everybody knows, everybody wants to get there. First, they've got to get past the playoffs at Gamescom, of course, and everybody fighting to get that top 6 spot, then playoff spots. At least I'm assuming that's where it is. That's where it was in the spring anyway. I haven't actually checked that.
Just guessing.
Just guessing. No, right, please, come on, guess this work. But, of course, Fnatic, it was a big, gutsy move for them. They've taken a lot of flack about this change, and rightly so, because N-rated was a absolute fantastic support. Some would say, with the absence of Edward, could have possibly been the best support in the league. And that is a pretty ballsy change to make. If you think back to his Leona play, his Janna play at DreamHack, it's been absolutely fantastic. Even the Blitzcrank play has been fantastic as well. So, that's a lot of things taken away from him. But on that other flip side, we've just seen Sona come out from Yellowstar now. How much do they know about Yellowstar as a support, and how much do they know about Pusho? Pusho they probably know about as an AD carry, but Yellowstar as a support, they used to do bans against N-rated. Yellowstar at the moment has got the free reign, so nobody really knows what they're going up against, and maybe that was a problem for Meat Your Makers. The fact that he pulled out Sona so many times with those crescendo turns fights, and I'm no surprise that it's a champion that Gambit pretty much always forced Edward to take.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. You can only really research that by looking at games that Fnatic have played in, and the games that Yellowstar has played himself in that support role in solo queue, and that's honestly, for me, not enough to go on.
Researching solo queue is dangerous.
Yeah, not enough to go on to actually pull bans in a game like this, where you've got the likes of Soaz, Cyanide, Expecate to ban out as well, while you've got 3 bans to go with. So now it left that open. Yellowstar, I'm going to give him a 9 out of 10 for that performance.
I think he did very well. We are, of course, going to go over to Shox, though, who is standing by with an interview with Fnatic.
Thank you very much. I'm joined here by XPK. What an amazing match. It was action-packed. So tell me first, what was it like going up against a Zillion in the mid lane? Not something we see that often.
Well, I knew he was going to pick Zillion since 1 week ago. I played him in solo queue and he was just practicing it. He wanted me to pick Ahri, I think, because it counters Ahri, but I pick Orianna, which is kind of equal. And what I do with Orianna is just farm. You cannot really beat him, but you can out-farm him really hard, and that's what I focus on doing.
So in retrospect, how crucial was it that you went for the teleport like he did as well?
Yeah, I think you kind of need it. You don't need it for sure, but it's really good to help lanes. Like, I help bot a bit with it, and it's good when it comes to late game. If Zillion goes top, I can go top and then teleport at the same time. If not, you let them too much free space to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and in the beginning, you guys were kind of behind. Was it the fact that they had basically 2 revives in their team that threw you off guard?
Yeah, the thing is, we were not ahead. I don't know if we were, what was the goal difference, but we were equal or a bit behind even. And it's hard to win a fight when you are behind. Their Thug is super tanky, and they have his passive, his revive, and you cannot do much. We tried our best kiting, hitting them, and the fights weren't so bad. They were kind of close, but still they were winning them until we had enough damage. Once we had Void Staff and Rabadon and enough burst, it was totally fine.
Right, of course, it was a very important win for you guys. Tell me how you experienced the last week, of course, where you're not only losing a teammate, but also a friend in N-rated.
Yeah, we made the change really recently, like during this week. It's not like something we had planned for a long time. Like this week we just, we decided we had to change. It's not only, I don't think it was something that we had wanted to change because of the skills levels or anything. It was more personal stuff that, of course, not everyone knows and we haven't said, but other stuff. And I think it's better, even if we might not be as good right now, we're more motivated, and I think that's gonna show up overall in the season now.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations once again. Now, Gambit went a sorry 0-2 with their substitute Spongex last weekend. And with Darien back in their ranks, can they set aside the first place Team Alternate? Gambit takes on Team Alternate when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to week 4 of the summer split here in Europe. Now, we sat down with Gambit's new support Darker to take a closer look at their opponent's alternate. Check it out.
Alternate destroyed every team in Sweden during the Super Week of LCS. They went 5-0.
And Russia was really hard for us to play against, especially Gambit, because the crowd was cheering only for them.
Of course, we were really aware of their team play skills and how they play at the moment. I made a few mistakes in laning phase, so I just died very lame.
Blue Ash coming out here for Genja, and now Kraton's actually going aggressive on Darker. One more shot will do it. He flashes away, but that's going to be the flash for Kraton. Use the barrier as well, picks up the kill.
It's really shaky for me sometimes, but after that I did pretty well actually, and all of my team carried hard. It was really hard match for us, though we didn't expect it to be easy, and Alternate played pretty good. It was a nice opponent for us. It's really amazing to win such a game.
Great insights from Darker, and now it's time to get into the game with D-Man and Joe.
Thank you very much, Sock. So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our next match, and it is going to be Gambit versus Alternate. Very action-packed match.
Yeah, and of course, this was the crazy game from Moscow. Or, I think we say one of the crazy game. Alternate Fnatic might have something to say about that one. But it was definitely one of the highlights from that weekend, as not only was it the first defeat for Alternate, but it was also in front of that amazing Russian crowd.
Yeah, they were bonkers. So let's check out the lineups, of course. For the blue team, it will be Gambit this time around, and he is back after his illness. Darian in that top lane. And, you know, so many times we talked about Gambit without Darian. Turns out it's not so good after all. Diamond Proxo in that jungle, Alexic in the mid, Genja as the AD carry, and that support you just heard from, Darker.
Yep, and on the other side for Alternate, the league leaders right now, Kerp in the top lane, Arane in the jungle. The new man who's just a silhouette today is, of course, White Knight replacing Pharrell Lord, who couldn't be here for this weekend, Creaton, and Jay Reed, the AD carry and support.
So let's check out what you guys at home think about this match over on lollysports.com.
And it's another close one here, actually. 55% of you thinking that Gambit will come out on top of Alternate once again.
Well, they were right in the last one, so we'll see where they are this time around. As we mentioned, though, the last time these teams did meet, or clash, effectively, it wasn't really a meeting. It wasn't like a friendly meet and greet. It was a bit of a, oh, get on with it. It was a fast action-packed game, though, ladies and gentlemen. Matchup. Of course, Gambit did come out on top in the chaos, and it was a pretty chaotic match. Let's hope for more of the same today.
And I think we can almost guarantee that it's going to be that one. That's just a little bit of a disclaimer.
We hope.
You know, Alternate are a team that thrive in that chaos, but Gambit have already shown us that they can actually keep up with that one. And the Russians have their main man back in the top lane after Spontex came in to replace an Darian last week. Alternate themselves, though, have that substitute in their ranks, and it's going to be really interesting to see how White Knight can actually take Pharrell and Lord's position in that middle lane.
Some pretty big boots to fill, is for sure.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that goes, actually, especially, you know, since the synergy of Pharrell Lord and Arane won them a lot of those games, in my opinion. They've created a lot of plays that had a big impact on the outcome of those Alternate wins.
Well, and I said to Arane, who was, of course, always comes by the casting booth because he really wants to be in here, honest. He loves it in here. But I was saying, you know, you're out without the trout in the middle, so how are you going to deal with it? For those unaware, Pharrell Lord does actually mean Trout Lord in English. It's the German translation of it. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that man on the screen, White Knight, actually does.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure about it. I've seen a lot of comments from the community and people that have played with him that said this guy is, you know, at the top of his game when it comes to solo queue. He can play pretty much every role. He's proven that time and time again in solo queue, but solo queue being pretty much the key word in this one. Hopefully he can step up. I mean, Pharrell Lord, as you said, some very big shoes to fill in terms of elo, of course.
He's the elo king. I mean, how do you fill that? How do you follow that? I don't know, because, you know, some of the plays that Pharrell Lord has made, certainly in terms of qualifying to the LCS to begin with, that 5-man shockwave that worked out for them. There's a lot of big plays, but I guess from another perspective, White Knight brings a whole host of new champions. You know, everybody kind of already had sussed out Pharrell Lord. Take away Lissandra, take away Orianna, taking away these main champions. And, you know, Gambit did that before. If you saw, obviously, Alexic played Lissandra in Moscow, took it away from him. Actually, was it Moscow or DreamHack? I can't remember where it was. It was Moscow, I believe it was. You know, he said, I've only played it 4 games and I managed to beat him with it, so I was pretty good with that. So, you know, of course, Alexic, he's in the mid lane, probably one of the most experienced mid laners in the world, I think it's safe to say. He's probably won more than anyone else in the world I can think of in the mid lane as well. Obviously from Gambit and Moscow 5 days, you know, the fact that they won pretty much every Intel Extreme Masters that ever happened apart from the most recent one. So he is really up against it, and it's a lot of pressure, it has to be said. You know, but then again, you got alongside him Kurt. Is he going to get Shen? Will that trackball ever go wrong on him?
I hope he's got a spare, because it's not the kind of thing you can just pick up on in a local store around these places.
I love the fact that when he had a problem, that the admins had no clue how to fix it. They were like, we've not seen one of those since the 80s.
Just calling an admin from the 80s. Apparently we don't have any of them on standby, so hopefully all that technology, if we can even call it that, it's up there with, you know, the pen and paper, I think, these days, as to how much we know about it. But yeah, certainly a trackball or not, that doesn't really come into the question. Kurp has been a big player for this alternate team. As you said, is Shen. Played 7 games with him so far. Somehow
he
has
actually
played
hates 7
games and has won 5 of them. So, you know, it's funny that he's managed to get Shen time and time again. Of course, they were lost last week. Shen was let through. But SK said, we know, we're giving him Shen, no problem.
They gave him everything as well. They gave Lee Sin, they gave him Orianna as well, I think it was, or Lissandra, I can't remember which one it was in the mid lane. So they gave them everything. So they'd obviously sussed them out, which may be a worry. That we had Ollie on, who was the analysis guy, the coach guy for Alternate last week in an interview, and you know how they said how much they go back, analyze exactly what happened. Well, that's certainly something they're going to have to analyze, because SK sussed them out. They let them have everything and knew how to beat them. Now, Gambit are certainly capable of doing just that as well. So they will have looked at that match, and everybody, in fact, every team would have looked at that match and said, this is how SK beat them. We're going to have to do the same.
Yeah, and this is the Gambit, let's not forget, that won 6 games in a row before those 2 losses in the last weekend. Definitely will be feeling more comfortable and homely for the Gambit setup here in this one. And the fact that Meet Your Makers have just lost their game against Fnatic actually allows Gambit here to take a bit more of a step forward in the league table to move up to 7 for 4. But you talk about the other side of that, and it's Alternate, of course, the league leaders, who are currently right now sat at 8 for 2. They're closing in on double figures.
Yeah, Alternate are going to be looking at the likes of Cloud9 right now, who I believe are 10-2 in the American NALCS, and thinking we can do that. We can match this. And, you know, we're seeing these new boys, these new teams coming in. Bit of a changing of the old guard, honestly, that's happening in America. Is the same happening here in Europe? I mean, you've just looked at the league table, you can see Evil Geniuses, SK, Fnatic did just get themselves a win, but they're still only in 4th place. You know, there's a lot of changes that are happening in the League of Legends scene, and the fans themselves, you know, ordinarily, I would suspect fans probably would look at a roster of matches schedule coming up and going, oh, that's the one to watch, that's the one to watch. But now, things have changed. You know, you see a Gambit versus Alternate. Probably if you'd have seen Gambit versus Alternate maybe 2 months ago, you'd have said, oh, it's easy win for Gambit, no problem there. But right now, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Alternate have really proven themselves the Chaos Masters, you know. And if you think back to that Gambit Alternate match that happened in Moscow, Alternate could have won that easily. It was really close.
It was really close, but this week they've got that sub in there, and that's the thing that worries me from Alternate side of things. How much time have they had to get White Knight really settled into the role that Forellenlord's been playing in this one? And, you know, the middle lane, it's not quite the island that we sometimes refer to the top lane as, where, you know, if you win your lane there and you don't die a lot, you can actually be doing really well without having to communicate. Gambit, or I should say really, Spontex himself revealed to us afterwards that in some of those games, Gambit were talking Russian the entire time through it, and he felt a little bit lonely, I think. He said, I played solo queue last week.
He said, nobody spoke to me for 40 minutes. He said, finally, they spoke English to me 40 minutes into the game. I didn't know what was happening. But, you know, talking about pressure, the White Knight in that mid lane, he's here in the studios to start with, which immediately is going to put pressure on him, because he's got cameras pointing at him, he's got stage lights pointing at him, he's got a crowd watching him, and he's up against Gambit. It's like, this is not an easy scenario just to walk into. This is definitely going to set the nerves at Jangles. And, you know, the fact that Darker now is in Gambit, the reason he wasn't a full member was because of those nerves. You never know how a player is going to react when put in this situation. You know, he could either become a superstar overnight, or he could absolutely crash and burn.
Yeah, and that's the thing about taking people from the solo queue environment, you know. It's all well and good that they can play amazingly well, that they're comfortable and doing well in that scenario. But bring them here where the desk might be a couple of inches taller or shorter than it is at home, and it's a few degrees colder, or I think the case is warmer here today in the studio.
You've got to sit next to RNA as well.
Well, imagine
I mean, look at him right now. I mean, Jesus.
If it's a 40-minute game, I can't sit next to him for longer than 10, so White Knight certainly got a challenge on that front as well.
He looks pretty relaxed and calm, though. He doesn't look too perturbed. As I say that, he gets a bit of nervous body language going on there. Maybe that's because we are moving into picks and bans in a moment. And interesting to see how the picks and bans are going to swing for this one, because the fact that Darian is back now, do you start banning? Because Alternate's bans have generally been to Lord. So now, with him not there, what do you look towards? Do you look towards that Shen, possibly? And the fact that I spoke to Kerp, and Kerp's like, I wish somebody would actually start banning Shen. I absolutely hate playing Shen. Apparently, his main champion is Quinn. That's what he wants to play in that top lane. So if it does get banned, maybe we'll see that come out. We saw it last week for Spontex in the mid lane, ironically. Quinn's a very good solo champion. But when it comes to team fights, I am yet to be convinced. And honestly, I've yet to see a team across the world really make it fit in a team fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's an option here. I think there's more that Kerp can bring to the table. He's picked up a win already with Kha'Zix, with Vladimir, two champions that, for me, when it comes to the team fighting stage of things, are always going to be stronger than that Quinn, unless they find something that we've not seen up until now, which I don't really see happening in that kind of short space of time. But who knows? We saw a Zillion in the last game. We apparently did see her last week at MLG during the amateur games.
Yeah, Honda played it.
Fortunately for us, time being limited on all that kind of stuff with our own LCS stuff here, we don't get to see every game that happens around the world every single week. So I hope you guys at home can
appreciate
let us
that.
off a little bit.
But I can tell you guys at home that Vlad has been played a lot in the top lane in the Korean scene, because I do get to watch all the Korean stuff, and Monty has been keeping us up to date with everything that happens there. So Vladimir definitely has been a very strong pick in the Korean scene of late. So like you mentioned, the fact that he has already won a game with that, I wouldn't be surprised to see Vlad being played a lot more again in the European LCS.
Yeah, he started to creep in. I mean, we saw him once during the European LCS spring split. Sorry, we're in summer now, of course. And he's already been played more now than he had in the entire spring split. So that just shows you that he's definitely coming back into favor here. We shouldn't really forget to mention, since we're only in the second week, we are on 3.8 now. We finally caught up with all that stuff and the changes that it brought.
I know, I'd love to see something we saw in Korea just yesterday, I believe it was. Support Annie.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to sources, I'm not going to give my source away because he was a little bit tipsy at the time, but Annie has been played a lot this week by teams practicing. So maybe
you can never rely on those sources.
No,
though,
I'm never sure.
They throw all kinds of curveballs to us when we're not.
Kobe's fell for them before.
So we're here into the bans and picks then. First two coming out quickly for Gambit. Going to be Nunu and Elise. RNA, of course, has played Elise in that jungle as well, actually, in the last week. Nunu is another RNA champion. Thresh taken out against Jerry. No surprises from that one. Other side, Evelyn, a champion that Diamond has been really happy with. Twisted Fate taken out because it's Twisted Fate.
Absolutely. Will Shen get banned out? No. Jace will go, which means will Darian select Shen? Will he take it in that top lane, or does he have something else up his sleeve? Remember, he's played Lissandra a few times in that top lane as well, so may even just take that one to spite alternate, even though Frontlo's not even here.
Well, it allows them to maybe have Shen, as you said, and I could already hear Kerp in the other room just let out a little, oh, not again.
He's like,
really?
Please,
do I have to do it again? But that might not happen for them here. Gambit may take him away on the first pick, but there's still quite a few options open. Alexich, as you said, he's Orianna, which we were kind of surprised to see him bring out in Moscow, although
he didn't die though, did he?
No, and he's 2 for 2 with that Orianna as well right now, so he's certainly capable with the Orianna. And we said, we don't see a lot of that out of him, which we haven't, apart from maybe on his stream where, there's a million more games than we get to see on a weekly basis here. Right now, Darian cycling through, and it will be the Shen, as Kerp says, yes.
Kerp, I think, maybe doing a dance in his seat right now.
There he is,
look at it, look, Aaron Hayes is like, yeah, okay, you get to play something else, and it will be Vladimir, it seems. So you said he's already picked up a win on it. Looks like he's going to be happy to switch straight away. Of course, well, we'll see how that works out for Gambit. Darian on Shen. The split push in Shen. Oh, no, they're not going to go for it just yet. They are going to lock in the support Fiddlesticks, which we have seen Jay replay a few times before, and RNA are going for that jungler this time around not going to be Lee Sin. I wonder if come on, Diamond, come on, you can do it, Diamond. I asked you this morning, I was like, I want to see you playing Lee Sin. He's like, he's still not very good. I'm like, well, the whole of Korea seems to disagree with you right now. Can you just throw us a bone?
And the top team in the European LCS seems to disagree with that one as well. Apparently not today. Yeah, to touch back on the Fiddlesticks, we've seen it twice from J-Ree. He's picked up wins both times with that, so statistically good pick for J-Ree now that Thresh has been banned out, which has really been his main champion to go to. Jarvan actually in the jungle here. Interesting one from Aranea. You know, we've seen him with that Lee Sin. Hecarim seems to be his fallback when he doesn't get that Lee Sin, but seems to be a Jarvan today.
And there's the Sona again. Gambit always make sure they get that Sona. Looks like it will be Ashe as well. Genja, of course, taking that Tear of the Goddess, which he has been a few times. I prefer to see him on Ashe. I do like him on Ashe, honestly. He is a very good AD carry. Always positions himself perfectly come the team fights. And sure enough, just by like the Empire days, he's going to be taking Ashe again.
And they may have taken these two champions here to hinder Alternate's communication. You know, Ascent and an Ashe in one game could be difficult for Aranea to get across to the rest of his team. Just kidding with you, mate. I hope he watches this one later on. He'll have a laugh at that. But Alternate now on picks 3 and 4. What are we expecting here? I'd say the AD carry to come out here for Alternate. You'd be expecting them to leave that mid lane champion for the last pick.
Well, we'll see which way they're going to go. Of course, we did see them highlighting that Vlad. Will be, Creaton, of course, making a return, but more importantly, Kale coming out. That will probably be the mid laner. That may well be White Knight's choice.
You'd expect so. I mean, it surprises me somewhat that they've gone for that right at this very stage right now, if that is the mid laner, because they have final pick, but maybe they're confident enough in that and how it's going to go down. Let's see what Alex Itch basically picked up here right now. That's going to be the real interesting one. Of course, what Diamond brings out in the jungle. There's a Tryndamere, which I'm not falling for because Darker has really continued the trend of Edward here as well. But you know, Tryndamere is not exactly the most surprising pick anymore.
But Alex did actually play it at the All-Stars, if you remember rightly. Yeah. It didn't go very well. Didn't go very well at all. It's not quite the Voyboy Tryndamere that we've been seeing, but definitely did play it. Of course, we have seen the lane switches as well. There is potentially Ryze. See what the final choice will be. Rumble also selected. This, of course, could mean that Udyr has been played a lot by in the jungle, and it will be Diamond on Udyr again, which means that's going to be Alex Itch on Ryze and Darian on the top lane with Shen again. So what will the choice be? Could it be Zed? It was Vladimir selected earlier on. It will be Zed locked in. So now the question is, which lane will Zed end up in? I suspect the top lane, but we are seeing Kurt with Kale so far.
Now, I think they pretty much tried to bait Gambit into thinking that Kale was going to be in the mid lane, which, as I said, surprised me that they picked it in so early if it would have been the mid choice. In the end, they're going for this Zed, so it's going to be up against Alex Itch, a player who knows a lot about Zed, but Ryze is also his favorite champion. We saw it on the pro player spotlights. He went for that Ryze in there as well, so definitely handy with the Ryze.
Yeah, if you think back to the Moscow 5 days, back in Intel Extreme Masters Kiev, when they first really broke through into the scene, it was see hero, kill hero. Ryze was the champion that he was using. It was just boom, room prison, explode. Absolutely everything diving on him. And again, we're seeing Udyr from Diamond. I still yet to be overly impressed by Diamond's Udyr, but I'm not going to question a guy that has set the jungle afire so many times. This time, of course, Spirit Guardian not available. Will be available next week, though, ladies and gentlemen. It will be coming out. But we are on 3.8 patch, and as he ponders, I thought he was going to go into the whole meditating thing going on there. I was just like, wow, maybe it technically is his meditating pose. But he's got Darian alongside him. That's going to be a comforting factor for him. He knows what to expect from Darian, good or bad.
I think good on the whole. I mean, this is a player that he's been sat next to a lot of times. You know, these are two players that have obviously been in this roster all the way back to the days when they were the Empire team, when we first really got a sniff of them qualifying for that Intel Extreme Masters Kiev event with a crazy Nunu in the bush thing going on there, which is to this day still known as doing an Empire. I think pretty much the only thing that Empire have got going on right now when it comes to League of Legends, either way. But, you know, if we look at how Gambit are doing right now, yes, they had a terrible week last week, but they had that substitute in there. Before that, they were on a hot streak. They were 6 wins without a defeat. So, you know, technically, this this is a very strong Gambit right now. This is a Gambit on a roll.
Maybe they needed Vitaly just G'ing the crowd up for them, you know. Comrade Gambito! Here we go. It is going to be Gambit gaming as the blue team, and the red team will be alternate, and we are about to get things underway. Will Gambit be able to get a grip of yourself, man? Will Gambit be able to pull themselves back a win here, or another win, I should say, against alternate and close that gap on the top spot?
Well, we now know who's going to be running the stage if we go to Moscow again. Thanks for that one, Demon. So, are we going to see quite a crazy level 1 as we saw in the last match? Probably not there as the flag comes down on towards Diamond. And we should talk about how he's gone with this Udyr before, because he's kind of shied away from that Phoenix Udyr. And you can see again there, he's gone Tiger first.
Yeah, just like he did before, leveled up the Tiger, completely maxed it out as well. And we'll see whether he goes that route again. I'm sure Jat will be watching with absolute attention, because it's interesting to see the junglers, they're all starting with the Doran's Blade as well. We haven't got the same from Aranea this time around, but a lot of junglers, certainly in the Korean scene as well, from the OGN the last 3 days, have all been going with that Doran's Blade start. So it's definitely a trend that's picked up. Maybe, just maybe, there's a few changes afoot for the jungle. But as it stands, it's looking like it's going to be a stalemate. Not quite the exciting start we had for Meet Your Makers.
Not quite, but a lot on the line here. Let's not forget, it's 1 versus 2 in terms of standings here in our summer split. So there's a lot on the line for both of these. One alternate looking for that revenge against a much more equal crowd, I guess we can call them here in Cologne. A fantastic crowd nonetheless, but certainly not quite as Gambit biased as, of course, we had over in Russia. But right now the start has come down. We can see there that Diamond will be getting that red buff first of all as he hits level 2 with a pickup of that, going straight into his turtle stance for number 2. On the other side, Aranea took away the blue.
So 2v1 lanes, it's going to be top and bottom. You can see here, it is going to be Creaton and J-Reed versus Darian. We'll see how that one works out. Darian returning from his illness will get bullied out of the lane straight away as I mute myself. Well done, don't know why I did that. But the bottom lane, it is going to be Kerp on Kale 2v1. We'll see how this works out. It's something we've seen Dyrus actually running quite a lot of in the North American scene. Not too sure whether he's done it too many times for TSM itself. J-Ree actually getting caught by Darian. Look at the damage he's managing to put back on J-Ree, of course. Still both only level 1, and Fiddlesticks not the strongest at the early levels.
No, but the good thing about Fiddlesticks as he goes through is obviously going to be able to get that health back a little bit later. And that fear is always something you have to be careful about here coming in for this. So we shall have to see as Aranea is right now sniffing around the middle. Alexic had already gone to the bottom side. That ward on the corner bush, I think, just about spotting Aranea's position coming in. That's what I touched on before this game. The fact that Ferelnord and Aranea had put so much work in together for the victories as White Knight going to take a blast there from Alexic. And that's the danger at these early levels, that White Knight is going to be susceptible to what Alex can throw at him.
Well, we also see Diamond, he's coming down to this bottom lane. We also saw the volley catching on to Kerp. He's already been slowed down. Diamond's going to come straight in. He is backing well away from this one. It's going to be that 3-minute 30 turret.
Yeah, already onto that one. Aranea is actually going to try and come in and stop this one happening. They should realize that that's going to happen with the fact that Kerp has come around the side. They're going to actually going on towards Genji here. There's a lot of minions, but the damage is decent, and they turn it around on towards Aranea, and it will be first blood for Diamond. The flash away from Genji. He will finish, maybe finished off by the Ignite, though, and that will be a killer piece at the start, but it is Diamond who got the first blood.
Yeah, absolutely, and Gambit picking up the 2 assists, going to help them out, give them the advantage, but with the AD carry down, it stops the turret push, which you can see Alternate trying to do themselves on this top lane, but just with the 2. They have put damage down on towards it, but Kerp, he can't hold this wave of minions that keeps on coming towards him. As much as he tries to take it around, they're going to flash straight in and fall on aggression. Diamond getting straight on towards him.
And that's the danger. I think it was Jason that touched on it last week of this whole Doran's Blade start makes an Udyr at these levels very, very dangerous. And we saw there just a flash, the stunning onto him, able to lock down that Kale. Obviously doesn't have his ultimate available right now at level 3 only. So a very good little bit of play there coming out of Diamond. And right now he's going to be able to recall right under the nose of Aranea.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see it's going to be White Knight getting caught out, flashed away. But one more shot should do it. But White Knight flashes. He will get away from that one, but Alex, it's really bullying this new boy in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the points of focus here for Gambit as well, to get White Knight, make him nervous, keep pressuring him there, as Gambit are going to see Darian stunned up here against the wall. Not quite got the damage to finish him off just yet here with that level 4 Vayne.
Well, we have double CS now for Alex because of that pressure he's been applying on towards him. 37-16. Also, though, the AD carries, look at this. Creaton, he's been getting free farm in his top lane against Darien. 42 CS to 18 of Genja. Genja gone for that double. Doran's Blade, though, of course, did get killed off. Where is Diamondprox going in the bottom lane?
He's going back down there once again. We see RNA having to get away, just getting stunned up as he slides through from that. And just the presence of that man-bear-tiger Phoenix Turtle is very, very scary at this point, especially with those 2 kills that he's got. And he's got himself the boots and the Spirit Stone here already. He's got a lead in CS, and he's going to be going in for a very, very earlier Dragon. Something that we saw him go for. In fact, the last one of the last times we saw him playing that Udi was that sticks in your mind is the flash into the Dragon pick to pick up the Dragon at a very early stage. This time, not going to need that flash to get things underway, and that will be a 6-minute Dragon for Gambit.
RNA didn't want a piece of that.
No.
He was even got a level over Diamond, and he was just like, I do not fancy fighting you right now. I'm just going to let you walk away from this one. But we saw the first turret of the game going down, so Alternate managing to pick that one up, that defense in that bottom lane, proving successful, and they have managed to switch those lanes around. So they've held on to that turret to start with here. So we'll see how pivotal that can be. We can see the 1,000 gold advantage for Gambit, of course. Diamondprox doesn't have flash, so he's simply doing a drive-by on White Knight, and White Knight's just forcing him to back away. Gets all aggressive on him, throws that bear stance down, and look at the damage he just plowed down on White Knight.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's that Doran's Blade at the start. The fact that he's actually got a lot of levels on him there as well is a pretty strong thing to have in. But you've got to be scared of this Udyr now. He's performing brilliantly down, being in the right place at the right time. Managed to flash in for his second kill right underneath the turret, which is, again, something that you can do when you've got Turtle Stance to rely on there to tank up the turret as well.
So it's just dawned on me. I remember why Diamond was so bad on Udyr the other week when he played it, because there was so much crowd control. There's barely any crowd control here for Alternate. This may well be a serious problem for him. He's going full on aggression here. He doesn't care. Stan United's going to come out. Darian's going to get the Shadow Dash, catches both of them. J-Ree's going to be the focus of target. He's going to get dropped down, but we see Aaron Air coming in for the protection. The Ignite will take him down. It was Darian that picked up the kill, and now they're going to clean up the blue buff.
Yeah, looking for a blue here, and again, perfectly executed by Gambit. Just when you've got Diamond, you think, right, Diamond's on his own, we can kill him now. We can... Shen. They forgot about Shen, and that was the key point in that one, that Darian got himself in there. He just hit level 6, and as soon as they did, they make the play happen. And this is just fantastic all-around play. This is the Gambit that had 6 wins in a row without answer. They are looking so, so very good here.
Yeah, 2-0-1 on Diamond already. He's coming back towards his top lane. He's starting to become a problem across the board already. That aggression maybe is paying off. And Alexic, he's sniffing around. He wants his blue buff, puts the ward on Banana. He's found Kerp, though. Kerp tries to come in and interrupt. He's like, get the hell away from my blue buff. It is a very angry Diamondprox right now. He's on a mission.
On a mission, and you can see with that Tiger leveled up how quickly he's beasting through everything there. That blue buff going to be picked up for them. And now White Knight here in that mid lane. He's starting to claw a bit of CS back, but he's 20 or so behind still at this point. Alexic already got that tier in there and has started stacking that one up as he goes. And that's only going to be helped out with the fact that he has that blue buff with the mana regen and those cooldown reductions for him. To really be having fun with that. Right now, J-Ree was just stood on top of a ward, so Genja knew he was there, not going to be bullied away with that one. And credit where it's due here to Genja as well. He was miles behind Creaton when we looked at CS earlier on. He's now actually ahead of him.
Yeah, they've actually managed to pull it back in there. Darker getting caught a little bit there, but straight away the volley forces Creaton back. Wanted to go aggressive on that one. Look at the mid lane though. Alexic versus White Knight. It is a big, big difference starting to separate here. We do see Aaron here trying to sneak down towards this bottom lane, try and create a play, but once again, look who is coming. It's the Bearman Pig.
He is off to the side of this one, and every time you hear that switch out to the bear stance, you've got to be very scared. Actually standing on top of a ward here, Alternate backing off, just giving that one away, and just in the background you just hear that. Always danger where that's involved, and he's coming back in, going back out, coming back in. He knows that there's a ward there, but he can control them right now with his position. It's quite simple.
He's growling at them, and it's keeping 3 members of Alternate at bay. That's all he's got to do, Diamond. Honestly, just take one look at him, and when he speaks, you just think, is that right? Is that body doesn't come out with that voice? Something's not right here. And now in the game, he's just growling at them as well.
That's his favorite chat up line as well, everyone. Goes into a bar. All the men disappear.
Oh, the top lane, though, we see Kerp trying to switch it round, but his ultimate's already run out. The aggression continue on Darian. Darian, I feel, was just trying to bait him out a little bit more so he could shadow dash back on towards him. White Knight forced to get away from this one. The arrow is going to catch on towards J-Reed. Bear Stance coming straight in. LCS picks up the kill. They can't get the damage on towards Diamond. They're going to Cataclysm down. Crescendo comes out. He's safe. LCS picks up a second. Now can he get a third? He's going on towards Kraton. He's already used the flash, so they will back away, but it's a 2-for-0 again for Gambit. They're 5-1 up.
And look at that, Alternate used everything there on Diamond. Absolutely everything. The death mark even from White Knight, and now RNA are going to be caught out. He's not escaping that one. It's Alex that picks up his third kill, and this surely will be an outer turret here in the middle lane. The first one of the game, actually, for Gambit, but with that Tiger Udyr in there, they're not getting rid of that one. Actually, the bottom turret does go down first. That was, of course, very low from earlier on, and Gambit execute another perfect plan, and that was one that Alternate really started on this on that middle turret, and they just didn't have the damage to go through the Udyr.
And it was the arrow from Genja at the bottom lane.
Was fantastic.
He just carried on farming. He didn't even come up to fight it, but the fact that he can just continue his farming presence and have an impact on the fight from the bottom lane without even flinching was immaculate. So Genja, he's gone back and got himself the BF sword. We're seeing obviously Blade of the Rune King trying to get built up by Kraton, but he's falling behind. And remember, this is Kraton, who used to have the insane KDA at the start of the season. He's not managed to make any impact so far and is falling way behind in terms of CS. 86 to 58. He had a 30 CS advantage at the start of the game. He's now lost that and gone completely the opposite direction. So Genja's really brought himself right back into it. You can see he's got 1,200 gold advantage, but Alexic, he is absolutely beasting the mid lane. 3-0 up. 4,700 gold almost built up, and yet we see White Knight, bless his little cotton socks. He's the new man coming into it to replace Forelnord as a temporary substitute, but he's still shy of 3,000 gold, almost 2k behind his mid laner.
Yeah, I'm really happy you talked about the KDAs there as well, because Creaton was only behind Freeze coming into this, who, he's played 2 games that they won last week NIP, so it's kind of biased to look at it as him being in the top. That will, of course, change this week. And then you've got Kerp in second place, so Alternate got 2 men up there in that KDA as another Dragon goes down here for Gambit. After that, it was Genja, who is actually in 4th place, but he's had a week off. So, Genja is a big man in this setup for them. He's ahead in the CS now. That arrow across map earlier on, a very big play. Genja, of course, hasn't had a week off. I'm talking about Darian in that one. I somehow got myself confused for a second there, but either way, Genja for me has stepped up a lot for this Gambit team. He was kind of the quiet one that wasn't talked about too much in this Gambit team, and right now leading the KDA, at least until this game where Alex is romping him home.
And if you think back to the spring split, Gambit were the only team that really cared about those KDA stats.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised before the end of this game to see Kraton focused heavily. It's like, we're not going to end it until we kill you at least 5 times. So we'll see where that works out for them. There is 3 members of Gambit lingering off at the side, but they're going to get spotted out by RNA with that Demacia standard. And we do see Kraton. He's getting free farm in the bottom lane this time around, so maybe he's going to buy himself a little bit of time. He's buying Alternate time as well to keep that lane push, keep them away. While this is all happening, Genji continues to build that tier of the Goddess. We know as soon as he gets around the 30-minute mark, he's going to have that the Muramana ready and waiting to be exploded upon Alternate.
Yeah, we've got the Rod of Ages now done here for Alex Itch, and let's see the extra AP and that health and whatever you're going to be stacking in there as things go along. On the other side, a couple of cutlasses coming out, which of course will be turned into those blades of the Rune King in a little while. There's Diamond Darker just waiting in the jungle here. Oh, it's all gone a little bit quiet there, but they're just waiting as Diamond is going to charge around the corner here. Puts a stun down onto the red buff, and he's like, come on, RNA, do you want to play? And RNA says, yes, I do want to stick in for this one. Will it be a bad thing for him, though, as Kerp here on the top lane? Well, not even a contest there. Let's get back to red buff. Now, so that's the interesting part. Diamond did actually take that there. RNA got no red buff, as Darian going to get hammered away here by White Knight and by Creaton, but he's Shen after all, and he's going to walk off from that.
Yeah, he manages to flash Shadow Dash. I thought Diamond was actually going to come around the side, but chose the wiser path because, after all, they're still split pushing. Alex is at the top, Genja's down the bottom. Gambit are just pushing both the bottom lanes and the mid lane right now. Alex actually maybe had to take that turret down, chose not to, instead just to wipe out that lane. So he's managed to come up, kill Kerp. Alex is in dominant form right now. He's got 4-0. He's already managed to get that Rod of Ages. You can see him at the top lane. Nobody dare go near this man right now.
No, and for good reason. We saw what happens to Kerp there, who's got an ultimate that can keep him invulnerable. I mean, that is a lot of damage that's coming out from Alex Ich. You can see that Genja, constant slows coming out. He's got a BF Sword double Doran's Blade in there as well, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, in the top lane, you can see it in the bottom left of your screen, Alex actually flashing in onto Kerp once again, and he's gone very, very low and forced away from that lane. Alex is just bossing this top side of the map.
Absolutely bullying him away. 50 CS advantage over the mid laner of White Knight so far. White Knight can't get close to this one. He's in all manner of problems. He's trying desperately to get some damage out there. But Gambit, they have all three lanes completely dominated. We saw Creaton, while that was happening in the top lane, also come down, have a little poke towards Genja. Genja just turned it back around. Again, Kerp comes down there. Alex H pops the ulti, pushes him straight out of the lane again. Not a chance to get close to this one, while all three lanes continue to be pushed. Alternate have no answer to Gambit right now.
Now Gambit, especially Alex here in this top lane, look at his CS difference. That is just fantastic. And he's pulled that one up at this point. They're finally going to come around and try and cover this top lane, but Darian using the Shen to push this mid lane out. He's Genja, who's free farming once again with big waves on the bottom side of the map. He's now got a 12 or so CS lead over his opponent in this one. He's going to be going back here with a good amount of gold. I think he's been on those items for quite a while right now, so gold should definitely be with him, as it should be with Alex Ich. Yeah, look at that, 1900 for Genja, 2.7 thousand gold for Alex Ich to spend on his way back.
Well, while everybody tries to go up and focus on Alex, he backs away. The mid turret gets pushed. It's Shen that's actually pushing the mid lane. He's meant to be the split pusher. He's going up the mid lane while everybody else split pushes. Everybody's doing their own thing right now. Look at the gold between Diamond and Aranea as well. Look at that. It's nearly 2,000. It's over 2,000 gold now, in fact. He's just managed to stretch that one. Over 3,000 gold now for Alex versus White Knight. There is huge gaps across the map right now. It's nearly 10,000 gold across the board. Just 17 minutes into this game. 3-1 in turrets. Alternate finally trying to collect themselves together and push on towards this mid turret, but they can't do anything. Bearman Pig is there. They dare not go near him.
And one thing that's really important to how this is going for Gambit right now, if we look down at Genja and look how he's playing that bottom lane, he's completely frozen it away from Creaton. And as I say that, he auto-attacks them all down, but he's been doing that for a while now, making sure that Creaton can't come down and farm because he's too far away from the turret. They can't put those wards down for him to be safe from the likes of the Udyr, who's got some prolific speed coming around into the lane, and for the Shen even that could just come in and join him right now. Creaton and Diamond may go head-to-head. Diamond's just waiting around for the blue buff. He's got Darker there to help him as well, and they are going to start off this blue buff, and I don't think Alternate can even dream about challenging for it. They're not.
And just to switch around, blue buff will get taken by Diamond. Alex continues to push the mid lane down, and now Darian off on the top lane. Darian actually getting aggressed upon a slight bit there by Kerp. He still fancies his chances there, although still I'm unsure on that one. But a four-man Gambit down the bottom because they know there's two members of Alternate at the top. There's no chance they can fight for this one. It's going to be an inner turret for free for Gambit.
Yeah, inner turret at least. Not sure if they'll quite push through for the rest of it. That's going to be an interesting one, as Kerp again bullied out by a Shen. Like, it's not a good scenario to be in for them right now, as Creaton actually getting slowed here by the Ashe, and Gambit are going to be going through that. Inhib turret already taking a good beating. Alex Ich and the crescendo from Darker, they're ready to pounce on that one, and Alternate are not trying to put up any challenge to this one. There they finally go. Aranea going in, crescendo lands on 3, and they're going to pounce through, and White Knight is right in there, though, on top of the ultimate from Jarvan. As they do decide to back away, it will actually be a 2-for-1 there. Well, Gambit come out ahead of that one, and they're going to keep pushing for this.
They can still go on towards the inhibitor turret. There's nothing to stop them, and they will take it down. They're just walking through the base of Alternate right now. They tried to fight them, they delayed it, they waited, but of course that's Stand United from Darian. The moment he comes out there, that's the inhibitor going down inside the 20-minute mark right now. Gambit are absolutely on fire. They have a point to prove. They were not happy about last week's results. They were not happy about losing that 6-game win streak, and it's showing. They are absolutely taking it to the #1 team in the European LCS right now.
Well, I'll apologize to you, Demon, there, because I wasn't expecting that they'd have what it takes to push straight through onto the inhibitor turret, never mind the inhibitor itself, but, well, Gambit proving me wrong once again, and they are looking in ship shape right now. An 11,000 gold lead, and that's only getting bigger as they pick up another dragon in this one. And they've just not really, Alternate have not really been a starter. They've been a bit of a non-starter in this game. Gambit really getting it early on. White Knight I feel sorry for him in a way because he's just been hammered in this mid lane early on there. We saw how he had to flash away from Alex, a man who is now up to 180 CS. That's 60 CS, I can't even count now. 60 CS more than what White Knight has. 5-1-1, and he is just on form with this Rise and just showing that, no, he doesn't play Rise for us very often, but when he does, my lord, is it scary.
Alex Hitch has proven that he's not a god and he can actually make mistakes on the blue buff there. Three times it reset. Yeah, 3 times it reset. He's like, God, you die, will you? But he's still stacking up that tier of the goddess, or effectively the Archangel staff, into the Seraphs. He has, of course, just got himself the Glacial Shroud, is it, right now? And that's also going to cause problems because now Kraton can't even do any damage towards him, and White Knight's going to struggle as well because he's starting to get that armor out there. Once that Frozen Heart's built up, he's just going to be a tanky mess. Nobody could deal with him as he was. Kerb tries to come out there. Darian just bullies him straight out. That's another inner turret going down for Gambit, and there's not a great deal Alternate could do about it. They've got super minions pushing in the bottom. It's a perfect split push for Gambit now. They know the super minions are going to push for themselves. You can see that big giant wave about to end towards the base now. And Alternate, they're going to have to deal with this one, or they're going to have to deal with Gambit at the top.
And it looks like they're going to try and clip onto Darian, who just shadow dashes away. Darker here taking damage from Kurt, but he's not too scared of that one. Jerry's going to get burst down by Alex Hitch. And they've not really lost any health in the meantime. Meanwhile, Genja is pushing up the middle lane here. Here comes the arrow across. Not quite the arrow from earlier on, but at least he's used it, I suppose. That's a bonus in my books. And this inhibitor turret is going to fall down, and I can't see how they can stop the inhib either.
They're taking the middle one as well. You can see Genja starting to do work on that turret as well. This inhibitor will go down. Kerp's desperately trying to get close, but I think Alex Hitch really wants to find this kill. He's going to get the root. That's going to be the Rune Prison. Crescendo comes across him. Vulnerability will come out. White Knight's going to get focused. He tries to turn around. Will he have enough to pop? Darian will go down, but Kraton and the rest of the team are collapsing like a deck of cards right now, and Gambit are pulling the aces, and you can see it's going to be the Nexus turret going down. Gambit Gaming are going to rip apart Alternate in a record speed finish here. Fantastic play for them. 22 minutes gone. They have this game sewn up already, and Alternate are going to start this week off with a loss.
Amazing from Gambit. I did not expect them to come out from this. My point was, last week's Gambit that lost both of their games was not the Gambit that won 6 games in a row before that one. But I wasn't expecting a week off for Darian to really bring this life back into Gambit that they've shown here. Looking absolutely unstoppable. Really starting off there with Diamond, his Udyr play, bullying that bottom lane out completely. Genja then using the opportunity of that taken turret to freeze the lane almost on top of his own turret, completely denying Creatine from as much farm as he could. And speaking of farm, that man there that you see on the left, the substitute for this week for Alternate, White Knight, really didn't have much of a chance in that lane against Alex. Bullied out completely, was getting nuked down every time he got near that one. And then Alex went off to farm that top lane with the Rise, and well, just a dominant performance by Gambit, and it's just a great sign for, I think, for the league right now. Alternate with a top team at 8 for 2, Gambit now moving up to 7 for 4. Things are still wide open.
And I think we just saw White Knight there going, what happened to Alex? You just ran over me. Yeah. But more importantly, with Diamond on Udyr, fantastic play, but like you said, but surely if they knew that was coming, they needed some crowd control. They needed something to stop him. And straight from the start, I think Gambit were like, we know what they're picking. We've got them here, because there was nothing at all to stop them. Last time he picked it, there was 5 CC crowd control champions available to control him. That's why he just couldn't do a thing. This time around, absolutely nothing to stop him. He was just running rampant at the start, and that just bought time for every single lane. And we saw it there, all 3 lanes. When all 3 lanes are winning like that, you're pretty sure you've lost the game.
Yeah, and I mean, the Kayle at the bottom lane, obviously, up until level 6, can't really survive what that Udyr Doran's play, Tiger Stance coming at him. I mean, he flashed in, stunned him up, and killed him under the tower. Like, that is ridiculous.
I've got a turtle shell, and I'm fine.
And I'm a tiger/bear at the same time. Just not really very nice dreams, I think, that Kerp's going to be having after that game.
He wants his Shen back.
Can I have Shen, guys, please, next time? But Darian himself, we should mention him because, as we said, was ill last week, came back into it this week, and he looked brilliant on that Shen. Perfectly timing that first Stan United that, you know, it looked like Diamond, who was, I think, 2-0-2 by then, was finally going to have a bit of a shutdown and put back in his place, was like, ha, You forgot about Shen.
You
He's
forgot
just hit
about
level
Shen.
6. Level 6 comes in there, gets a taunt across, and the rest of the Gambit team just collapsing. And really, it just was so well executed across the board. I didn't really see anything there from Gambit that I said, oh, they did that wrong, because I don't think they did in that game.
There's a couple of things that you can take from this game. A, anyone that's playing Gambit this week, you may be in trouble right now because they look on fire. And B, Alternate themselves, after a defeat like that, second defeat to Gambit as well, by the way, are looking a little bit shaky right now. The fact that Lord is there, we talked about it at the start, how much RNA and Lord, that partnership seemed to work hand in hand with one another, didn't really look like it was there. RNA had to be down the bottom lane. He had to protect that turret. It worked to start with because it was our Alternate that took the first turret at the top, and they did defend out that bottom. But you got to wonder at what presence, because there was no help for White Knight in that mid lane. RNA we've seen so often going to help Lord, getting that ball rolling, starting to give them the pressure, but he had to be down that bottom lane, and Genja he was quite happy to carry on farming. And it actually allowed Darker, I think it was for a while, Darker, Darien, and Diamond were in the mid lane. Genja was off the bottom on his own. Alex, nobody wanted to go near him because he was a beast at that time. He didn't even get a chance to finish off the Tear of the Goddess. Neither did Genja, because the game didn't go on that long. 22 minutes long, game over.
Yeah, and that was the real problem for them. They couldn't stop Alex in what he was doing, which was constant pushing, constant farming. You saw Kurt went in there. He's like, no, I'm Kale. I've got my ultimate. I should at least be able to get him low enough to force him out of the lane. Not really. He got nuked down instantly. And even the second time he came in, thinking, okay, last time I did plenty of damage to him, so now surely after respawning, I can force him out of the lane. Actually, no, he had to back away from that once again. So just overall, Gambit starting off as they carrying on as they started off, I suppose we can say, if we completely forget about last week, because this was a different Gambit completely to what we saw lose 2 games.
Absolutely. Vitaly will be happy right now back in Moscow, along with all the Russian fans. But I do believe that Jason is standing by with the insight on the first 2 games.
Thank you for that, Demon and Joe. I forgot your name for a little bit there, even though I just watched you cast the last 2 games. But we're changing things up a little bit. We're going to do this little bit of analysis for the last 2 games. So we're going to go back, start with Fnatic versus Meteor Makers, which honestly was an intense first game. So 40 seconds in, we actually saw the first blood go down, which was actually for Fnatic. It was over onto Soaz on his Elise, got that first kill, but Meteor Makers turned around, picking up 2 kills. And I want to point something out. Both kills went to Kuban. However, he actually lost his lane in terms of CS and how it went overall. We see that actually during the game, Sana was doing quite a bit of counter jungling. He took away, the blue buff from Meteor Makers, really tried to keep Makade down on that Nocturne. Took away some other camps as well, just to keep him under leveled. Don't let him hit that level 6 as early as he really wants to start these ganks going on. But Meteor Makers, they were doing very well throughout the entire game. They had a couple of really good team fights around the 27-minute mark. They had, like a 2-for-4 around Dragon. And it's a little unfortunate because you'll see in this replay coming up, they had a very good team composition. They had something called, it's not the ball delivery system this time, it's the bomb delivery system, where we saw it was Charu actually bomb up either Zac or bomb up Nocturne, have them go in, and then have the bomb explode around them, do the extra damage, and also have the ultimate for a little bit of safety. And I believe one of the last times we saw that was actually during EMS with Gambit when they ran Olaf in the top lane. So here's actually the replay. It's about 32.5 minutes in, 11-14 in favor of Meteor Makers. However, the gold was in favor of Fnatic. So I want to point out something real quick. As you just see the position around the map, so you have Makade. He's actually going to cause the whole initiate to happen. You have Soaz right here, and I want you to keep your eye on Soaz as we're going to start this replay up, because it really just sets the fight going. He actually does something very important during the fight. We can start the replay any time now. There we go. There we go. So you're going to see them actually go for the hard engage here. But what Fnatic does is they back it up. They just try to kite the entirety of Meteor Makers. And let's go ahead and pause it right here real quick. As you notice, Makade, he's very low on health. And we're not going to pause, but he's very low on health. And before anyone of Meteor Makers can even get there to attack, he actually goes down. The Crescendo actually ended up going onto only Makwe. It shut him down. And you just see them kiting away. Even Makade, he's sticking a Yellow Star, and in the end, it wasn't that good of a trade, obviously, as it was a 5-for. It was a perfect ace and a Baron on top of that. So that's it for that replay. But overall, I mean, Fnatic, all they wanted to do was just kite as much as possible, make it so Meteor Makers couldn't really engage the perfect way they wanted to. During that fight, Soaz was in the back lines. He actually kept Mackler busy the entire time. Mackler didn't attack until, I believe, 2 of his teammates were even dead. So they shut him down, even though he was very strong in that game. And it was a very good, very solid win for Fnatic with that new lineup in the bottom lane. But we also have, in that last game, as you saw, Gambit versus Alternate. And that was a very one-sided match, you have to say. Alternate, unfortunately, weren't able to get going. And it's all because of that Barret, all because of that sound you hear Diamond make whenever I talk to him. But I want to point out a couple things before we actually fully get into it, is that Diamondproxy started with the Blade of the Rune, or not Blade of the Rune King, that'd be kind of overpowered right now, the Doran's Blade. And because of that, he was able to take red very quickly, he was able to farm up very quickly, and able to put out extreme damage with that Tiger stance. So actually, yeah, no, let's do a little bit more. So we actually had Alex get 11-minute Rod of Ages in this game. And as a Ryze, getting a Rod of Ages that early is perfect. Like, that's the position you want to be in. If you get something like that early on, no one can trade you one versus one, as we did see in the end. And he was able to pretty much just control the game himself. Let's go ahead and start this replay up and just show you exactly what's going to happen here. It's over towards the mid lane, as we'll get there in a few seconds. But you see Ash actually get the arrow up. Genja lands this arrow. As we pause it right here real quick, if we can do that. You're going to see Diamond. He gets condemned into the wall. And Joe and Demon pointed this out during the actual game, is that they throw everything possible at him, everything they could, and they could not kill him. So let's start the replay up. You're going to see him get condemned into the wall. You're even going to see the Zac ultimate come, or not the Zac, the Zed ultimate come down onto him, even the knockup out of Aranea, and they just cannot kill him. He ends up flashing away. They get 2 kills, and the game just really snowballed from there. And that was really the end of that replay, as we see. But Diamondprox, I want to point this out. 20 minutes in, he was level 12. He was actually ahead in 4 levels compared to Aranea. The top lane for Gambit was ahead in one level. The mid lane was 4 levels ahead, and also the AD carries were 2 levels ahead. So not only were they beating them in just terms of kills, they were beating them in terms of levels with the whole composition they have. That's exactly what they want to do. Makes them a lot more stronger, especially even if they don't get the items necessarily built up. And I believe that's actually about it. So we're actually going to head over to Shox, who has an interview, I believe, with Alex Ich.
Absolutely, Jason. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm welcoming Alex Ich here in the interview lounge after a fantastic performance on Ryze. Is that all because your beloved Darien is back in the top lane?
So Diamond said that he was sick before the game and we need to end it fast so he can relieve.
No, but seriously, amazing game. Talk us a little bit through Bantam picks on their part. They had a Kayle, and you were up against Zed in the mid lane and White Knight. What was your experience?
So the most interesting part about that you don't know anything about the enemy player. He's not even like mid player. I mean, he plays any lane, and I just didn't know what he plays at all. So it is like, okay. And when Kayle was picked, I'm like, okay, Kerp didn't play Kayle, maybe it's Kayle mid. Okay, Ryze is fine. And then Zed is coming mid, and actually that matchup, I thought that it can be bad for me, but I was pretty used for it, and I watched a lot of this matchup and played it a lot, so it went easy for me.
And Diamond went for Udyr. Now, last week, his Udyr performance wasn't the best. Why do you think it worked this time around? Is it just because your team is complete once again?
Yeah, I actually think that he didn't have Darien, his like dive body, that everyone tells. So he plays like his Udyr exceptional Doran Blade build, and it helps him. Like he can really hard dominate, and after like first 2 kills, he got so much advantage that he could just snowball it.
Okay. Talk us a little bit through the mindset and the practice in your team the last week around, because a team of your caliber going 0-2 last week must have not been easy to bounce back from.
It was like the week that you need to forget about. I mean, like we got the substitute and we played not really well, like everything going against us, so we just forgot about it and trained for the next week, and I think it's working fine for us at the moment.
Absolutely. Congratulations once again on a fantastic game on Ryze. Now, the Lemon Dogs and Evil Geniuses are just 2 of the teams locked in the 4-way tie in the standings. Will Lemon Dogs' surprise roster swap give them an advantage against Snoopy and his crew? Stay tuned to find out as EJ takes on Lemon Dogs after the break. Welcome back to week 4 of the summer split here in our packed studios in Europe, where we're about to get into Evil Geniuses versus Lemon Dogs. Now, the Lemon Dogs also changed up their roster last week as they swapped out their support player, We Will Failer, for someone you might remember from the summer promotion tournament. Check it out.
It was obvious that things weren't working for a long time, even before we played the summer promotion tournament, and it just all built up to this.
Our support really didn't mix well with the thoughts of the team. There was no synergy in bot lane. It was really not working out very well.
This replacement is different than just searching for a player as we had before, because now we have to rebuild team synergy. We had a discussion with Lemon Dogs, the company, and from there they just helped us out with making the swap, and it was a big relief when we finally made the decision.
I am Mithy. I play support for Lemon Dogs. My team sadly disbanded. My head was a mess, and then luckily I got an offer from Lemon Dogs, and since I was a free agent and I was free to take the offer and join the team.
Well, we've already recognized him as a very good support player since a few months, and we've had him as a sub in our roster since the start. The bot lane is going much better than usual. We talk much more.
It's just we've only been playing for a few days.
So we just play a lot, as much as possible, and the more we play, the better we get.
From what I've heard, Fader was actually more of a strategist than I am. I don't think the support had anything to do with the losses of the team. It was more of bad calls. I hope I can maybe add something to that decision-making and make it better.
I would say that the lack of practice in the first few weeks definitely hit us hard, and we didn't really perform as well as we should have. But now that things have settled down and we can start practicing a lot more, things should be going uphill from here.
Well, I don't think we felt behind at all, actually. It's more about synergy than skill. What the problem is, I don't think I'm worse than Fader. I'm not also saying I'm better than Fader, but I don't think I'm worse at all.
Oh, well, even though we have very strong opponents this week, we felt that this replacement was the right thing to do.
Yeah, I'm convinced that we made the right decision, and the training is going okay for now, and we're just looking to improve from here.
Now, we, of course, remember Mithy from the summer promotion tournament where he played with Wizards. Let's find out if he's got some magic in store for us with D-Man and Jason.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our next match. Evil Geniuses are facing off against the Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, these two teams last met in Moscow, and it was the longest match of that weekend that gave Evil Geniuses, a much-needed win. So let's take a look at the lineups for both teams.
Yeah, let's check it out, of course. It is going to be the blue team lineup this time around. It will be Evil Geniuses starting out, of course. The top laner, it will be Wicked. Snoopy in that jungle. Froggen as the AP mid, or AD, or whatever the hell type of
whatever
mid
he wants to play
whatever he likes to play these days. Yellow Pete, or YOLO Pete, as he's been known a lot of times lately, as the AD carry, and Crepo alongside him as the support.
And of course, on the red side for Lemon Dogs, Zorzor going to be in that top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck middle, and then of course we're going to see that new support player, if I can say it, for Mithy for Lemon Dogs with tabs.
Yeah, let's just hope nothing goes wrong this time with Mithy in the studio. But before we start, let's check out what you guys have been voting over on lollysports.com for this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like 81% of you think that Evil Geniuses will win this one, and I don't know about that.
That's
I mean, both
big.
teams, that's very one-sided, and I believe last week, if I'm not mistaken, the teams that vote, or whoever voted for the team to win, that team lost.
They're
Like,
2
whoever
for
had the
2
higher
so far, though.
percentages.
They're 2 for 2
Okay.
so far today, so they're looking good. Of course, this match currently stands at 1-1 with the Lemon Dogs and DreamHack picking up the victory. But Evil Geniuses, they managed to get their own back at Moscow. What's today going to bring?
Hopefully, an action-packed game with because both these teams are stuck in that fourth-way tie for 5th place right now. This week's matches are going to determine who will break through and separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Lemon Dogs, Evil Geniuses actually have very, very similar playstyles. You can compare their lanes pretty much directly to each other, where top lane's pretty similar in terms of playstyle, same with middle, same with jungle. But the big exception is actually the bottom lane, where we have Yellow Pete. He's very reserved. He's very, I'd say a little bit defensive. He just wants to farm, doesn't want to fight. But Tabs, he is aggressive. He likes to get in your face. He likes to fight you. And Mithy, he might give him that little bit of support that he needs to do that.
Well, what are we thinking from picks and bans? I mean, I'm hoping to God that we don't get a Malphite Zac at the top lane between Wicked and Zorzor. Because that's the two champions, and that's just going to, oh man, that's just going to be horrible to watch.
It would be very long to watch. But I wouldn't be surprised to see actually a Jace ban taking away from Frog, and he's 2 for 2 so far on that. So why let him play that again? And of course, I don't know. There's like a lot of different champions. Snoopy, if you can get him out of his comfort zone, typically you have a better chance to win, because he seems to not be so impactful like he really needs to be, like on his Jarvan. So maybe you want to target him there. But if anything, it's definitely going to be around the middle and jungle. I don't really expect any top lane bans necessarily, or really any AD carry support bans.
And it was interesting because he played Nunu last week, and that's a champion that so many times EG have been trying to get him to play, and he played it and they lost horribly. So maybe he's just going to go, well, I tried it, guys. You know, the typical, I tried, it didn't work, so I'm going to switch it around. Froggen seems very happy at the moment. It's interesting to see what's going on with him. Maybe he's... Maybe something's happening in the stream, who knows?
he was also sending me sweet nothings a little bit earlier.
Is he? He was. Is he going to try and wink at the camera, maybe? I think every time he's tried, I'm not surprised he's given up, because every time he tries, he fails. There is Tabs, of course, on your screens. How is he going to fit in with Mithy, the new champion, and the new player alongside new support? There he is.
Here first, Riot.
And if you see this man, beware, ladies and gentlemen, because last time he played, we had a 3-day delay.
I kind of hope they troll us right in the beginning. They pause it within, like, was it a minute 40 or was it 2:40?
Oh, I don't know. It was horrible either way. It gives me nightmares. And the fact that it's Mithy and Evil Geniuses, I am coming out in sweats right now. Cold sweats. Looks like the sweat's coming out for Snoopy as well, because it's pretty damn hot here in Cologne.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually have a change of clothes with them. Something relaxing, maybe like a sleeping bag to sleep in, expecting
sleeping bag?
Yeah. You never have a sleeping bag?
No, I know, but why would you bring it to the studio, man? It's pretty warm here.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it is. But, you know, looking at the roster changes we've had last week with Ninjas in Pajamas, bringing in 3 new members, they ended up going 2-0 that week, and we were kind of surprised. Well, I mean, it was like a happy surprise, where we expected them to maybe have a little bit of trouble as they went towards the late game, which they honestly did, but they were able to control the game long enough, able to get a lucky Baron still against Gambit, to just give them that 2-0. And, you know, looking at Lemondog's side, I'm really curious, because supports, like, they don't really get enough credit sometimes about what they really can do in late in terms of the aggression they can really apply, in terms of letting your AD carry know, which I believe it was Crepo and Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete says, Crepo tells me when to be aggressive. I just sit there and farm until he wants to make a move. So we see how it's actually going to change things up.
Absolutely. You've got to be very careful with those happy surprises. And obviously the supports we have built up, well, they all get kicked out. They all leave the European LCS. Edward and N-rated. Who's going to be next? Crepo is like, oh, I'm on the line now. I'm in trouble. But we do see Evelyn Jarvan being banned out. Jason Twisted Fate. Standard bans coming out as well so far. Of course, what are EG going to ban next? There are a few champions I'm looking at towards Shen, possibly Kennen being banned out, so they don't want to see that one. Nuke Duck has played it a few times in that mid lane. What will be the final ban choice? Will Evil Geniuses get Thresh?
That is a really good point. That he is available in Mithy. He didn't play him back in the Summer Promotion Tournament, where he played Lulu twice, but they just take away Nunu. So they're not really afraid of Snoopy on Nunu, because he obviously didn't do too well last week, but they do actually lock in the Thresh right away. So Crepo, I bet he... Wow.
Whoa.
So we'll get to that in a second, but Crepo, I mean, he loves that Thresh bottom, and he called himself the Thresh Prince. Unfortunately, Edward was the king, but he's going to be able to have that. And then, of course, the Lissandra Lee Sin. That was locked in extremely fast.
They wanted them champions, that's for sure.
That leads me to believe that they knew Evil Geniuses would pick up that Thresh, and they're like, all right, we're prepared for that. We have champions we want to pick up, and it looks like potentially Dexter's going to give us a go on that Lee Sin. However, he actually still is very strong mid lane.
And surprise, surprise, it looks like Wicked's going to be playing Zac, because who would have thought it? You know, that's all he ever tweets about right now. I don't think he actually plays any other champion, because he's very happy on that champion.
Well, it's a very strong champion. I mean, we saw with the Meet Your Makers game. Fortunately, they lost that against Fnatic, but just the initiate out of your jump is just so ridiculous, as they do go for a Twitch. So it looks like we're going to have a relatively aggressive bottom lane here if they do go into that 2v2, though. If Tabs does lock in that Caitlyn, I would assume it would be a 2v1 lane in the end then.
Well, we could also be getting support Fiddlesticks for the second game running. Didn't work out for Jayri in the last match. Let's see whether it works out for Mithy this time around. It could be a mid lane. We haven't seen a mid lane Fiddlesticks for, I don't know when, a very long time. But Tabs on Caitlyn, again, this is another champion that is comfort champion. It's one he always goes with, and this could be a comfort champion here. If Maokai gets selected, that is a champion that Snoopy is probably best at.
Yeah, I was actually thinking he might go for that, considering Jarvan and Nunu already taken away. So looks like he might go for that. It gives you very, very strong ganks early on. Not to mention the big key about that, what's perfect about Maokai, the ultimate, the AoE damage reduction that you get. So Alessandro is going to AoE ult you, a Fiddlesticks, that reduces so much damage, gives you the opportunity to keep your team alive, and you should be able to lock that one in. But I'm actually surprised, Demon, that there's no Draven pick. because he's so strong now. Or not now, he's always been really strong, but everyone realizes he's really, really strong at this point. North America plays him quite a bit. We even saw him played earlier on today, but it looks like they're just going to let that one slide.
Yellow Pete obviously sees something different with the rat. And there's he toying with our hearts. He's not. It's going to be Anivia once again locked in, Froggen. And he did say he's going to do an Amma every time he loses with Anivia. Which may have to happen because he lost last week.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but this is very reminiscent of what Evil Geniuses love to do. So back in Season 2, they had, whenever Froggen get Anivia, they actually ran usually Cho in the jungle. Not Joe, he didn't get to play in the jungle.
Joe didn't play in the jungle.
But Cho in the jungle, because they would time a wall with a silence, so you couldn't flash over. So you could lock someone down, blow them up right away. It's kind of almost the same thing in terms of if you can wall them, land a Thresh Hook, maybe land on the Twisted Advance, maybe land a knock-up out of Zac, then you can lock them there, you can blow them up with this team very easily. But I'm curious if they're able to have that opportunity, because they have a very mobile team in terms of Lissandra can get over the wall since you don't have a silence. Lee Sin can obviously get over the wall. And also Caitlyn can.
Zed being selected right now, just 8 seconds left. Are they going to switch it up? Mithy having discussions with his team. You can see him there on your screens. The new man, the new support. It is a permanent roster change as well. And it does look like it's going to get locked in. So does this mean Zoro Zero is going to be playing Lissandra, or will he be taking Zed? We see Nuke Duck on Zed right now. We'll see how that switches around as they all do their rotations. Are we seeing anything special with the summoner spells? Not a great deal. No teleports, nothing crazy out of the ordinary either. We are seeing a Flash Ignite from Crepo, so he's looking to be the aggressor as the support, but it looks like it will be Zoro Zero in the top lane with Lissandra. And this is the second time, or probably a good few times, we've seen Lissandra in the top lane now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Darren do it, we've seen Soaz do it.
Yep.
It's worked out well, it's also not worked out well for some teams, but what's getting me is, I think it's going to be a 2v1 lane for Evil Geniuses. So we're going to have Wicked up against the AD carry support lane of Lemondogs, which works out pretty well because he's Zac. You know, obviously the passive, he can heal up off of his blobs, but you mentioned the Flash Ignite out of Crepo on the Thresh. I mean, they want to be very aggressive. They want to catch someone and kill them with the Twitch, and they have the opportunity to do that, especially if it is a Lissandra lane they're up against.
You know what always gets me with Froggen is you all see him in this. Once he's in the mindset, the action, he is talking non-stop. Yet outside of the game, you won't get it. He's pretty talkative, but nothing like you see him in this game. He's like aggression, non-stop shouting. There's all sorts. He loves to play League of Legends. And it's funny, like, the discussions with him is like, oh my, like during the spring break, which is a bit weird to call it the spring break. The break between the spring and the summer season. I won't call it spring break. It's not college here, ladies and gentlemen. But during that break, like, everybody went off on the holidays and I just wanted to play League of Legends. Yeah. He is happy to play it 12 hours a day.
Yeah, actually, if I'm not mistaken, he does pretty much every day of the week. He loves League of Legends. He never gets tired of it. And honestly, you have to respect that. Also be a little bit scared of it at the same time. and I've always imagined Froggen while they're playing the game. It sounds like a heavy death metal kind of song. Like the lead singer screaming, and I imagine that's Froggen every time.
Well, I do remember the Season 2 montage video that we had just before the World Finals. Him starting going boom! It didn't actually quite come across how loud he shouted it as well. But we are about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Lemondogs right there on your screen as the red team and the blue team. This time, Evil Geniuses. Set your clocks, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming up to 8:20 here in Germany. These two teams have been known to go a fairly long time. They have a pretty big average time. We're not saying it's going to be a long game. It could be a quick, short, action-packed match, which we really hope it is. Absolutely love them craziness. But stats say it could be a long one.
Stats definitely say that, but we talked to Lemondogs a little bit earlier today, and they said they've actually switched up their style a little bit, so we could see some very early games out of them.
Not sure. That was Dexter, and I'm not sure if
it sounds like he could troll a little bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Dexter just trolling. He's like, no, the game will be over in like 20 minutes. I was like, is that good or bad? Yeah, you surrendering there, or what's going on? But they are all stood on the ward. They are going for an invade in towards the red buff area of Evil Geniuses. Evil Genius is doing the exact same, going in towards that Wraith camp. Crepo will place that ward down, and looks like Mithy has done the exact same. Not too sure whether they're going to stick around. Doesn't look like Lemondogs want to stick around, but Evil Geniuses seem to be setting up camp in the red buff.
It looks like exactly the same words on both sides, but both teams know where each other are. Obviously, Lemondogs were able to spot Evil Geniuses going into their jungle, but instead of actually taking anything away, both teams are just going to back away and obviously take their own buffs, and it looks like they just want to get that vision on Dexter. They want to know where Lee Sin's going, and don't let him have that early game impact that he typically can have.
We are seeing the blue buff start by the looks of it for Snoopy. And looks like it's going to be a blue buff start for Lemondogs as well. Of course, remember, we are on patch 3.8, I should say. 1 point. We're way back. Patch 3.8, so no minions will spawn till 155, so obviously not really going to be starting off with anything, although telling light, he's going to be starting off at Wolves regardless, looks like, just before the blue buff, whereas Snoopy's going to be starting straight at the blue, so his blue will be starting earlier. Meanwhile, we're seeing Golems actually being taken in that top lane, so it's going to be a 2v2 top lane, but the Golem advantage will be with the Lemon Dogs. We'll see whether that works out, whether they get to that level 2 earlier on before Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see why, or I want to know why Dexter actually went for his Wolves first, then his blue, because that means Zoro0, he's going to miss out on CS bot lane. He's going to be behind in levels, and Wicked, he plays Zac so often, he's going to know how to kind of use this to his advantage. But we do see Snoopy actually going for an invade here with support from Crepo. And obviously they're going to be spotted by a ward here, but they should be able to take away the threat. Instead, Dexter's respawning, taking away the red buff from EG.
Yeah, he's going straight around there. They had that ward coverage as well. He did have Smite still free, so he's going to go around. That's going to be an easy takeaway for him. Immediate reactions, like you mentioned, Snoopy using that Smite of his own there. I don't think anyone's going to be able to react to Dex. Dexter's going to get taken very low by this one, but will take it down nevertheless, and has that lifesteal. Ping's going down and looking like they may try and go for an early gank in the top lane. Nope. They knew that, for the fact that Twitch was on his own, they expected the red buff, and they expected Snoopy to be coming out of that bush, in which case he is still stood in the tri-bush. He's still not going anywhere. We are seeing the bottom lane invade, though. Dexter's going in towards Wicked here.
Able to pick this one up, but should be able to just jump away. It's really hard to lock down a Zac, and they weren't able to blow any summoners, so it didn't work out, unfortunately, for them, as Snoopy finally spotted by a ward, but he actually takes out a pink ward, so that means there's no more wards in the top lane for Lemon Dogs. They're going to have to play very passive, and that's not what you want to necessarily do as a Caitlyn. You want to be farm up as much as possible, but luckily for them, they can take these double golems.
Yeah, straight back to the double golems, keeping that experience farming. Looks like the Wraiths are going to be taken. Both junglers completely countering each other right now. See, Snoopy's going to take away the whole Wraith camp there. We also saw Dexter's just done the same. He doesn't take the whole camp, though. Not so greedy. Wants to cover off that one. Snoopy returning back towards the top lane, that tri-bush. You mentioned the fact that they have pushed up very far. Snoopy may go straight aggressive here towards Tabs, try and burn some flashes out. Goes in towards Mithy. The hook came out as well from Crepo. Not going to land. Snoopy taking a lot of damage, bouncing around. The silence coming out from Mithy, but he walks away without any problems.
A little bit unfortunate for Mithy to have to blow that flash, but better safe than sorry in the end right there. As we do see Froggen just trying to farm away, and Nukeduck, in terms of CS, he actually has quite a big lead. Froggen's taken a lot of hurt, and Wicked, even bot lane, is doing relatively well. He's keeping up in terms of CS with 0-0.
Well, this is what you talked about as well, because he has that level advantage, and he's managed to really bully it out on 0-0 because he missed out on that start. He started off though Wolves, went for the blue buff a little bit later. It's give just that little bit of impetus to Wicked to bully him out. We kind of expect the bird to be a little bit slower as well before he hits level 6. Once he hits that 6, he's just going to be a farming machine.
Yes, yeah, definitely. As Mithy returns the lane with a pink ward, and when you run a Fiddlestick support, you need a lot of pink wards if you want to be aggressive. Since they're against a Twitch and a Thresh, they don't necessarily want to. But with Dexter coming in, they want to get that advantage. They want to try to get something going on here. And, you know, out of the 2 games Lemon Dogs has played against Evil Geniuses so far, Lemon Dogs got first blood every time.
Oh, the hook's just flashing past Mithy there, stepped away, and actually would have been a bit of a bait for Evil Geniuses because Dexter is sat in that bush just above, out of sight there. And if it had gone for that, that would have been the death, I think, of certainly Crepo, maybe of Yellow Pete as well. As it is, they're being pushed on towards the tower, farming back and forward. It's actually Yellow Pete that's got a big CS advantage building over Tabs, despite the fact they've been effectively, he was in that lane on his own for a short period of time.
Yeah, that's due because of the pressure that that Super really pulled. As we see a gank in the bot lane.
Snoopy goes in, manages to get the twisted advance. The knockup comes out there. Oh, look at that. They flashed exactly to where 0-0 is going to go, but it looks like 0-0 will get away with this. Summoner spells were burnt by both top laners, but it means that he gets away free.
Yeah, Snoopy's been working this Maokai very well so far, blowing 2 flashes right now. If he can keep that up, he should be able to pick up a gank relatively soon. But as you mentioned, the CS lead that Yellow Pete has, all due to how Snoopy's been sitting in the top lane. He's kind of been babysitting a little bit just in terms of applying that pressure. And hopefully Yellow Pete, if he does go Blade of the Rune King, will be able to 1v1 Caitlyn relatively soon.
Dexter's going to make his way down. He can come across in towards the bush. There's no wards, remember. Wicked always does this. He's always very, I wouldn't say cautious. He just doesn't put the wards down.
He's been very vocal about saying, if I play, I'm going to imagine the jungler's never there.
Yeah, he's quite confident to just get out of these situations, and he may well have to burn his ultimate if he manages to get to level 6 in time. Dexter, of course, just lingering off the side there. We do see Snoopy making his move in towards the top lane as well, maybe trying to get a gank. And actually, if they show themselves down the bottom, that's going to make them go aggressive in the top. It's going to be Mithy. They get caught on towards him. Mithy will go down. No flash this time around. It will be Yellow Pete that picks up the kill. No! No, Snoopy got it.
It was a sapling. He's like, yes, I'm going to pick up the kill. As you do see it, Wicked going in bottom again, but he's actually being baited in.
He's actually not, because we already see that Zoro went out of the fight the moment Dexter went in, so Wicked actually bullying out in a 2v1. And honestly, you look at the hit points, he's come out on top there.
That door and shield, that extra regen, and also the blocking of auto attack damage is actually very strong because Zoro, he actually has 8 flat armor pens, so you wanted to auto attack him out a little bit, really try to harass him as much as possible. As Snoopy, he's waiting for a gank on the mid lane, but Nukeduck, he has his flash, he has his shadow clone, so it shouldn't be that easy for him to pick something up.
And you gotta wonder, should Snoopy have gone back to Maokai earlier, because it's looking like a very good start for Evil Geniuses here. Very aggressive play as well across all the lanes. He's certainly creating the problems.
The thing about Maokai is you can't really duel him, or he can't really duel anyone in the jungle when you cross the river, but they've kept a ward down towards Wraith Camp pretty much this entire game, and because of that, he hasn't been, well, he's been countered, but he's been counter jungling back as well, so he's not really falling behind. He's actually doing fairly well so far, and with that kill under his belt, he's able to pick up his items a little bit quicker and get that tankiness they're going to need.
And this is the farming push that Froggen needs. He hit 6, and already hit 7, sorry, and you can see the moment he does it, CS is straight back on. 63 to 63, all square with Nukeduck. But the AD carries, you can see big gap being built up by Yellow Pete here. Massive advantage, in fact, 40 plus CS ahead.
And you look back and wonder, if We Will Failure was playing support, would it have been the same thing in this case? Because you always wonder, you know, adding someone new to the team at this point in the season is very dangerous. And right now, Lemon Dogs, it's not working out for them.
Yeah, you always have to wonder, I mean, because the support does a whole lot more. He is all about bullying out that lane, keeping the pressure off, stopping that CS. And Yellow Pete, he doesn't seem worried at all. Of course, they have allowed that thresh in there that Crepo keeps flinging out those hooks. So that in itself is a problem. But Mythy, he's coming in. He's got some big boots to fill.
The biggest problem I think they have in the top lane is the fact that Crepo has Thresh. You put the Lantern behind you, Snoopy can, you know, obviously take that Twisted Advance in, and you can fear all you want. If he's Twisted Advance into you, he's gonna land that snare, and that means you can land that hook with Crepo, especially when Mythic doesn't have that flash, or he does have the flash available right now.
Yeah, looking towards the mid lane. Let's see what they've gone back and buy. We do see the Seeker's Arm Guard's actually coming out from Frog, and he's making sure he can defend off with that armor against Nukeducks on Zed. We did see Zed being played in the last match, of course, by White Knight. Not quite so successful against Alex Hitch's Rise. This time around, it seems to be working a little bit better for Nukeduck against Frog and Zanivia.
And especially since Zed was nerfed a little bit back in 3.7, where he can't wave clear as fast. When you're against a Nivea, you have a really hard time. But right now, because of that ward, they're being spotted here. They wanted to go for a red steal again, but Dexter, it's not there anymore, and he's actually going to miss out on it.
Yeah, and he's even going to find a sapling chasing him as well. We do see just off the side, it's going to be Mythy. He's going to come in towards Froggen. Froggen throws that ultimate down, tries to turn it back around, but the fear was enough to turn it back around. He will get egged, but he's on the tower. Is it going to be enough? The ultimate kick, very good kick there coming out from Dexter. It's Nukeduck that's going to pick up the final kill.
And now 3 for 3 for Lemon Dogs with First Blood against Evil Geniuses, and that silence for the flash. Wow, I can't even speak. The fear and the silence coming out of Mythy was able to lock Froggen down long enough for them to get that kill, and now off the back of that, they actually lane swap, putting Caitlyn down bottom, and they're going for Dragon. So Zoro, he's able to get a little bit more farm up here, and Lemon Dogs, they're going to get a free Dragon off of this.
They needed to claim this one, but look at the top lane. Because Zoro backing away, he realizes that Snoopy's probably going to try and counter him here, and there's going to be a 3-man stack on that top turret. Gold is just 200 between them right now. Of course, with that Dragon going down, the first one of the game for the Lemon Dogs, but Zoro's got to be very cautious played here, because Snoopy is waiting in the wings to jump on him, and that will be the first turret of the game going to Evil Geniuses.
Actually, or will it? Because right now, Lemon Dogs are pushing bottom right now, and Wicked, I guess you should be able to hold on to this Mythy getting very low, but they are going to go in. Actually, they try to go in, and they realize, wow, he's a lot stronger than I thought he was, and they have to back away.
He may actually be able to turn that into a couple of kills as well. He had Let's Bounce, didn't bother chasing for it, and Dexter, I don't think, was quite expecting so much damage to come out towards him. Like you said, he is much stronger than they were expecting. So, tower down, first one of the game for Evil Geniuses. Which will be the second? Will it be this bottom turret? We do see Wicked launching himself back in on Mythy. If he pops out the Let's Bounce, he has been exhausted. Let's Bounce is going to come. He's not going to be able to catch on towards Mythy. He may have baited himself this time around. Has got that passive, of course. Cell Division stands on the trap. Is it going to be enough for Tabs to try and pressure him away? Ace in the hole will come out, but it's not going to be enough to pop that passive.
He just walked right into that trap. I don't know if that was a mistake or him just saying, I'm not scared of you guys, but he does escape, keeps that passive alive, and Snoopy, he's going to pick up some free experience down here because of this push. And Lemon Dogs, they realize we're losing top very hard. Bottom's even losing very hard. We need to pop a lane swap in. We need to get Tabs fed, because a mid-game, Caitlyn is not that strong. Obviously, you need to get a little bit later in the game, get some items built up, And in terms of items, if you look to her counterpart right now, almost has a Blade of the Rune King done.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 CS difference for Yellow Pete as well. Blade of the Rune King almost completed. Mid lane, we see Yellow Pete just show himself, taking a bit of poke as well, but he does protect off that turret. Got it down to half health though, nevertheless, so good push there from Lemondogs to work down that turret the moment that Froggen steps away from the lane, because not often do you get Froggen away from that mid lane.
Yeah, especially with the blue buff, he loves to push as much as possible. He went Ninja Time, but Zorzo is coming in from the back. They're trying to go for a kill on him.
They do manage to put the death mark down. It will pop him where he stands. His passive was not available, and just like that, they wipe Anivia off the map.
So maybe Lemondogs weren't lying when they talked to us earlier, saying they have a little bit of a different play style, because it's working out very well for them, being very aggressive, and they're going to get their their first tower of the game.
That will be the first turret, and this time it is the mid turret. It's a big, important turret to take down. Very well played and very well worked by Lemondogs. They have been focusing Froggen's Anivia. Maybe they were expecting it, who knows, but it has worked out very well for them. Now the bottom lane, we already see Dexter's heading down here. They can't hold this one. The Yellow Pete's going to come down, but it's still going to be dangerous ground. It's going to be a 3v2.
And Mithy is level 7, so he has the ultimate available if he wants to go in and pop, his ultimate obviously and try to fear someone. But like you said, I think this is a very easy tower for Lemondogs.
Well, I feel that Yellow Pete's going to have to pop his spray and pray to try and keep them away from this one. He hasn't quite done it. Comes out of his invisibility. Oh, but he's going to be the ace in the hole. He's taken very low right now. Dexter's already thinking about it. You can see the Crow Storm was available, but immediately we see Wicked and Snoopy coming down around that bottom turret. They were ready and waiting to counteract that.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. If they actually could have turned that around, but Yellow Pete tanking those minions onto the tower took too much damage, being forced to back away and heal up. But he still has that CS advantage. He has a Blade of the Rune King done right now. And I believe, if anything, Lemondogs, they want to start fighting. They have the ability to blow someone up. If they can kill Froggen or Yellow Pete, that pretty much gives them the team fight.
See, Froggen's going to get his blue buff. Be taken away once he finally takes it down. He's going to be using a lot of mana to pick that up. Let's have a look towards this bottom lane. Oh, the hook being thrown out. They thought Mithy was going to step a little bit closer. Wicked in this top lane versus Zoro0. It's actually Zoro0 that's winning out the lane so far in terms of CS, because he went in that mid lane, picked up the kill on Froggen as well, if you recall. But Wicked still managing to bully him away from the minions. He's definitely a problem. He's got that Haunting Guise and Sorcerer's Boots, so he's going for that full-on Magic Pen build. We'll see how that turns around. Yellow Pete back in towards the bottom lane, continuing that CS advantage. It is only 20 CS now, though. It was 30 plus earlier on. Managed to build that Blade of the Rune King as well now, compared to Tabs, who looks to be... I'm not too sure what he's actually going to go towards at the moment.
Should be going Infinity Edge, if I'm not mistaken. You could obviously go Bloodthirster for a little bit of extra sustain, but assuming the whole comp Lemondogs wants to do, they don't want to be defending a fight. They don't want to be engaged upon. They want to be the one engaging, so get that little bit of extra damage.
That's a long wait to get that Infinity Edge. That is a long gap right now.
That's kind of why Caitlyn's kind of weaker in the mid game. You have to get a lot of farm to get items you want. Not to mention your Piltover Peacemaker kind of falls off a little bit towards the mid game.
Oh, they saw the red buff steal coming in there from Dexter. They're going to continue to pursue this one. Oh, the ulti kick Snoopy straight away. Not following me anymore. I've stole your buff and I'm running away with this one. Oh, the hook landing on towards Mithy. Are they going to have anything to follow up? Yes, they will. They pull the rat flying through the air, and that will be Mithy going down. No doubt about it. It's going to be Crepo, though, that steals it out with the Ignite. Yellow Pete didn't quite get the last hit, but it doesn't matter. A kill's a kill.
That was a flying rat. That was pretty awesome to see, but also scary at the same time. But yeah, Thresh, we mentioned it earlier, that's how they got first blood, or how they killed them top lane, because of that Lantern pulling in Snoopy. And it's just, you can never really underestimate it. And it was actually really smart play by Crypto, because he started going in before the Lantern was taken.
Zoro0 thought about getting away from that one. Wicked was there. Froggen is just off down the screen there. You can see him. He'd come up the river, but he actually gone around the jungle path, hoping that Zoro0 would try and escape that route. Instead, he didn't. Maybe saved his life. Snoopy now being focused on. We see Nuke coming around the side. He's going to pop his death mark. Is it going to be enough? That will pop, but it's not going to take down the big giant Redwood.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. And if you get to that point where you can 1v1 someone like the tank, Snoopy actually getting caught again.
Oh, the second time will be a charm, and this time Nuke picks up the kill, but the help of Zoro0. And now they're going to put some pressure on that mid lane, but Froggen is there to defend it.
The timing of that kill was so perfect, because they knew when Dragon was coming back up. They killed the jungler, and considering it's Lemondogs where they like to take Dragons constantly, they should be able to pick this one up when it comes up in about 3 seconds.
I'm going to see Froggen trying to get that Ice Blast onto Dexter. The duo pairing of Yellow Pete and Crepo were also coming up to try and collapse out, but there's some great wards from Lemondogs in that jungle area around the red. They have it fully covered. They know they've got themselves a second free dragon.
It looks like we're watching Meat Makers right now in terms of where the wards are, because Lemondogs typically don't ward up this aggressive, but it shows that they want to keep the aggression. They don't want to be defensive. And if Evil Geniuses are forced to keep doing this, kind of being defensive, it doesn't really... It actually helps them out, because you have an Anivia. Like, how are you going to push against an Anivia? Smithy getting caught right here, but does have Nuke Duck to save him. And Evil Geniuses have a very strong late game team, and that's EG. Why wouldn't you expect that?
Well, what interested me was the interviews that we saw Lemondogs talking about with Nuke Duck, and they weren't cocky for once. You know, at the start of the season, they were like, we're going to win this. It's going to be easy. We got this in the bag. Now it was a case of, well, we've been practicing with Mithy. You know, it's going okay so far. They haven't been like, oh, we're going to win it easy now. Now we've got this support. We're going to change things around. They've been very calm and confident, but they're not letting it show this time around. And so far, it's working very well for them. They have just a 2,000 plus gold advantage right now, 1-1 in turrets, but they've got themselves 2 Dragon Controls, which means that experience will continue to build in their favor. Wicked trying to be clever, but instead he stood on a ward. So Zoro not too fearful of him so far, and he's 30 CS ahead of Wicked now.
Yeah, and he's building that Spirit Visage as well. As Yellow Pete going to go head-to-head against Tabs here, but with Mithy in the bush, he's too scared to chase him down.
He just used the spray and pray as well to clear out that wave, so making sure he doesn't lose that terror. There's not too much longer with it, and he's actually all on his own right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a potential Crow Storm coming out from Mithy in a moment on towards Pete.
It does look like Crepo, I was about to say, might be heading down, but Wicked actually bouncing on top of Zoro. Zoro just gets out of there, not really worried about it. And that's kind of the power of Lissandra. As you see Dexter coming in, he really hasn't been active in terms of making ganks happen. He's just been picking up farm, which is very opposite of RNA, who likes to make the plays happen. Still farming away, still has a CS advantage over Tabs right now.
Well, there's 3 members of Evil Geniuses snacking in that mid lane. They may try and apply the pressure there. It is going to be Crepo, Snoopy and Froggen. Not really a great deal of tower pushing potential there though, so instead they just wipe out that wave, prevent Nuke Duck from pushing down that turret and going back off to their way. Crepo actually heading up. He's going to ward out the Baron, I believe, or maybe just the Tri-Bush. No, it will be a effective Baron ward in the river area, and that will be the bottom turret going down. So Tabs doing work, starting to get himself back into his, but still 20 CS behind Yellow Pete.
Yeah, the whole point of what Lemondogs are doing right now, I think, is that they're actually... Oh, I was waiting to see if Nuke can steal it. Oh, so close, but Lemondogs, they're waiting for Tabs to get his Infinity Edge, and then they're going to start fighting. Like, they're having the problem of not being able to do anything until the 80 carry gets some items, because he's the major siege for the team. But right now, with EG pretty much out of position, they might be able to get this turret down.
Well, as Bruce Lee would say, it's the art of fighting without fighting right now. And of course, with a Dexter in there on Lee Sin, he may well be able to do. You have no idea about that quote, do you?
The way you said it kind of threw me off.
Enter the Dragon, son. Get and watch your film history. You'll figure it out.
They don't say that in Pokemon. You know?
It's 3-1 turrets, ladies and gentlemen, because that was the first inner turret of the turret game going down. And Lemondogs, they have really been playing a very good map advantage right now.
They definitely have, and they've been taking advantage of every opportunity possible where EG, you know, out of position, taking the second middle turret, which you've already touched on. The first middle turret's already really bad to lose early on, but to lose the second one when the enemy team can take away all of your jungle and just kind of strangle you in terms of gold income. And Tabs, he's getting very close to having that IH done, and Evil Geniuses, they see Mithy backing. And they do get the pull!
The hook lands, and that's going to be a dead Mithy, just like that. Absolutely exploded. Big green gooey mess all over the floor.
I looked at him on the camera, he's like, well, I'm dead, as that went down, but EG with him gone, like, oh, Dexter actually got right there, but that shows the mobility of Lemondogs, as we mentioned earlier. It's really hard to lock someone down unless you line up that hook, but they're going to go for this turret push here, and honestly, they should be able to take it.
It's not just the mobility, it's the siege potential that Evil Geniuses have. Of course, it's going to be Zoro locked up. He's going to have to pop his ultimate, tries to keep him away from this one. Let's Bounce was driven out there, but they're not going to be able to get a kill, and they do get forced away from the turret once again.
Yellow P almost picked up that kill onto him, but he's gonna escape just barely. And honestly, they keep the turret alive, just like you mentioned. How's Evil Geniuses gonna siege this turret down? And really not able to at this point, so they're forced to back away. And Tabs is gonna be happy there to pick up all the farm he possibly can.
Yeah, they're just driving it in towards him, and still they hold off. And that mid turret, look at it, it's just not been touched. They had, what, 3 waves of minions there? And that's all they've done to the turret. Actually, I think that was probably just Froggen on his own, maybe, earlier on. So really, they didn't even touch that turret. And maybe just somewhere along the line, one of those quotes that I've spoken about Yellow Pete has to happen.
Well, we'll see if that does. I mean, obviously time will tell, and Nuke Duck...
You don't even know what that is, it?
Nope.
Hit the goddamn tower! Good lord, man. Do you even watch League of Legends? I gotta question this.
No, I was just thinking that there's something developing right now that's very, very deadly for Evil Geniuses, Yellow Pete in particular, is that Nuke Duck, he's ahead in CS, he has 2 kills, has a Blade of the Rune King done, and a Last Whisper. He can die very quickly. Like, if he dives into Yellow Pete, he's gonna be gone. if he dies in a Froggen, obviously he has to escape with the Zhonya, so LP, his position is going to have to be perfect or he's going to get exploded, and that means Evil Geniuses will lose that fight.
We will see. Of course, Crepo with that Oracle will start clearing out those wards, as Evil Geniuses love to do. The crowd goes wild. And they have got a pink ward, actually, at the Dragon. So Dragon will be up in 30 seconds. And Lemondogs, every time that Dragon's been coming up, they've managed to find a kill on a member of Evil Geniuses. Looking like they may well be hunting for it right now. We see Nukeduck hanging around in the bushes down the bottom. Dexter's looking to possibly joining them as well. They can't see that ward that Crepo just placed, I believe, in the Baron pit.
Actually wanted to check it out myself. No, they can't, but we do see Wicked actually heading down from the top side, so it looks like they want to contest it this time. And honestly, with the point in this game, 22 minutes in, if one team wins this fight very heavily, it might actually just be the game for them.
Well, we see the ward abuse, I think it's safe to call it, but well, there's spots like that all around the map. Lemondogs are going to be picking the Dragon up, and it looks like this time Evil Geniuses, for the first time, will try and contest it. We see Nukeduck's just off the bottom there. He's actually thinking of split pushing in. He's going to keep the pressure on the inner turret, but EG, are they going to try and push for the mid turret? They're going to have to try and go and give up one objective here. Looks like it's going to be Wicked going in, trying to draw them out. It's a 4v5 in the river. Nukeduck still getting drawn away to it, but he's keeping the pressure on that bottom turret. Evil Geniuses starting off the Dragon. Are they going to have enough? Is Dexter going to maybe go in for this one? Or are they happy to give it up? Oh, he doesn't land the Q. How did he miss the Q there? I don't know. There was 5 members and he didn't land it on one of them.
Well, it might kind of show that he doesn't play Lee Sin as much as he'd like to. But in the meantime, Nukeduck's going to take that bottom turret. And honestly, trading Dragon for a bottom tier 2 turret is not worth it any day. And it was just, they were stuck at that point anyways. They weren't able to get down there in time or they lose Dragon. So they're like, you know what, we'll take Dragon. They'll back away, we'll let that turret go down. But they need to do something about this because Lemondogs are just getting further and further ahead in terms of gold.
Absolutely, and you say it's 4,000 gold. Oh my word, Wicked might get caught out here. We're going to see Mythic coming around, does manage to land the Fear, but immediately the Ignite on towards him has to flash him away. The Lantern was been thrown out. Wicked will take that Dark Passage, only right next to Crepo though. It's like one of the things, oh, it's there, I've got to click it.
That is exactly what I always do when playing, even if it takes you to a bad spot. But Lemondogs, we haven't seen, have we seen one ultimate out of Mythy so far? I don't think we have.
Nope, no Crow Storms yet.
And that's
he doesn't want to bring the party just yet. It's early days. It's his first game. There's no time to party just yet. They've got to win first.
That is true. And the thing is that with the way it's been going is that Mythy hasn't had the opportunity to really ulti in. So he's kind of, I think in my opinion, like there's their back line. If Evil Geniuses do push, he's going to initiate with his ultimate. But the thing is, if they're the one chasing EG down, they can't really land the ultimate that well. Because obviously Evil Geniuses will be in a really advantageous position. But Froggen picking up blue yet again. And I mean, he always talked about his Nivea. I know you've mentioned this quite a few times that a lot of teams don't ban that against him anymore and he should start playing it more often. But right now, he's not doing that well.
Well, he's not been having to really been gifted any chances, but one thing we do know with Anivia, he can stall the game out. And as it stands, they're going to have to, because we're coming up to the 24-minute mark, and sure enough, EG needs to stall this game out because they are starting to fall behind quite heavily to Lemondogs. They've come back in the past. I don't want to remind you too many times. We have seen it, but that was Season 2. This is Season 3, and they have not done it too many times in this last recent history, I think it's safe to say, probably of the last 6 months.
Mythic actually has an Oracle right now, so it might actually show that Lemondogs, they want to potentially go for Baron relatively soon, and then force an engage in the Baron pit where they're not actually doing it, they're just baiting Evil Geniuses in. As well as Crepo having one too, so he's going to pretty much counter out these wards, and it's all about who can get the slight vision advantage. Right now, Tabs isn't in position, Yellow Pete's heading middle, so EG, they might go for push on this mid turret.
Well, they need to take it down. They've been trying a number of times. This time Tabs is not there to help out, so this would be the best chance that EG have to try and get on towards his turret. They're going to have someone tank it up or just basically take a couple of the hits for them. But unfortunately, they don't have a tank right now. The Aegis of the Legion not quite ready by Snoopy. Not a great deal of armor. The hook actually being thrown out. They call it to Nukeduck. They do have to force him away, but again, no flash was needed, and they are going to finally get some turret damage down there. Zora Zero trying to do what he can. Can they manage to finish off the turret? No, they can't. They're going to have to back away and wait for the next wave.
And now Tabs is here, so he should be able to stop the wave anyways. And Lemondogs, they've had 5 consecutive turrets in a row without Evil Geniuses responding to one, so this is not a good sign for EG, as now they're being forced to go back to defend their turret, and we do see Snoopy going deep.
Very deep play there, and they're going to see him going in towards it. Is this the time to bring all that Crow Storm out? He's going to stand off the side there. Froggen taken very low. He's been egged, and you see that's going to be Yellow Pete getting popped by Nukeduck. Nukeduck just came around the side and absolutely wrecked Evil Geniuses. That will surely beat an ace. Cell division is not going to be enough, and thus like that, wow, what a fight for Lemondogs. Dogs.
And that was with 0-0 kind of missing his ultimate onto the target he wanted to hit on a Froggen. He zoned his, didn't take the damage, but if you were watching Yellow Pete, you probably had to watch really closely because he exploded. Nukeduck went straight for him from the backside, blew him up, and he was out of the fight. And that's just the items that they have. This current advantage for Lemondogs with the first inhibitor going down, having almost 10,000 gold at this point. I mean, they're looking like a completely different team.
Absolute brilliant engagement, brilliant fight. And honestly, it was kind of Lemondogs just went down the side and it's like, well, if you want to fight us, you're going to have to come right at us from an awkward angle. And EG were like, oh, sure, we can do that. Oh, wait a minute. And we saw Snoopy going in. And honestly, sometimes that twisted advance can be that problem. He went in. I didn't see who he put it on.
It was on Lee
Dexter?
Sin. He flashed. No, he actually safeguarded away.
Oh,
and it pulled him into his team. So he's like, crap, I'm kind of stuck here.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? I'm pretty sure everybody has done that at some point or another. But as it stands, Evil Geniuses, they're going to try and react. They're finally going to push for that middle turret. Can they get it down? Because they've just lost themselves 5 straightforward, simple kills. No, can't get near it.
I'm thinking of Joe right now. He always mentions this. He's actually talked to Asa about it a couple times of, you know, you take a team's turret and you end up backing, then the enemy team takes that same turret back on you. But they're back in time. They're defending the middle turret, and they're not letting anything go. They don't want to let Evil Geniuses get back in this game at all. And Lemondogs, I think they definitely have changed their style, considering they took that inhibitor about 20 minutes quicker than they normally do.
No free gifts at all. And if actually you look at it, Evil Geniuses, the 3 kills they got, they're all on your Mythy. Nobody else has died across the board. Don't want to hate on the new guy. That's, you know, he's the support, he's a Fiddlesticks, he's going to be an easy target. But the rest of the team, they have just been untouchable so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it both ways of him, you know, taking the death for his team or maybe being out of position. But either way, it's been working out quite well. And Lemondogs, with their new support, playing like a completely different team, able to pretty much just out-team fight Evil Geniuses right now, which is honestly very hard to do. And Nukeduck off split pushing by himself, which we saw so many times in the spring split with Xpeke, with Bjergsen. No one can 1v1 him now, and this is a real problem for EG.
Well, we saw it with Alex Ich in the last game as well. Like you say, nobody can 1v1 him. We are going to see Wicked going in there, and immediately aggression comes out. The ultimate is going to be popped. It's going to be enough to take him down. Look at the damage straight away. Wicked's got no health left. He cannot go 1v1 with Nukeduck. While this is happening, Lemondogs, they're 2v1 in the Baron. They're going to have another one come around. The rest of the team are there. That is going to be a free Baron for the Lemondogs. While Nukeduck continues to split push. He's on the inhibitor turret down the bottom lane. He is just going to absolutely come around. Oh, look at this. He's thinking of going for Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete on his own in the mid lane. He's now got Wicked joining him, but that will be a free Baron for Lemondogs.
And actually, grid job by 0-0 there. Actually zoned out Snoopy, so he couldn't get in. As we're seeing Nukeduck continue away at this turret, the thing was, they did Baron, and he's going to potentially get a turret right off of that. And he just got a free Baron buff himself, and Lemondogs, they're going to go for another turret. They already have 6 in a row. And Evil Geniuses have not responded to this, and it's only getting worse for them.
Absolute brilliant map control by the Lemondogs so far. They did similar, if you recall, back at DreamHack. They almost threw it away. This time they are in no mood to throw this game away. They struggled nearly through the game against Fnatic as well. They've been in this lead so many times and really just caught a few misplays, but this time around it doesn't seem like they're going to make it. And well, with that Baron buff, they're on a full push.
It would honestly have to be a huge mistake at Lemondogs if EG's be able to get back in this one and be able to take them, you know, a little bit further on. But Lemondogs playing phenomenal right now, and they're trying to see just turret down, but they have Nukeduck bottom lane still pushing that turret down, and we do see the pull in on 0-0.
Not really the champion you want to pull in. Instead, he's going to just pop Crepo where he stands. It's like, you want to hook me? I'll show you what a hook is. Crowstorm finally comes out. Froggen's going to get melted. That's another one down. Yellow Pete's going to get dropped. While this is all happening, Wicked has just been melted in the bottom lane as well. You can see his green ooze all over the floor, and that's going to be Nukeduck taking down the inhibitor turret, the inner turret going down, all across the board. Lemondogs are absolutely smashing Evil Geniuses.
And Mythy brought the party, Demon. I'm a little bit happy finally after that. And Lemondogs, to me, don't take 2 inhibitors off this, most likely, as actually Lemondogs getting very low on the top side, but they do get the bottom inhibitor either way. Wow, Dexter almost going down right there, but it will be 2 inhibitors, and it looks like we actually do have a surrender coming out.
Absolutely fantastic play from the Lemondogs. It was a 30-minute game, 13-4, but that's not really what counts because it was a dominant performance from the Lemondogs, and that sinks Evil Geniuses to the bottom of the league right now. Lemondogs go equal with Fnatic on 5 and 6, but more importantly, EG, the team that was 3rd in the Season 2 World Finals, are now bottom of the table in Week 4.
And this really makes me wonder if the change is maybe more about, or maybe there's something else. Maybe the mentality of Lemondogs has changed around a little bit, where they're playing like a more of a cohesive team. Looks like they're enjoying the game a little bit more. And even after that game where you saw them previously after they won, they they looked really cocky and excited. They were just, you know, very humble about it. Like, yeah, good game. The strategy worked out like we wanted to, and Lemondog's got to give him credit. Phenomenal game.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. And what do we see from it? What do we take from it? In the fact that Zoro now switching up a champion, not playing Malphite. Yes! Thank God for that. He pulled out Lissandra, seemed to work for him. Nukedog on the Z, absolutely fantastic play for him. 5-0-1. 4-0-4 for Tabs. Seems to be happy with his new support player, Mithy, who finally brought the party just towards the end there to finish things off.
And the thing is that Tabs is actually behind in CS for a majority of the game. So in the laning phase, EG actually beat them, but because of the swaps, because of the kills he was picking up, he was able to get back and finish with an Eye Edge, a Last Whisper, and a Zeal right there. But Nukedog, I mean, because he was 2-0-1 in the beginning, because he was out farming Frog, and he was able to make all these plays happen. And I think he was actually the big playmaker for the team overall.
And what do we take from this for Evil Geniuses? Because that was a sorry performance, if I'm honest, for them. They tried to make the plays. It was looking fairly close at one point, but once the ace happened, it was like, this game is going to be over for you guys.
Well, I mean, my mind always goes back to this, we talk about comfort champions. Yeah. You know, with Alternate, they always get their comfort champions. They stomp you in games. But even with Geniuses, they had pretty much 4 out of 5 comfort champions with the Thresh, the Anivia, the Maokai, and the Zac, and yet they weren't able to make anything really happen. Stupid, he actually had some good ganks early on. He made plays for Evil Geniuses, but it didn't seem like they knew how to go, I'm going to say they knew how to go about it, but they just didn't know that next step to really catch Lemondogs off guard. It seemed like Lemondogs had that, they were always like one step ahead, like in chess.
And what do you do to change it? I mean, the fact, like you say, they had 4 champions that have worked for them in Season 2, not really working for them in Season 3. What have EG got to change up here?
If I knew, I mean, I'd probably be their coach or something
a lot of money.
Like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just, I don't know. I mean, we look back at the spring split, they finished 3rd overall after the playoffs.
Yeah.
They still didn't look like that solid of a team. Not back to what we saw in Season 2. I'm not really sure what it is. It's just Season 3's kind of thrown them on a little bit of a tilt, I have to say. I don't know. I still even have hard times really getting used to Season 3 in terms of, I always jungle in Season 2. Season 3, I can't do it at all. It's just the changes really threw me off. Maybe it's the same thing with Evil Geniuses, but they've had 2 weeks of practice. Like, they've been at home 2 weeks. They've had everyone in the house, and yet they're still not able to win games like this.
Well, this was the week that they said, you know, the first week back after Moscow, we're like, we'll see how it goes. The week after, we'll be back on form. Unfortunately, they've started with a loss straight away. Lemondogs, and really all of the new teams have brought it. Alternate, top of the league. Meteor Makers, they're still 3rd, I believe. And now we see Lemondogs, they're joint 4th. These 3 new teams that have come in to replace the old ones are definitely bringing it to the old guys. And the old guard is struggling.
And the thing is, it's not even about Europe. In North America, the same thing's happening with Cloud9. I believe they're like
10 and 2, I believe
something
it is,
ridiculous where they're not being stopped by any teams. And I mean, the older teams, the teams that we all know from Season 2, they have to do something to really step up and show they deserve to be here. They deserve to be on top back then. They need to do something right now.
Well, of course, speaking of new people, we do have a new member. It is Mithy. He's going to be interviewed by Shox.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, Mithy, your first game with the Lemondogs, what was the overall impression?
Personally, I think I should feed less, and overall, I think we played a good game, and it was my first game, so I was kind of nervous and didn't talk as much as I talked in scrims, so I should fix that.
Yeah, because that's something they said was a problem with the support I was before. The communication was totally off. How are you finding the relationship with Tabs?
With Tabs, I think he had very big flaws at the start, and he still does, but the problem basically was that there were some problems fixing those flaws, and I think with me, those flaws can be fixable, so yeah.
All right, now talk us through the game a little bit. They had the Anivia. Did you bait that out? You knew we know how to counter it anyway, or?
Well, we didn't really care about Anivia. We were like, who cares? Like, I mean, I really have never played against Anivia, but I don't feel it's a strong champion in this meta, one could say.
All right.
Especially against Assassins.
Okay. Then finally, of course, we know you from Wizards when you played in the summer promotion tournament, got knocked out. Tell us a little bit about your journey from then on and probably being like, damn it, I really wanted to be in the LCS to getting picked up by Lemondogs.
Well, in Wizards, I got recruited on the first place to get the bot lane because, well, to improve the bot lane synergy because they had a weak bot lane before the qualifier. Sadly, we didn't make it because we weren't the better team. As one can see, that Alternate is now like the best. And I did perform well there, not like I performed this game today here, but I did perform well there, and then I got, like, people knew me because of it, and we went into a team with the NIP guys now, and Yamato Cannon. Shoutouts to Yamato Cannon, by the way, and yep,
from there on, when NIP asked the 3 players to join them, I got also asked by LD. And yeah, from there on, it's going great since I'm in LCS now.
Absolutely. You're being very harsh on yourself, but a very good performance in your first game. Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Mithy. Now, both SK Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas had flawless weekends in Week 3, and now they're matched up against each other. Who can keep their win streak going? Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to our LCS studios here in Cologne, as I am joined by Yellow Star, who's, of course, a support player now for Fnatic, and their player manager, Harry. And I'm going to dive straight into this one. Yellow Star, how was the first game as a support in an official LCS matchup against MYM?
So the beginning was actually really hard because we don't expect to be that, not say bad, but we didn't expect that much damage from the team. And so we had a disadvantage to level 1 already.
You still pulled through. You brought Ignite to the lane as well. Very aggressive. Is that going to be your style from now on?
Yeah, I believe that we can dominate, like we can really play aggressive on bot lane, and it just depends on how you match with the ID and how the synergy is on bot lane, and you can just adapt to your style.
All right. Now, of course, we kept asking you before, how are you dealing with the pressure that Reckles is coming in? But little did we know that you had this swap prepared. Or how long did you know that this was going to happen or that you might need to change roles?
So actually, I only had pressure at the beginning because I came out of a break, and I actually never thought that Reckless would actually join again the team. But he's a very talented player and really, really good.
All right, and Harry, of course, you from a manager perspective, for a lot of people it was quite the surprise that N-Rated was kicked off the team. How long have you seen it coming, or have you urged him to step up his game?
We've spoken a few times as a team about stepping it up a bit and giving everything you can to play and win in the LCS, and unfortunately he wasn't up for doing so, unlike the rest. And after last week when we lost to SK, it wasn't just because we lost to SK and lost the streak, it was the play and the practice before and afterwards that really became too much for us to not do anything about, and we had to make a change.
You had to make a hard decision once again. Now, you've been gone through a lot of roster changes in your time with Fnatic. Can you tell us something about the fact that you're a manager and you have to make a stone out of your heart, because in the end, it's all business?
Yeah, it's really hard to ask a player to leave the team or tell him, especially when you're living with them now and you're a lot closer with them. We've only really had to do this before with Shushei, who we were a lot closer with, and they'd been through a lot more with him, like winning Season 1. It was very hard to tell him that he's out of the team. With N-Rated, of course, we were very good friends, and telling him in the house that he needs to not play with us anymore, it's very hard to do. But yeah, you have to be very strong and move forward, because at the end of the day, this is business and there's money on the line, and that's what we're here for.
Absolutely. So a question related to that for the both of you. Can you understand that a player would lose motivation after, if you get a spot in the LCS, that is ultimately the goal of everyone who's a professional League of Legends player?
I myself can't understand how someone can lose motivation. You're earning a very good salary, you're living the esports dream, and I'm not sure. There should be things that you can do to help yourself to get motivated again, alter your schedule, play different champions for a while or something. I'm not sure, but from my perspective, there's always something you can do to help get motivated again.
Yeah. And Bora, what do you think you bring to the lane, with, of course, all the experience you have as an AD carry? You know exactly what Puzu needs?
Yeah, so when I was playing AD carry, I could adapt to my support. So either I could play defensive or aggressive. But I believe that you can also adapt with the support, but you have a lot of work to do on lane, and not only on bot lane, because the support has to do a lot, like with the timers, with the codes and stuff. And I think you have to do them.
Yeah, I've heard you're quite the mastermind when it comes to playing support and timers and...
Yeah, I actually did it for SK quite a long time, and I actually enjoyed doing this, and I'm back again.
Yes, you are. Now tell us about Puzu. Where does he come from? Where did you find him? When did you realize this might be the right guy for the job?
So actually, I didn't really know him. It was rather Soas and Cyanide, I think. They were talking about a good solo Q player. So I was like, yeah, why not? We can just play with him, test and how it goes. And it goes pretty well, so we just pick him up.
All right. When did you realize that? Were you involved in any way in the choosing of this particular player?
Not so much the selection of the player, more like the decision to go for this, which was, of course, a pretty risky move, and it might not still pay off. So far, so good, but there's still a lot to do and a lot of work. But so far, Pushu has been great. He's settled in well. It's like from going from a solo queue player to living in the Fnatic gaming house. For him, it must be very crazy. So we're trying to make him as comfortable as we can, and we'll just train as much as we can. That's it.
Yeah, one question maybe. Of course, he's living in the gaming house now and gets to play with you guys, but you've made no secret out of the fact that when Reckles turns of age, he's going to be in the team. So might it not be a little bit hard for him to deal with that, knowing, well, I'm only a temp anyway?
Well, we made it very clear to him when we first approached him that this is only temporary, and you will only be playing until Reckless is 17, or able to play in LCS. Whether that's World Playoffs or Season 4, we're not sure yet. Hopefully it's World Playoffs, but we'll have to see. But Reckless is at the house with us, analyzing games and helping out as much as he can. We're basically a team of 7 at the moment, and we're just working as hard as we can.
Yeah, one final question. You've gotten quite the fan reaction the last couple of weeks with the changes, with the losses. What is something to say to them in light of the current changes and the ambitions?
I'd like to say that there's always more to it than what we can publicly say, and that you should have more faith in us and trust that this is the best decision for the team, and we wouldn't do it without valid reasons. And yeah, I did a retweet not long ago. There's some good stuff going around. We've had it before and we just move on. It's fine. It happens to most teams if they make a change like this, and we'll just hope to prove ourselves worthy of them being our fans.
All right, Fnatic fighting. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, as for us, it's going to be SK Gaming coming up as they take on Ninjas in Pajamas. And of course, SK has got a dodgy start in the LCS, and they had a recent big win versus Fnatic and Alternate. Does this signal the turning point for the team?
I think it was a very huge mistake we did. Stop playing League of Legends for the whole break. And we will not commit this mistake anymore.
We still have to improve a lot of things, so we always work hard on it.
For the first week here in Cologne, for the week 3, we got time and we had a lot of discussion about where we can improve and how we can improve.
We prepared a lot of level 1 tactics, especially the one where we get 2 buffs at the level 1. And then we get our buff as well, so we have 3 buffs and the jungler has only 1, so he's so far behind that he can't really pressure the lanes. And with that tactic, it helped us a lot.
We just try a lot, watch how we play, and it paid off for us. We get 2 wins the last week, and that's very good for us. Now everyone is very motivated and we want to win more games.
All right, time to find out what SK Gaming can do versus Ninjas in Pajamas, and time to move on to our next match of the day with D-Man and Jason.
Thank you very much, Shox. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the 4th match of the day between Ninjas in Pajamas and SK Gaming.
Last time these two teams met was a battle to stay out of last position at DreamHack. However, as both teams going 2-0 last weekend, it's going to be a very different story this week.
I agree. So let's check out the lineups, of course. Starting out on the blue team, it will be Ninjas in Pajamas with their fairly new lineup. Extinct in the top lane and Maluno as the jungler. The Curse EU setup right there. Bjergsen, of course, in that mid lane. He's been Mr. Fantastic, but not so far in the summer split. Freeze as the AD carry. He definitely has been fantastic for them at the start last week. And Deficio, of course, as the support.
Of course, over for SK on the red side, we have Kevin. You saw him chowing down in that little bit of a video.
Yeah.
Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in middle lane, and Canny Penna Nif in that bot lane.
So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that you can still vote for who you think will win this game. And next, if you head over to lolesports.com, just click on the matches button and vote away.
And for the vote for this game, 55% of you guys favor SK. That is really close.
They got it wrong in the last one. It's the first time. They're 2 for 1 so far. 2 for 1 so far. So we'll see how it goes. But as we mentioned, both teams managed to pick up 2 wins last weekend. Ninjas in Pajamas with their drastically changed lineup, and SK Gaming with the pressure being applied from management. Both reacted very well to the pickup of some very impressive wins.
Yeah, NIP did have a very strong showing last week as they beat Meteor Makers with a score of 14-7. They were able to out-pressure them early on and able to take the, obviously the first turret and hold control. However, in their match versus Gambit, they were losing until Extinct got a very lucky shuriken over that Baron wall to steal that away and gave NIP a chance to, pretty much come back in that game. Gave them the 2-0 that week, and obviously it gave them a little bit of energy, and we'll see if that momentum is going to keep going.
Well, I guess you could say the same about SK Gaming, though, because while they beat Fnatic, it wasn't an easy win. I think they had 4 Barons or something crazy. Long game.
Yes, it was. It was actually over a 60-minute game. It took them, they took down 2 heavy hitters over the entirety of the weekend. Alternate, which was first place, and Fnatic. And their game versus Alternate was relatively one-sided, but in the match versus Fnatic, just like you said, it wasn't so easy. SK ended up taking 4 Barons in that game, the most in one game in EU LCS, and still struggled to end it. And I believe that was just their nerves, though, because there was a lot on the line of this game. Like, they lost 19 games straight to Fnatic on LAN and were able to finally turn that around a little bit. And that was all due to Ocelot and Candy Panda really stepping up, but we'll see if they'll be able to do that this week.
Well, we do see Candy Panda on your screens there alongside him, Nif as a support. We talk about partnerships that have been together for a long time. These two guys were together in Game.D at the Season 1 World Finals, so they have been together for a very long time, the German pairing. Deficio there, he's got that new man alongside him, Freeze, who played very, very well last weekend. We'll see whether he's able to carry that through this week. Of course, top of the KDA, but kind of cheating when you've only done 2 games. Bans coming in, though. Shen and Draven. You talked about Draven, how strong he's been. No AD carry went for him in the last match. This time he is banned out, as well as Sona.
Yeah, we did see Freeze play him. Did a phenomenal job. Why not take it away from him?
Yep.
So strong early on. The Sona, though, Nick's got to feel good about that, because honestly, throughout the spring split and the split, he's had some phenomenal crescendos come out. Even last week, we actually flashed crescendoed on 2 believers.
That was kind of the turning point.
That was,
as well,
yeah,
that game,
exactly.
Yeah.
So, taken away from him.
Well, Nunu being taken away. Nunu banned, I think, pretty much 100% this week so far. It'd be interesting to see the total stats overall, because definitely is one of the stronger bans out there. It is down to Ninjas in Pajamas, see what they're going to ban out here. Will they go? Thresh, of course, did sneak through in the last game. They still didn't win with the Evil Geniuses, but they got that pick. It is going to be the Thresh ban.
It's got to be a Twisted Fate ban here. I mean, he's 100% picked or banned the entirety of the EU LCS. And
he has lost 1 game, though, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean, Bjergsen plays a phenomenal Twisted Fate like we saw last split, so you might want to take that away, but I'm not 100% sure what they really want to necessarily take away. They haven't done anything against Bjergsen, which kind of really scares me a little bit. Usually teams ban out stuff against him because they don't want him to get that snowball early on, but as you notice, no bans towards Extinct either, because they're not 100% sure of exactly what he plays in the top lane just yet.
Well, it is the Twisted Fate ban, so as expected, let's see what Ninjas in Pajamas are going to lock straight in. It will be Elise insta-locked in there. Interesting. So will that be Maluno in the jungle or Extinct in the top lane?
Or Bjergsen middle, which he did use against Lemon Dogs.
Yeah.
So it could pretty much go anywhere. It's one of those champions for NIP that you can pick early on. Don't know where it's going to go. So SK, they don't really have a good lead or a good read on it just yet. They can't really counter it right off the bat, but I wouldn't be surprised if actually SK picks up a jungler, because Hercubot, usually when they get him a jungler early on, he does fairly well.
We are waiting to see what they're going to go with. Will it be the AD support lane, or will Hercubot have that jungler? Will it be Jarvan? Jarvan available.
I was about to say.
Kind of one of the choice champions. John's definitely been favouring that one.
I was thinking, I mean, we haven't seen Hecarim too much in LCS, I think, for both scenes. But, you know, he also plays like a heavy or a very good Orianna, so that's why I was thinking that in particular, but Lulu and Jarvan. So the Lulu is a little bit interesting. Lulu is actually a very strong counter to Draven, just because he won't be able to catch you if you stole them with Glitter Lance. But I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with it this time. Obviously, they have the Cataclysm, then the knock out of Lulu to really give you that little bit of time to get into the fight, but I don't know what NIP is going to respond with.
Well, they are waiting to make their choices. We see Bjergsen channeling away right now. See, making the choices between them. I guess Deficio is the other man that generally is the talker. Maluno seems intent to sit in silence and wait. See, just tell me what I got to pick. I'll type it in, lock it in, don't worry. Obviously not going to be the jungle pick then, it seems. Or they're just basically saying, no, you are going to play this in jungle. Who knows? He's obviously played a Mumu before a number of times.
He's the paramedic.
Did play Nasus in the last time, didn't he, as well? Has he played Nasus yet? Pretty sure I remember playing a Nasus. Vayne potentially coming out for Freeze here, and Nami, of course. Nami, oh my god. If you saw the OGN, some of those Namis coming out, I think it was Mandu that was coming out with them. Oh my word, those Aqua Prisons were just godlike.
They can really turn around fights exceptionally well. Not to mention the wave, which gives you a huge advantage in team fights. But for me, it's about Vayne getting a slow on her auto attacks that Nami gives you. Gives you extra speed increase, which Vayne already has from her passive when she chases an enemy. But also, that on top of that with the slow, you can really 1v1 extremely well. But with a Vayne, you want to give him an easy lane most of the time. You want to get a 2v1 just so you can get the farm, get going a little bit. And I don't think really SK is going to let that 2v2 happen.
We're waiting for Candy Panda. He's got Ashe highlighted so far. I'm not sure whether he's going to lock it in or not. We do call him Caitlyn Panda quite a lot, so you know, maybe we'll switch across to that one. We have seen Caitlyn winning the last match.
I'm thinking Kevin played Rumble quite a bit back in the previous split, and he also played it one time, won that game in this split. He's a really strong champion, not to mention with a Jarvan, but it looks like he will be showing us his Zac.
Showing us his Zac, and Zac is not doing very well today so far. Zac has not got good stats.
Yeah, it doesn't do well pretty much overall.
I hate the champion. Actually, I mean, I don't get me wrong, I love the champion, and I can see why people enjoy him, but to cast and to watch, it's just like, Zac's going in, he's doing nothing.
There's two champions you hate. I believe it's Lee Sin and now Zac.
Oh no, Lee Sin is a different level of hate. I love to watch Lee Sin. I hate to play against Lee Sin, but that's another matter. The fact that Ashe has been locked in, we're probably going to see exactly the same build as Genji's been running. We'll see how it works out for, because I spoke to Candy Panda about this, and he's like, sometimes he just goes his own route.
I think last time he played Ashe,
Infinity Edge, I think.
It wasn't, it wasn't the same build as we saw Genji, so he might go for his own. It just depends on how, I guess, the game's going overall. Genji really doesn't like attack speed on any of his champions, it seems, so I would think he would definitely go his own little build, as we do have an Ahri coming out. So relatively, if that Ahri does get locked in, that's a really squishy team.
Well, Ahri has been played by Bjergsen in the past. We'll see whether he does lock it in. I was just about to say, are they going to lock another champion? Was that actually selected?
Yep, I think it was. Because
that countdown went down to nothing. And the way you saw him go, Sejuani, though, is going to get locked in, so we'll see how that works out. Maluna playing Sejuani, we've not seen him for a while.
Yeah, but you mentioned him on Amumu. That's what I'm thinking definitely for him. Because,
similar type of champion.
Yeah, exactly. You have like the range of Amumu ultimate. You can have a lot of pressure early on, mixed in with that slow. So definitely up his alley here, and it gives you that tanky, well, you don't really have a front line of this team, but a tanky member to really soak up some damage for you. But SK, they're going to pick in middle, and they always pick their mid lane last for Ocelot.
I think it may be Orianna. I don't know why. Just thinking Orianna versus Ahri. That tends to be how the route he goes. He's done very well with Kha'Zix, though.
Oh yeah, he has. He's 2 for 2.
He's 2 for 2 so far with Kha'Zix, so maybe he's going to switch that out.
Maybe Kassadin, actually, because Kassadin's quite good against Ahri.
Well, if you think of the dive going in, no, it will be Orianna, it looks like. Going to put that ball delivery system on either Jarvan or Zac and just launch them in there.
Okay, so we're going to have Candy Panda for the initiate, then the whole follow-up from the team with the jump in, just like you said, the Orianna ball, the knock-up. So you're really going to try, you're really focusing on being able to team fight well, which means you have to get past that early game. And with the lineup NIP has, they don't really want to let you get past that point. I mean, obviously Vayne isn't extremely strong early, but as the game goes on, she's a little bit stronger mid-game. She's very powerful if you get that Blade of the Rune King first. And honestly, NIP, like, they have a very strong, very early game team.
So what do we see overall? I mean, you say strong early game team. Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, did start off very well last week. They did go there 2-0, but they were the first game of the day. They managed to pick it up. They had 3 roster changes. SK Gaming have had no roster changes. How is this going to develop between them? Because the pressure's still on both of these teams.
I think it comes down to how NIP's been preparing this week. I believe we talked about it last week, how NIP, we're not looking for them to have amazing team synergy just because they finally got together, but after a full week of practicing, doubling the amount of time they've had, I would expect them to be very strong in these team fights. So they did relatively well last week winning the early game. I think they're going to continue to do that, but their mid to late game is really going to improve.
And something I don't recall seeing from any SK members has been streaming. I don't think any of them have been streaming this week.
I think, yeah, I think Ocelot's the only one, and that was for a very limited time because they were practicing quite a bit. So that maybe shows how much they've been buckling down.
How much pressure is being applied to them as well, and how much focus is on them. So we'll see how it works out. I do know Ocelot was busy with a video piece as well in the week, so maybe that was also to do with it. But nevertheless, we are about to get underway. There are the new faces of Ninjas in Pajamas. They've come in just last week, although you may well have seen Maluna before. He was on Dragonborns. Ocelot looking very focused here. No flamboyancy towards the camera. Just absolute, complete focus. He has got his scarf on, of course, still. Can't forget that.
You lost me on that. Sorry, yes, he does look very focused. I completely lost on there. You know my mind, how it works. Well, you probably don't know how my mind works.
The thing is, I don't know how your mind went when I said flamboyance, because that just means he's got a lot of flair going on. I don't understand how you even associated anything. I'm scared how your mind actually works. So much so I'm going to stand up. Ninjas in Pajamas on the blue team, SK Gaming as the red team. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway for the 4th game of the European LCS Week 4. You saw lots of games happening on the 4th of July in America. And right now we're having our own little party. It is the European LCS, and 6 games today, and of course 6 games tomorrow. Starting off 2 hours earlier tomorrow though, so don't miss those. We are looking at a potential level 1 start. Bit of aggression coming out. SK Gaming, they want to get that ward placement out.
I definitely want to be able to control, or at least be able to spot where Maluna's going to be going here, just to make it so they can farm relatively easy on. And on NIP's side, they just wanted to protect their own jungle mostly here, so looks like they were scared a little bit of an invade coming out.
Yeah, just simple wards placed around that red buff, both backed away. And actually, Ninja in Pajamas didn't get themselves too many wards too deep in. And this time, SK Gaming, they're going up towards the blue buff. They're going for a later invade here, and they're putting a ping ward down, taking away the vision of NIP. They have got a ward on the river, though, just up towards the blue, but now they have really no idea where SK Gaming are going.
And that's really scary for NIP's side because, I mean, they have a really good team at level 1. They have obviously a lot of vision. You have the guarantee crit out of Candy Panda. So it looks like they're just going to ward it up again. And still, Maluna's going to start at red. So we're going to see about a 330 gank towards the top side of the map. And it looks like SK actually going to go for a red invade here instead.
They are hanging around. There is a ward at the back, though. The back of the red buff. That will give them away. So Ninjas in Pajamas are ready for this. They're going to see it. They're going to realize there's 4 members in there straight away. NIP back away. And it is going to be a red buff, sorry, pull by SK Gaming. Are they going to be able to try and steal this one away? No, Maluna's already backed off. He's like, no, it's not worth it. We can't fight for that.
And that worked out so well for SK, and they didn't even know it. That's the thing, is that they thought Maluna was going towards blue, was going to start there, but he actually stuck around. He waited. Now he's going to be so far behind in the jungle that Hercubot, if he plays this correctly, should be able to counter a lot of things, maybe invade a little bit, but definitely get some ganks off a little bit earlier and apply a lot more pressure.
Yeah, and they see him there. The fact that he's just cleared out that red buff, so he's managed to get the timer reset. Hercubot, meanwhile, he's taking away the blue buff. That's going to go to him. Now double buffed up. See whether he goes out looking for the kills early on. And Maluna, the fact that he was lingering around so long, he's still in the level 1. He's going for that blue buff. He's going to make sure he gets that secured, but he is a long way behind already.
Yeah, and that means he's actually going to get relatively low off of this jungle as he's already chugging through those health pots. And Hercubot, I mean, he's going to secure his own red now because he can. I mean, why not? You're pretty much getting 3 buffs right off the bat, and you're only giving NIP 1.
Yeah, straight up. Very good counter. Good start from SK Gaming. We'll see how it develops, of course. Top lane, though, it is going to be Zac versus Elite. It's Elite, that's Extinct versus Kevin. And Extinct, well, he's been all too used to these solo lanes. Of course, used to be the mid laner for Cursey U, and as well as, I believe, Heimerdinger Colossi as well. I'm not too sure. But definitely going to be an interesting setup for him. He's against Zac here, and Kevin, he is a fantastic solo laner.
Yes, yeah, he definitely is. Honestly, in my book, he's probably one of the top, or actually, well, pretty high up there, but it looks like Hercubot, after hitting level 4, taking 3 buffs, going to visit this top lane and try to go for a very early gank, since Kevin's having already a little bit of a rough time. They Extinct harass him quite a bit, and he doesn't really have a word to spot anyone coming in, so this could be very bad for NIP.
The thing is, Extinct can repel. He can usually get away very easily, although he's got himself caught very high up lane now. We'll see whether Hercubot goes in for this one. He's still sticking around there. He is going to come in, forces the flash out. He's not going to get caught out, though. Extinct does get away, but that's a flash burn.
Yes, it is, and that's it's gonna hinder him quite a bit in lane. So Kevin should be able to pressure him. As you see, he's already backing out. Looks like he's gonna go back and actually buy a ward right now, just to kind of spot if he's gonna stick around here. But as we're mentioning in the champion side, we weren't expecting NIP and SK to send their 2v2s to the same lane, but they currently are at this point. And Freeze, he's even in CS. He actually started a Dorian Shield, which we didn't even mention just yet. So he's expecting a lot of harass here. Not to mention the regen off of that's going to keep him quite healthy. Mix that in with the lifesteal that he has sitting at 4%. It's going to be very hard to push out a lane.
Yeah, indeed. He's, of course, going to just try and farm up as much as he can. We would expect Candy Panda to do a little bit more aggressive on him, but Deficio with those Acroprisms can still be very dangerous. And if they can pin onto someone, we'll see whether they catch him out there. In the mid lane as well, we're also seeing it. And it is very even between the two.
And you would honestly expect that a little bit, but Bjergsen, once he hits that level 6 point, it should be very hard for Ocelot to really do much to him. As Hercubot is going to come in for a very sneaky gank here. He wasn't spotted just yet, but NIP, they kind of backed away like he was, so he might be a little hesitant to go in here, but this could be very bad for NIP, because they do have the slows, they do have the ability to chase if they can dodge the Aqua Prison, which Ash, unfortunately for her, doesn't have an escape.
That just shows how much focus they have. They actually pinged it, and they said, I think he's here. Oh, brilliant Acro Prism from Deficio. Beautiful. He was going through the Damashi standard slide in. It caught him mid-flow.
Mid-flow, indeed. And that's exactly what you want to do as a Nami. If you can stop ganks like that when you didn't even expect him to be there, you prevented Freeze from popping his flash or his barrier. That really puts him off quite well. You stopped a gank, though he is actually going for a little bit of counter jungling himself, but Maluna's doing the same, who is level 4 now. So you mentioned he was 1 to 3. And now he's caught up a little bit. Maybe level 6 around the same time, but Hercubot, he's not done just yet. It's also getting low in the middle.
Flash force there. The Ignite also coming out from Bjergsen, trying to get aggressive on him. Ocelot is forced to back away. We do see a 3-man dive in this bottom lane. That's going to be the Hawk Shot thrown out just to make sure they have some alone time as well. And they will put some pressure down. They don't want to take the turret down just yet because they want to keep this Freeze on Vayne pressured as long as possible. Still no help coming out from the jungler because we do see Sejuani trying to dive in towards that mid lane. Ocelot already gone back. They're trying to put some pressure down. Just a little bit of love taps on the turret.
A little bit of love taps. And we do have Candy Panda actually about 10 CS lead because of that gank. If he can keep that up, he'd be really well off. But I love in 3.8 how we have mid laners, AP mid laners finally scoring Doran's ring again, where both of them start out with that in a couple health pots, and they're really able to just attack each other the entire time. However, Bjergsen's level 6 to the level 5 of Ocelot, so if he doesn't hit 6, which he just does right as I talk about it, then it could have been really bad for him.
Well, I think he'd already burnt the ultimate just in the first engagement. Certainly burnt the ignite though. Oh, Hercubot's going to come around and find Maluno. Maluno's already got that ward though to see him coming. He's going to slide on through, but he's already dashed off. And Ocelot coming around just a little bit too late. Top lane has just backed off. Actually, we saw Boots coming out now for Extinct. He's not really been having too many problems in that top lane. Kevin, in the meanwhile, looks like he's going to try and get that Warmogs out early on for Zach.
Yeah, get very tanky very quickly, and it makes Extinct have a tough time. However, Extinct still does % damage, so the more health he gets, still going to be increasing his own damage in the end. And Hercubot, he's really trying to make some ganks happen. He hasn't really been too successful just yet, but he's heading down bottom again. They're going to try to steal away the red, but it looks like Maluno, who had the timer on it because he took the small minions away, is going to be able to get here in time and stop this.
Yeah, it's going to be on towards the golems as well. Or will he start off? We do see Maluno's going to come around. He's going to see Hercubot. Hawkshot comes across. Everybody is there. And that is going to be a red buff stolen away. Will they give it to Candy Panda this time around, or will Hercubot continue to have it? Yes, he will. Smite used.
Oh, man, so the last time I remember seeing SK do this so well was against Evil Geniuses back at Gamescom last year. And they're doing a phenomenal job of really trying to hold Maluno back, though, because he's been, visiting the lanes a little bit more and pushing the lanes in. He's not really falling that far behind in terms of experience, as he actually is quite far ahead in CS.
We are going to see the blue buff. That will be given across to Ocelot in a moment, but he's a long way away because he's having to fend off Bjergsen. Meanwhile, this bottom lane, we continue to see the volleys back and forward. It's a 10 CS lead again being built up. Freesia slipping behind, but 10 CS between a Vayne and an Ashe is not too bad.
Yeah, considering you're going to outscale her by far as the game goes on. And to me, it's all about this mid lane, is who can get some sort of advantage as Bjergsen getting some good damage onto Ocelot. But Bjergsen, I mean, we always talked about him being the big playmaker for NIP back in the spring split, and he hasn't been able to do that these last 2 weeks. But if he can, having Extinct with, to back you up, having Freeze to back you up, they can be a very deadly team.
Look at Extinct. He's lingering off the side here. They want to try and make a play and maybe catch onto Hercubot, but Kevin coming down is like, well, he's missing. He could well be trying to interfere with your red buff. Wisely so, comes from, protects him, and Hercubot continues to just keep that level advantage over Maluno.
And more importantly, now he's level 6, so these ganks could be even more aggressive out of him. If he can just pull them off, he's been shut down quite well from all of these wards that have been placed everywhere. And I'm curious to see if Extinct will be able to get a little bit of damage onto that top side. As Bjergsen with the blue buff actually has a tower relatively low.
He's done a lot of damage. Ocelot, of course, was backed away early on. And again, throws out that charm, lands the charm again, and just keeps the pressure on. That could well be the first turret of the game to go down.
And I would... To have it in the mid lane is like the most weird thing, because it's usually the outers that it happens to. And as Kevin, it looks like on the minimap, he's actually going in on Extinct, but wow. Extinct took him down very low.
Very, very low. In terms of CS, it's actually Kevin that's winning out that fight. He has got the Rejuve build. Speed, and he was just going to continue lifesteal and chugging through those health pots. He's not going to be forced away just yet. Hercubot's sneaking in towards this mid lane, but Ocelot has already pushed up that wave. Both of the blue buff, of course. In terms of CS, very even between the two. Bottom lane, though, Maluno, he's snuck into the bushes.
Oh, there's the ultimate!
Ultimate catch is not quite on to Candy Panda. The wave this time will get waved through. The Aqua Prison also came out, but everything thrown at Candy Panda, and he survives, but it's going to be a battle of the balls in the mid lane, and it's surely Bjergsen who will come out on top. Flashes away from the Cataclysm. The defensive ball used for Ocelot. Ocelot did have to use the Shockwave to try and save himself there, but Bjergsen coming out on top really effectively.
That's the second time he's done that. I believe back in Moscow he did that on Kennen against a Jarvan, but I was just thinking the whole time is that you picked a Jarvan, but NIP kind of countered that very hard with a very mobile team. Freeze, you can't keep in a Cataclysm. Bjergsen, you can't keep in a Cataclysm. The only person you can do it to is Deficio, and he's just a support, so it's not going to matter too much in the end. SK does start to push his turret down. Luna's coming up from middle to help out.
We see Bjergsen's not backed off just yet. He keeps throwing out those orbs, making sure the charm coming out. He will save the turret, but that's taken very low. That's about even now between the turrets. So good work from SK Gaming there, keeping the pressure on. We see the Aqua Prism just catching on towards Candy Panda, bubbling him up, but he survives through that one. And again, Ocelot and Bjergsen, they are not giving up on this fight.
I mean, one of them, because the first blood's still up for stakes, or, you know, pick up to get that little bit extra gold to give your team that advantage. We were talking about Ocelot being the big playmaker. It's kind of fallen off a little bit lately, more focused around Kevin and Candy Panda. But he wants to show everyone that he deserves a beer. He's one of the best AP mid laners in Europe, which is it's been questioned quite a couple of times lately. And I want to know if he's actually be able to 1v1 Bjergsen, though. Hercubot setting up for Dragon right now.
Well, we're going to see the bottom lane coming up to help him out, or certainly we're going to see Nif coming up to help him out. Candy Panda hasn't gone away. Things going down actually on towards Maluno. So they know that Maluno is a long way away from this one. It is going to be Ocelot, but he can't leave his lane because he'll give up the tower if he backs away. And they're like, look, he's heading down this way. I may be able to take the turret, but the Dragon for the mid turret, I am not convinced by this.
I think NFP would come out ahead in this trade, though. It looks like they might be able to head middle and kind of prevent that from happening, but in the end, they don't get the middle turret, they get the Dragon. And I'm looking at NFP's lineup, and I'm thinking, do they have the possibility to go for an early Baron? Because they have the true damage out of Nami, or not Nami, as you do see Bjergsen going in.
Full-on aggression from Bjergsen, it should be enough. That's going to be first blood. Just a battle of who's got the bigger balls in the mid lane, and this time Bjergsen comes out on top.
And who would have thought it would have been Ari in the end, but now we see NFP going in bottom. Nami ultimate's coming in, and Maluno's in for pursuit.
Candy Panda surfing the wave, the Aqua Prison comes in, followed up by Maluno, locking him down. There's nothing he can do to get away with that one. Flash was already burning the last combo of those ultis. This time around, it worked perfectly.
And that is the downside of being Ashe against a Nami. You don't have the ability to get out of, you don't have a very easy escape, like the tumble out of Vayne, the net out of Caitlyn. And now with a Vayne behind CS, but with that kill, gonna have that Blade of the Rune King really soon, as Hercubot's gonna just kind of maybe go for that turret, which is already relatively low, give him a little bit of gold back.
Well, we're seeing, of course, they have backed off, and Hercubot down that bottom lane, he's keeping the pressure on. Meanwhile, this top lane also, Kevin, look at that, every time that poison gets thrown out, if that cocoon would have landed, it may well have been Kevin having his passive pops. But it is Extinct really starting to sink the pressure on towards Kevin. He has to back off. He still hasn't got that Warmogs. Everything is there to complete, just needs to combine it. Ping, meanwhile, on the Dragon. It's already gone, guys. Dragon was picked up by SK.
Maluno gonna pick up red again, level 7. And I was mentioning earlier before Bjergsen picked up that first blood was, will we see NIP maybe go for an early Baron? Because you have the true damage out of Elise, you have the true damage out of Vayne, and then Maluno can tank it fairly easy on if he just builds a little bit of armor here. So it wouldn't surprise me if they go for that. They're already 2-0 right now. They have the advantage. And if they can keep this up, they might get that early Baron and might be able to push against SK when they don't really want to defend against it.
Hawkshot checking the vision. There is 3 members of SK in this bottom wave. They may be able to put the pressure on and really shove through on that turret. They have got the Siege Minion with them as well, so they will be able to put some pressure down. And Freeze and Deficio need to be careful that we don't get a Cataclysm on their head here from Hercubot. He could easily dive in. He's got everything available to him. There it is. There's a Cataclysm on towards Freeze. They do manage to volley him down. Wild Growth as well was used, but he didn't quite get the combo popped off, and Freeze managed to flash out in time. They still can keep that pressure on the turret, though, and force them away from the experience. They're going to slide through. They're caught to Deficio again, but just like that, the Aqua Prison comes down. One more shot. Could it be enough? No, it weren't. The Condemn was enough to keep Hercubot away.
That was a beautiful Condemn as well out of Freeze. And in the meantime, you're seeing Maluno actually take away the red buff from SK. So he realized Hercubot was bottom, took that away from him, and is counter jungling Hercubot now when he was having everything taken away from him.
And that is going to be the mid turret going down. Bjergsen in dominant form on Ocelot at the moment. He did only go 1-0, but overall that turret is just going to get saved by Ocelot just at the last breath as well. A couple more shots would have been enough, but he hangs onto the turret again, and now we're seeing the rotation come around. SK Gaming, they're going to keep that vision in the mid.
And we do see Maluno actually coming down the bottom again. And without any outer turrets taken so far, I mean, you're not really going to have that lane swap come down at all, but I think this next Dragon, when it comes up, NIP, they're going to contest it. Before they actually hold this roster change, they never would contest Dragons, as they only got 5 and let 24 go back in week 2. But with this new lineup, they've been finally doing that quite a bit more, and with this early advantage they have, they could easily beat SK in a fight.
Let's see. It is going to be Hercubot going up towards the top. He may well actually go straight towards Extinct. Extinct is going to back away from that one. Tribush ward was thrown down. Back in the mid lane, Ninja Pajamas. They've got 3 members here, and they're not going to be able to shove in and race through just yet. Ocelot defensive duties so far, and Hercubot just off to the side as well as Candy Panda. Candy Panda's arrow is available. If anyone shows themselves, he may just go aggressive on this one. Meanwhile, the top lane, Kevin, he's getting pounced on by Extinct, and look at the damage he's putting down on him.
That was 100% Zach down to 25%, just like that. As you do see, SK, they're going to go for a push again. You should go take that turret. So they're up 2-0 in turrets. They're up 1-0 in dragons. And even though NIP got the first 2 kills, SK is still looking very strong.
Absolutely fantastic stuff here. SK Gaming, say 2-0 up in turrets, looking very, very strong. So 16 minutes gone. Advantages are with SK. It's only 1,000 gold, though, between the two. Has that pressure worked? The fact that they didn't make any roster changes, is that working in their favor? Of course, all the teams that have made roster changes so far are picking up wins, so seems to work for them. That is the top turret going down. We've seen Extinct really starting to bully out this top lane. Now we do see a bit of magic resistance coming out. Negatron Cloak being picked up by Kevin just to try and counteract all the damage coming out from Extinct, but Bjergsen, he is going looking for kills again.
Will he actually find Hercubot instead?
Well, he may well do. That is going to be the turret down. Hercubot. Oh my! Look at the damage sunk in there. He can't slide away from that one, and now Kevin's in trouble. Bjergsen immediately dashes through. He's going to have to use Let's Bounce to try and get out of this one. He does manage to bounce his way. Is the Ignite going to be enough? Cell Division is there as well, of course, and that is going to be the defensive ball from Ocelot. While that was all happening, 2 turrets, of course, fell, the top and the middle, so it's all square in turrets, and the goal actually swung back to NIP's favor.
Wow, Hercubot just exploded in that fight. That was just the damage out of Extinct 2. Doesn't have that much AP, but with the penetration build he's currently got, with the Honey guys, with the Sork boost, he's sitting at 44 flat Magic Pen. Hercubot right now has 53, so pretty much almost true damage to him, and as you can see right there, he could not stand it, or he could not withstand that damage.
And that is the 3rd turret. It's 3-0 in kills, and now SK Gaming with a 1,000 deficit after being ahead in 1,000. So quickly swinging around against them. Ninjas in Pajamas have all the outer turrets down and start to apply the pressure. The Dragon, of course, up in 8 seconds. SK Gaming did take the first one, but NIP will pick up the second one once it spawns. They're just not sure on the time yet.
And there it is, but are SK going to actually contest this right now? You have Bjergsen pushing middle right now by himself. You have Hercubot, and right now Nif coming in from the side as well as Candy Panda, but they're going to take it too quick.
Well, the arrow is going to come in, but just off the side is going to be Bjergsen as well. This is going to be a very tight fight. Ocelot and Bjergsen actually fighting just off the side. Hercubot taking low. They have got freeze down. Can that turn the fight around? But no, because that's going to be another kill coming in, and it's going to be Extinct. They're chasing on towards Ocelot, not going to be able to catch on towards him. While that all happened, Bjergsen was desperately trying to take down Ocelot, but he just wait. I am not interested in a straight-up fight with you. I'm more interested in the team fight. It's turned out 2 for 1. Candy Panda's going to get launched on. Look at the damage, but the defensive ball is there. They do manage to get the knock up, and it's SK Gaming coming out 3-1 on top of that fight.
In the meantime, you do see Bjergsen right now pushing middle here. The turrets are relatively low, so someone's going to have to back and defend this, and he might actually be able to get this down.
Well, he's putting a lot of pressure on. He's got the minions certainly there. He can clear the waves out. He may be able to get it down. As you mentioned, we do see Kevin's going to come in. He's going to be launching himself in there on towards it to try and clear out that wave. Will manage to get the knock on towards Bjergsen as well. Slows him down. Not going to quite be enough. Or will they continue? No, they won't. The ping's coming down, but Kevin, whoa, you can't chase that crazy, crazy fox.
And if you saw in that last fight, that was so well done by Kevin and Hercubot working together. Freeze was in the air more than he was on the ground the entirety of that fight, even with the new Lulu ultimate coming in to knock him up. And that's exactly what they needed to do. Keep Freeze out of the fight. He won't get all that damage down with that Blade of the Rune King and that Zeal now. And because of that, they took him out. You have Extinct, who was trying to burst someone down, wasn't able to. And Bjergsen, who he couldn't 1v1 Ocelot because of that magic resist he has now.
Yeah, very tight fights though. Still definitely not in favor of anyone just yet. Just 1,000 gold between the two teams. And 1 turret separating them, which of course is that difference. In terms of AD carries, look at that. Straight across, both equal. AP mids, well, it's only about 600 gold difference. Is not enough to write home about just yet. Top laners, of course, that's only about 300 gold as well. And the junglers, more importantly, are still very even, despite the fact the big advantage that Hercubot had at the start. Maluna has definitely dragged himself back into it with those assists, helping across the board and keeping up the farm, honestly. He's been very strong in that field. So all across the board, still very much close. Everything to play for.
Oh, here goes the Ash Arrow.
Oh, and dodged straight away, but that was the ultimate burnt by Bjergsen as well to try and dodge out of that one. Can he try and pick something up at the start of this? No, he won't.
That was like Matrix-style dodging right there out of Bjergsen. But still, like you said, ultimate's down. That means SK might be able to have a little bit of an advantage here. Ooh. As they're grouping up. There's nowhere to spot them here. As the defensive ball's going on Kevin, he might go in on this, and they could use ultimates.
Ball delivery system works. Shockwave on Bjergsen, just melts him where he stands. He does manage to get the wild growth on him. He's going to have to bounce away. Maluna's going to get melted down as well. The wave gets surfed out, but it is going to be SK Gaming with another 2 kills.
Phenomenal fight out of them right there, just to jump in with the ball on top of Kevin. Bjergsen just blew up as fast as Hercubot did earlier in the top side. So now SK finally takes the kill advantage, and if you think about it, it was pretty much 3-0 for a majority of this game, but now they picked up 5 kills, only lost 1 in the entirety of that, as now Osset being chased here, and with the slow off of Nami, he might be able to go down.
He is dead. Cocoon lands, Aqua Prison in, sunk his fangs in, and Freeze picks up a kill. Stuck around too long in that mid lane, but how many times have we said this in the past? Getting kills is one thing, but if you don't take any advantages from it, which SK Gaming had no chance of doing, it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, and NIP with the comp they have, they can easily burst someone down if they're the ones to engage the fight. The middle turret's already very low here, so NIP, they lost 1 member, but they killed 1, and now should be able to take this turret down.
Candy Panda coming off from the side, but honestly, I'm not too sure he's in a position to go for it. Freeze does have to flash and cleanse away from that one. Deficio getting caught out. Sorry, it was shield up, not cleanse. Freeze, he's going to get caught out. 1 jaw shot will be enough. Candy Panda with a kill. Extinct trying to gun him towards Candy Panda, but he has to pop the barrier. Maluno now chasing in there. Bjergsen's going to come in. He's going a little bit too deep. He does manage to get the kill, but it may be to the detriment of his life, but no! Nif gets caught out, turns it into a double kill!
How did that even happen? He went into the backside. I believe he ignited Candy Panda, then just walked out as Hercules tried to land that knock. So Bjergsen, he went down, coming back and picking up 2 kills. So in the end, it was a 3 for 2 in favor of NIP.
Crazy, crazy fights, and that turret still stands in the mid lane. And it is going to be the top lane wave that Maluno is going to go up and clear himself out of. Deficio, though, he's been pretty vital in some of these fights. It was, of course, the Death by Grasp as well that was used by Bjergsen. I wondered how he popped down so quick, and just like that, he's picking up the kills. 3-1-0 now, Bjergsen, whereas Ocelot still not quite able to encounter, really put the pressure on as much as he can. He really needs that ball delivery system that Kevin or Hercubot have been using. They are going to collapse on towards the top, but Maluno just charges away on his ball.
Yeah, I mean, an Orianna typically likes to outfarm their opponent, and that's how you get really strong. You don't really need the kills, so you can use the ball delivery system to your advantage, but SK, so NIP's working against the clock, I feel, right now, and if SK picks up that Runic Bulwark, they're going to have a very tough time killing anyone on the team unless they catch them completely off guard. And it looks like Hercubot will be building towards it very soon, but NIP, I think they want to start some major team fights and just make it so SK can't get to that point where they're very strong late game.
Interesting second item coming out from Freeze as well. He's got the static shiv as well. We'll see how much of a role that plays in the next team fight. It's going to give him obviously the attack speed that he kind of wants, but he also wants that damage. So I wouldn't be surprised to say maybe an Infinity Edge stacking afterwards.
And I guess we'll see what he does go in the end here. He's not up against a lot of armor. He's in fact up against no armor at this point. So Last Whisper is definitely not needed at this point, as Nip getting an Oracle right now. So they're trying to control this Dragon area, which they are doing quite well. Extinct will be backing away. Dragon's be up in 15 seconds, and we're going to see another fight here.
Nif may well be the one that walks into it. Yeah, and he's just like, nah, I don't want to go blindly into that bushes. Kevin looks like he's going to be leading the way. Dragon will be spawning in 5 seconds time, so they are in place. They do get the ward on Maluno, so they have vision. That pink ward, of course, being placed, and SK are going to start the Dragon off, but NIP are coming in to fight for this.
SK needs to not group up right now, because if Maluno lands his ultimate, they're going to get destroyed at this point. NIP, they're not going to let this fly. They're going to go in here.
They're trying to get the Dragon. He's down to half health, and look at Maluno. Look, he's ready to go. Don't forget that wave could follow on through there as well. The Dragon resetting itself a little bit. Oh, they are so tight together in this river area. If the 2 AD carries or AP carry get that a little bit close like they are now, that's perfect for Maluno.
And they could just back away and take the middle turret, but they do actually don't take it, or don't steal it.
They go and engage instead. Maluno gets taken very low. Candy Panda fires off the arrow. The ball delivery system on Kevin doesn't really pull them in. Maluno manages to land a brilliant ultimate, and Bjergsen tries to follow on through that one. He's going to see Kevin. He gets cell division split off the side. Nif gets dropped down by Extinct. Bjergsen's just cleaning house right now. Freeze is going to take down Kevin. It's going to be Candy Panda, last man standing. The Fangs coming out, and that is going to be a double kill for Extinct and the ace. It is a 5-for-1. The Dragon went to SK, but the kills and the glory go to Ninjas in Pajamas.
I will definitely be the first one to say that. I thought that was a mistake out of NIP. Maluno getting caught right there. He ends up dying, but because SK engaged right there, because Bjergsen just blew everyone up, they're able to take that fight with the perfect ace, and now they're going for a relatively early Baron about 25 minutes in, and they have the damage to do it. They have Maluno not there to tank it, which might be a problem. As you see, he's already dropping a half health, but they're going to go for it either way.
Oh, it's going to be definitely a tank fight going on here. Deficio taking damage. They're also all taking a lot of damage off this one, but they should have enough to just take it down. Any interruptions, though, would hurt them, but nevertheless, they get it, and all 5 members pick it up.
See, this is the kind of play that you look at right now, and you think, would you have done that like a week ago or 2 weeks ago? Because we always talk about how certain teams look at LCS as like another scrib. They're not going to go into it and play extra defensive when they normally wouldn't. And it looks like NIP have kind of gotten a hang of that and started playing like that, like there's no tomorrow, and not really caring that it's, you know, most teams would have backed away there just to heal up, but Extinct, you might get caught here.
Well, he's going to try and get slowed. He didn't quite catch on towards him. Glitterdance will do, but straight away, look who's there. Deficio once again throwing those Aqua Prisons out and forcing SK to back away. They may be able to get themselves a tower, but it's only going to be an outer one.
Yeah, 1 tower for 5 deaths and Baron. I don't think that's even trade at all for SK, but they're going to take what they can possibly get, because like we mentioned before, they need that
They can't even get that.
Bjergsen's there.
No, yeah, Bjergsen's like, no, not happening. Get out of my turret. It's maybe an outer turret, but they're not giving it up on it. And SK Gaming forced to back away again. It's a 3,000 gold lead, and more importantly, a Baron buff for Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's see what they do with it.
You know, I'm thinking about something we talked about, I believe it was you and me last week, about NIP, in terms of when Bjergsen came into the team, like the test finally had weight lifted off his shoulders, he was able to play a lot better. And then Bjergsen was pretty much always the man to go to carry the team. But now, if you look at the score, he's pretty much dead even with Extinct. Freeze has 3 kills as well. They're pretty close on CS. It's like they have 3 Bjergsens right now almost at this point. And it might actually be a really scary team as the league goes on.
Well, Extinct was always a fantastic mid laner back when he was on Curse EU, so not surprised to see he's doing very well. Been absolutely dominating that top lane. Although saying that, Kevin's 3-1-4 as well. So, but this mid turret, look at that, with a Baron up. NIP, I wouldn't want to be standing around that turret too long, because it just needs 2 gentle breezes.
And we'll see if NIP goes for it. They're trying to bait in that bush towards Wraith. They have an Oracle. They're on the aggression here, but it's going to be very tough. So NIP, they need the Luna to land a perfect ultimate like in that last fight at Dragon. If that happens, they can just full-on engage, take out SK. And they just back away, let that turret fall down. But this is the real point. Can they siege this inhibitor turret down? And to be honest, I don't think they're going to siege it. If anything, they're going to fight. They want to kill SK, and with that, they could finish the game if it happens around this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, you can see there's a big wave along the bottom that's going to sort itself out. So it seems the top inner turret is the one they're going to focus on. They're going to head in towards their Ninja in Pajamas. With this Baron, they have the advantage over SK right now. And SK actually looking like they want to defend it.
I don't think they can. I think this might be a mistake if they do, because they're all grouped right now for a perfect Luna ultimate. It's all about him landing it. He's biding his time. He's really being reserved with it. He wants to land a perfect one, because if he knows if he lands one more of those, they're going to win the game at that point.
Yeah, and you've got, with Ocelot and Candy Panda continuing to stand next to each other, it's just baiting Maluna to just flash and dive in there. Hasn't got it quite available yet. You can see him though. He's just off the side on riding that board. He wants to get involved.
This is what makes it even more deadly, is that SK can't control the vision around here. You see bot lane's pushing her very hard for that second turret. That's going to fall very shortly, but they can't defend that top inner turret if they can't keep the vision, because they can just flank them from the backside. And NIP, they're like, all right, we'll back away from that. We'll take your bottom turret,
yeah.
And we'll get a little bit of extra gold income on top of that, as they're already sitting, or having 2 members sitting at 1,000 gold right now. And NIP, they're doing a very systematic finish. They're not trying to go for anything too crazy.
Extinct is just melting that turret down. Those spiders are scary right now. Absolutely destroying the turret. And just like that, they're going to rotate round. They've got around about 10-15 seconds left on that Baron, so that's not going to be much use, but they are going to go straight back towards that top turret. SK Gaming kind of caught in between, not too sure what to do, and NIP playing the map.
We've talked so many times about when you lose that first inhibitor, like the chances of you coming back are so slim. I believe it's at 93% right now out of all the games that's happened in Europe for LCS, including Spring Split. But with that Baron falling away, will NIP still want to fight here?
Oh, they've managed to catch Hercubot. They throw the spider towards him. Doesn't do a great deal of damage. The shield defensive ball, all enough to catch him down. Hawkshot does find the whole team. Will they collapse on NIP? No, they won't. They're going to be happy to just hold their ground. They fell 5,000 gold behind in that whole Baron effort where they completely got wiped out. So it does mean that SK Gaming are back into defensive formation, farming it out and trying to hang on, but realizing they don't have a lot left in their jungle.
But what they do have, though, is a lot of major items being completed. So the bulwark, or not the bulwark, the Aegis is completed right now, so he's very close to finishing the runic bulwark. We have a death cap coming in for Ocelot, which if he lands a perfect ultimate, he will shred NIP. We have Candy Panda with the IE and the Phantom Dancer, so he has some pretty good damage at this point, considering he's not really up against a lot of armor on the other team. So SK, they're not out of this just yet. They easily can come back from this, and it's all about if NIP will make the mistake and SK taking advantage of it.
Well, they have to make the right catch, and that shockwave has to be perfect, and at this moment, and don't stand next to each other is the main thing. Ocelot and Candy Panda, got to avoid each other. Dragon is up, and it's going to be NIP that's going to take it. There's nothing that SK are going to do about that one. It's going to give them for free, which will stretch them to a 6,000 gold lead.
And NIP, from the fights we've been seeing most of the time, it's about if a Cocoon lands or a Charm lands, they follow it up with one or the other. And it pretty much means you're locked down forever. And I'm looking at Candy Panda, and with this Sejuani ultimate, if he gets caught with that, he's going to die. So I'm curious why he's actually not running Cleanse at this point. Obviously, we'll be able to save a little bit more than a Barrier will, but we'll see if he can position well, because they still have the strong Initiate. I mean, Ashe has the strongest Initiate in the game, but they haven't been able to make plays off it. I mean, I think he's only shot 2 arrows this entire game.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been quite Genji-esque as it were so far, although he missed one. To be fair, we are waiting for see where this next engage is going to come from. I'm wondering if it's going to be when the Baron respawns. SK are going to have to fight for it. There's no way they can let NIP take that one for free like they just did with Dragon. But they don't have any wards around it. They have no vision around it. And NIP, they're about to ward the hell out of it.
And luckily for SK, though, they have double AP composition. So Baron, he applies a magic debuff to you where you take more magic damage. And we've seen also against Evil Geniuses back at Gamescom where he got a triple kill with his Orianna just because of the pure damage or the amplification of the damage. So with the Zac, with an Orianna, they easily could wipe NIP. And if NIP doesn't play this right, like they could lose the game just off of, you know, being a little bit cocky and going for Baron.
Well, we've seen rash Barons catching many teams out in North America and Europe lately. 27 seconds though on the spawn. Ocelot's going to have the blue buff for when it comes up. You can see NIP, they're starting to position for it. So SK starting to react. They have got an Oracle, I believe, on Nif. Yes, it is. There it is, just coming into your screen. But they have to be very cautious about this play.
Here we go. I'm getting a little nervous right now because you know the fight's gonna break out around Baron. As NIP, they're gonna clear out the wards. Baron's gonna be spawning right now, and SK, they have a choice. Do they want to fight for Baron, or they just want to push middle? And it looks like they're going for the latter of those two and force NIP to react to them.
Bjergsen's not with them, and SK, I'm not sure if they realize that yet. They're still unsure of where he was. He was up in the top lane. And they do use the volley just to back away from that one. SK wasn't quite sure of their position advantage. Now they see Bjergsen, and they're probably thinking, damn, we could have probably fought for that one. Would have been a great opportunity, but it wasn't to be. And NIP are going to try and take this advantage to try and clear out the jungle of wards that SK have just managed to put down.
The thing is, the top lane for SK is pushing. The bot lane for, I believe it is actually NIP, is pushing. So they're pretty much getting traded in that position right now. And right in the meantime, SK is backing away, and they have to be very careful here because the ultimate's coming out of Maluno and not really landing perfectly.
Not really landing either. That's not caught on towards anyone. Candy Panda taking very low. Has to flash out. Wild Growth was used. Is it enough to try and help him escape? Maluno taking very low. Kevin comes around the side. Wild both. There's going to be the shockwave. That's going to be Bjergsen going down. Great play from SK Gaming. They've got 2 kills. Can they get away from this one though? Extinct's going to land that cocoon. He will get dropped. That's going to be 1 picked up for NIP, but they're going to have to back away from this one. Cautious stuff from NIP. SK, really good escape there.
Yeah, look how low Kevin is right now on your screen. He has no health left. I believe it was about 100 at that point, but a 2-for-1 for SK when they were already down that much. Very phenomenal play out of them, and it was about NIP committing so far into the backline of SK where, you know, Hercubot was sitting with the team of NIP, like chasing his own team practically. And great job by them to pretty much counter that. Bjergsen, you saw the damage that Ocelot can do, and with that death kept coming out, that was just from that, and they were able to burst him down. And the thing is, bursting Ari down, considering you have your ultimate to escape.
This is dangerous play from SK. They saw that Extinct was down the bottom lane. They're still pinging him, saying he's still here. He's backing away now. Oh, Candy Nif actually caught out there by Freeze, condemned onto the wall. Is it going to be enough?
There goes Maluno.
We're going to see Maluno coming in. Maluno hasn't got his ultimate available just yet, but it is coming up very soon. Freeze is going to cause problems, though. They're still trying to keep this Baron alive.
They can take
Kevin's going to have to back away, and now they're going to go in. Is this the mistake by NIP now, though? Because SK Gaming are going to come back in there. They're taking the Baron very low. They've got it. Ninjas in Pajamas are going to try and turn this one back on its head. And SK Gaming, that was such a risky play. I don't know why they went for it.
I'm like, thanks, guys, but actually the fight might not be over. Maluno's coming in. He has his ultimate almost available.
The wave goes through. Maluno's ultimate, like you say, it's available in a couple of seconds. It's going to get launched out there. He does manage to catch on towards him. Freeze comes in. Ocelot pops the shockwave. Does manage to get one. Gets the second as well. It's a double kill. Kevin bouncing around the Aqua Prison, catching on towards him. Ninjas in Pajamas still taking very low off this one. That's going to be the passive being popped. That will be a kill. It's the Bjergsen that takes down Nif, but that is only a 2-for-1. The Baron buff on a lot of members of NIP still, though, and SK Gaming, they reset the clock for a little bit longer.
I'm looking at that fight and wondering, was that a mistake by Maluno and Freeze to get so far into the enemy team? The Ocelot ultimate, the ultimate of Ocelot was just phenomenal, locking down Maluno and Freeze. Able to capitalize on top of that with the Jarvan knockup. NIP, 3 members still with Baron buff, still have it on your AP carry, so it's still relatively good, but SK, the thing is, look at their items. They're slowly getting in there. You have the Void stuff now done for Ocelot. You have the Abyssal Scepter and the Sunfire Cape done for Kevin. Like, they're finally catch up in terms of items, and if NIP, you know, keep throwing a couple of kills over to them here and there, SK can just pretty much win these fights hand down.
I think Extinct's having a laugh if he thinks someone's going to go that far down the lane to try and wipe out the wave. Candy Panda's kind of thinking about it though, but he's been hanging around in that tri-bush. No, I don't think anyone's going to quite fall for that one, Extinct. He has got Hawkshot as well, so he's definitely going to check things out with that. Candy Panda, there goes the Hawkshot. Checks out towards the blue actually, so Nif can put the wards down.
It doesn't spot him.
Ooh, it doesn't spot him. Extinct's still waiting. He wants to sink his fangs into someone. It's not going to happen. He's just going to wipe out the wave.
He's just sinking into a cannon minion at least. Get something out of it. And we do have the Void stuff actually done for Bjergsen as well. He's going for his Zhonya's right now because he realizes he's pretty much getting killed right away. He needs some sort of escape mechanism. And with this Baron, I mean, they easily could still fight right here. Maluna's ultimate's going to be up right now. So they're going to go for Dragon to get a little bit of more gold. And I believe actually go home and buy soon because Extinct has 2,000 gold at this point, so he could go for his Liandry's.
Yeah, he hasn't actually been back because he had to run straight back up. Once that Baron fight started, he never had a chance to actually go back and spend his well-earned cash. He's still not going back. He's going to make sure he gets the golems first, so going to be buying some sizable items. May well be that Liandry's, like you said, looking like probably will. Ocelot, meanwhile, in that mid lane. He's been really trying to help. Those shockwaves have been on point, in fairness, so he's been doing the job. And SK Gaming, they're not out of it yet. Still 7,000 gold difference, 5-3 in turrets, 14-11 in kills. And again, with that Baron buff taken by NIP, they're not really making a great deal of use of it here either. So it is SK are quite happy to sit with status quo right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think NIP realized, like, whoa, we need to take our foot off the pedal right there because we almost just got in a completely bad position. Luckily, 3 of our members weren't there for the fight. So, you know, they're taking their time. They still have a huge advantage, 7,000 gold at this point. They don't want to throw this game. And honestly, I actually respect that. I kind of like that because it shows that they're in control of their emotions at this point. And still, they're going to go for another turret at this point.
Top turret, I think, will go down here. Bjergsen throwing the charm out to the bush, actually wasn't quite sure it was there. Has got the rest of his team collapsing around him. And SK, got to be careful because they're a little splintered at the moment. They aren't really fully in position to try and defend that one. And sure enough, the 6th turret of the game goes to NIP.
And here's the point of, are they going to keep pushing? And it looks like they might just try to shove the lanes back in yet again. Baron's been up for a very long time right now, so they can't really be prepared for that. They took the last dragon. Only thing they can really deny away is that blue buff away from SK, but looks like actually Bjergsen will do that. So he's going to be able to take that. And after this point, it's pretty much just another Baron. Like, we're just going to wait for that point unless someone gets caught off of SK.
Well, they've got about a minute left on the buff right now, I think, around about, looking at the timer. And it does mean, of course, we're going to have a little bit of a wait, a little bit of a dance. I don't know what's going to go on, really. NIP are going to back off, probably going to get themselves a dragon again in a minute. But it looks like that bottom wave, that's going to get wiped out. All the lanes are going to get shoved up to SK. They're going to keep that gold farm going. And NIP, well, they have no reason to rush through this one. We're coming up to the 40-minute mark. It's the longest game of the night so far. 2 more games to follow this one. Not really the one we'd called, though.
Yeah, who would have thought the NIP SK game would be longer than the EG Lemon Dogs
game? Not us, that's for sure. But nevertheless, NIP are all pushing up this bottom lane. Are they going to think about sieging it? Because they caught SK out a number of times with some very well-placed ultimates, and they've layered them very well as well. But of course, as we've just proven in the last fight, if Ocelot can land that ball delivery in the right point, it can turn the fight on its head.
Thing is, they can't really siege the turret down just because of the initiate out of SK. So if they want to do something, it's pretty much a straight fight under their own turret, led by Maluna's ultimate. I actually wouldn't be surprised if SK, you know, potentially goes for a fight here because if they catch someone, they're gonna die just with the whole combo that SK has.
Well, they realize that they've forced NIP away. They're all going to go back and buy. Yippee! Let's see what items they get, guys and gentlemen, because they've stacked out the gold. We are going to see Zhonya's Hourglass coming in for Bjergsen. He's just going to be annoying, isn't he, in the next fight? We'll see how that works out for him.
That has to be the key. Like, that had to have been something they were waiting for, just to get the Zhonya's, because that means he can dive in and not be worried about being, you know, killed really, really early on.
Well, we'll see whether it is. The Zhonya's Hourglass on Extinct as well, so that's the double Zhonya's. Going to cause problems, whereas not a single one actually for SK, not a single Guardian Angel for any of the teams either. We are starting to get towards those big, scary fights where people will get 100-0 in a couple of seconds if they're caught out, which is why, of course, the teams are being so very cautious.
And look at Deficio's score. I just looked down, I was like, oh, 1-0-10 hasn't died yet, so his positioning's been very spot on. He's been landing some really good Aqua Prisons as well. He's been clearing out the worst. It looks like the next fight will be around Baron here. And at this point in the game, 41 minutes in, honestly, either team can win a fight at this point, just because of the items they've built up.
Yeah, the last Whisper's been completed by Candy Panda as well, but in terms of AD carries, Freeze is going to be doing a lot more damage now.
Yes, that static shiv, the IE that you called out earlier, looks like he will be going for a last Whisper off that pickaxe. His damage is going to be ridiculous. The problem he has is, can he get in a position to really use it where Hercubot can jump on him, you have Kevin who can jump on him, then you have the ball, the arrow, the Lula knockup. Like he's been caught the last 2 times in these fights and blown up pretty early on. And it's all about him positioning properly here.
Well, Hercubot nearly caught out by Cocoon there from Extinct, just was flung past at the bottom of the screen, does a quick little dance and realizes how close he was to being melted, because that would have certainly triggered a very fast Baron, in which we'll be up in around 15 seconds time. Ninjas in Pajamas have full vision of it. They're certainly in the dominant position.
Oh no.
Ooh, I tell you what.
Oh, Hercubot's so lucky to put that ward down there. I was actually thinking he might use his standard to spot them out, but that would have been the ideal pretty much initiate for NIP right here.
Uh-oh, they're going to charge for this one. He is going to flash. Oh, but it's not going to land. And that's a big ultimate wasted there by Maluna. Didn't catch on. A couple of flashes were used, but that will be down for a while.
I'm trying to think if that was more beneficial to NIP or SK, because they got 2 flashes out of the carries of SK. Though they're down the ultimate out of Maluna, which is like their big CC that they need for these fights. I think actually NIP will wait it out, wait for that ultimate to come back up, because obviously it'll be up before their flashes are available, and that's the big point where SK, they want to make something happen right now, it looks like.
That's why you can see they're going to try and push it a little bit and maybe try and take control of that Baron pit. The Oracle, of course, on Nif will clear out all the wards, and we're going to have standing stances all over again. Look, Maluna's actually going aggressive. Looks like Ninjas in Pajamas want to fight for this one. They've gone for Hercubot. They do manage to lock him up there. Bjergsen's trying to put the damage down. Nif taking a lot of damage as well, and SK forced to retreat.
Now that's really ballsy out of NIP, knowing they didn't have Luna's ultimate available. It's already halfway off cooldown though, and NIP, it's pretty much just, they're just contesting that Baron. It's like, both have Oracles, we want to get the vision of it, because you know the next Baron fight's what it's going to be about. Though SK has a lot of things in their favor at this point. Top and bottom are both pushing, so someone on NIP is going to need to back to clear those waves out, and when that happens, SK can go for that very quick Baron.
Maluna, like you say, that ultimate almost available. They've caught Kevin out. He's had to back away. Cell Division is available, but he doesn't want to get it wasted. That was a defensive ball used, but really, he's going to have to back all the way to base and try and get back in time. Deficio, meanwhile, he's wiping out those wards with his Oracle. And that's going to buy time for NIP. They may well have enough to try and start that Baron off before Kevin goes back.
Kevin luckily does have home guard boots though, so he'll be back very quickly. But you're definitely right. I mean, SK with 4 people trying to get a ward in that Baron pit is going to be very difficult. And there you see right there with the bottom lane of SK constantly pushing. They take a turret from that, and Luna's going in again.
He's thrown his ultimate out. This time he has caught Candy Panda, and straight away, oh, Bjergsen gets pulled in. Shockwave wasn't enough to take him down. It's going to be the double kill picked up by Freeze. Now Hercubot's going to dive in there. That could well be the triple. No, it's going to be Bjergsen that picks that one up. They're on towards Ocelot. That's going to be another Zhonya's Hourglass. Extinct the Ignite will take him down a feint. No, it won't. And they do back away. And that was a 3-for-0 for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're in prime position now to take the Baron, but they're going to have to go back first.
Yeah, it looks like definitely Bjergsen already did that. He's going to clear out that bottom wave. But NIP with control, I mean, having the Oracle down for SK, they're going to have to face check into this, and it looks like SK is just going to give it away. They're going to go for Dragon instead.
Well, Freeze definitely doing the job, and honestly, it's been Maluna that's been initiating perfectly so far for NIP every single time. Kevin's simply taking the Dragon, trying to get any little advantage that they can, but it's all about the Baron for NIP. Let's see what they do with it this time around. They couldn't siege down the inhibitor turrets last time they had this. This time, though, I think they're going to be a bit more aggressive with those Zhonyas, but they are both on cooldowns right now.
Definitely. You saw just the power of them in this last fight where Bjergsen almost got blown up by the ultimate out of Ocelot. He got knocked down about 10% health, popped the Zhonyas, was able to actually escape away from Hercubot, and then Extinct doing the same thing with that Ignite. So when those come up, when Maluna's ultimate's available, there's definitely going to be a fight breaking out, and I think this actually might be the last fight of the game at this point. Like, we have really long respawn timers. Freeze has a GA now. It's going to be very hard for SK to actually take anyone down on NIP at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely in a bit of a predicament, it's safe to say. SK Gaming are up against the wall, their legs spread, and NIP are ready. It's about the only analogy I can think of. I'm just talking about searching, man. Your mind is in the gutter every single time. I don't know where you go from this one.
Is that why you looked at me with the grin?
No, there was no grin there at all. You're making it up. Ninjas in Pajamas, they're looking strong, and they are going to go straight up the mid lane.
And keep an eye out for Maluna. when this ultimate goes off, SK, they're going to have to concede this away, but Kevin actually is prepared to go in. And he's not.
No. Oh my. Zhonya's. Oh, what are you doing? Ocelot, wow. I think he thought the timing on the Zhonya's was wrong, but even I knew that was up for a little bit longer. And that is a big, important ultimate down, and NIP are going to know that. They're going to come rushing straight through that mid lane. Look at that, the turret getting dropped down there. That will go down. Now they're straying towards the inhibitor. Maluna's ultimate isn't available, but of course it doesn't matter because they've taken the inhibitor turret.
I went back to look at that just to make sure if they had vision of it, but they did. And it still, unfortunately, didn't work out for them, but that is a huge mistake of SK losing the inhibitor. And now NIP, with Baron buff still available, they can go for a push on this top side.
Wow, so NIP right now, 1 inhib down, and they got a giant stack coming in the top lane. They can follow this one through, and I don't think SK Gaming are going to be able to do a great deal to stop it. Shockwave's back available in a couple of seconds. They're going to have the very best of initiations here. Kevin with Let's Bounce is going to have to really interrupt the entire team. Bjergsen and Freeze definitely going to be the focus targets. Ocelot now, Shockwave available, has to try and catch this just at the right point. SK doing a good job at clearing the waves right now, but honestly, NIP only have to wait because the super minions are going to start coming up that mid lane, and somebody from SK has to deal with them.
Exactly, Demon, and that's just making me wonder if Nif is clearing out all these wards. They could go for that crucial engage at this point because Kevin, he has to Let's Bounce the whole ball delivery system combo if they want, and pretty much they've waited too long. Now Bjergsen has his own available. Maluno has his ultimate available, so pretty much they can't even engage at this point.
He's tanking the turret. He's happy to hold it out as well, Maluno there. And again, that turret down to half health. Candy Panda and Ocelot, oh, they stood right next to each other there. This is just perfect for Maluno. He's just waiting for that exact moment to charge in, land that ultimate, and they will both be decimated if they can catch in the right place. You see Candy Panda still taking the damage. That inhibitor turret ever so slowly going down. Super minions now will be coming up. They are on the middle of the map, so once that next wave gets there, Ocelot also has to go across. It's Candy Panda that's going to deal with it. They know there's 4 members defending.
They have to go for engage here because either they're going to lose a second inhibitor in the game or they're going to lose their Nexus turrets. They need to make something happen here. NIP, they're pretty much at the exact same point where they're going to go in here relatively soon. When one member backs away from SK, which Candy Panda just did, we could see the engage coming out.
They do see Maluno actually getting caught out with a good stun. He did manage to slow down a little bit, tanks up the turret for a little bit longer. But look, the minions there on towards the Nexus turrets. The super minions starting to come in there, so they're just holding them down. Maluno actually taking a good burst of damage there, but Candy Panda almost out of mana, so he's actually getting to the point where he may not even be able to fire that arrow.
Oh, we might even see the Feasting go for the engage with the wave over the wall. We'll be able to catch him. Maluno will be able to get in and land a perfect ultimate. But look at all of these waves. They're pushing in. Bottom lane has, it's all over that turret.
Yeah, super minions in the mid lane. Minions on the bottom lane. That's going to be an inhibitor turret. The arrow comes out, lands on Freeze. Is that the right target? They're going to throw the ball out there. Shockwave wasn't used, though. And Ocelot just holds on for a little bit longer, but that inhibitor turret in the bottom wave is getting massive pressure on it right now. SK Gaming are in trouble, and it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas that actually back away. There's going to be the inhibitor turret, the bottom wave taken out by just minions.
And Demon, I think we're going to see a 4th Baron of the game for NIP to finish this one out, because they can now just bait SK into a fight here. And honestly, that was a really good engage by SK, and Ocelot, I have to give him credit. That was a smart play to not pop his ultimate, because he realized he could have gotten Freeze's J, yeah, but he wanted to get in the perfect position to catch every member of NIP, or if he missed that ultimate, if he used it at the wrong time, then NIP would have finished the game.
Well, I think he realized that Freeze had still got, of course, his flash available, so if he'd have just got out of it, which he was probably waiting to do, he would have been fine, and then, boom, you're losing your best ultimate in the game. So, like you said, held on, delayed just long enough, and sure enough, Baron is up. Dragon's up in a minute. Baron's up in around about 2 minutes. And you're right. NIP are going to hold this one out.
And look
awesome.
Look what Bjergsen's picked up too. Going a little bit for Round Lord on us with the Hextech Gunblade.
Yeah.
So it's a really good item because it gives you some really good statistics. Also the slow, it means you can't really miss your Orb of Deception, which I don't think he misses much anyways. Now I'm going to take away the blue yet again. SK's going to push out middle as far as they possibly can. And if they don't, the thing is, like, they want to stop this Baron, but they need to protect their base till that inhibitor is available. And I believe that Baron will be up before the inhibitor is.
Yeah, they're going to take away the Dragon, the blue buffs, everything in their advantage will be with NIP. And the gold, of course, is going to continue stretching their way. 8-4 in turrets, but No surprise there. They've had full dominant control. They're going to keep those waves shoving up there. 3 members actually of NIP down this bottom lane. Don't forget that inhibitor is completely exposed, and SK have to react to that one. And that's going to pull them away from defending those super minions in that mid lane. Inhibitor will actually respawn soon as well, but the Baron, you can see, is going to be up in 50 seconds, but all of NIP are on this bottom lane.
This is do or die right now. They need to go for the engage really soon. They have to stop NIP from taking this inhibitor, or that will be game for them. And Extinct getting really overextended at this point. They have to be very careful because SK has the damage to burst you down.
I like this play, though, from NIP. They're not worried. They're thinking, Baron 30 seconds, let's not worry about that. Let's get the inhibitor. Let's go for the objectives. Too many times we've seen teams fall away from going for a Baron at the wrong time, and this may well be the right fight for NIP. But we do see it's Hercubot that's going to engage. He tries to go in there. There's the wave. There's the shock. Is it going to be enough? The shockwave hasn't been used by Ocelot just yet. You can see that Ocelot does use that Zhonya's. He gets dropped. Didn't get a chance to use shockwave. Ninjas in Pajamas are going to take victory here. They pick up 4 kills. Can they get on towards the final one? Kevin gets back onto the fountain. It doesn't even matter. It is going to be the Nexus turrets they go for. The inhibitor goes down just as the middle one had spawned in there, and it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. Bjergsen staring down Kevin on the fountain, and it will be NIP that take the victory here against SK Gaming. That's 3 wins on the bounce since their roster change. It seems to have worked out for them, but SK Gaming surely made them work for it.
And look at that fight. That was all about Kenny Pen. He got caught by the ultimate Amuleto. He actually popped the QSS, but even with the flash, he wasn't fast enough to get away. And NIP coming out with 4 kills right there, coming out with the victory, going 3-0 right now. It seems like roster changes seem to be working out for teams.
But just looking at NIP there, they felt the nerves there. They felt the tension. They are not acting like a team like that was an easy win. They are looking at a little bit shell-shocked themselves, thinking, cool, we had to work for that one. Fair play to SK Gaming. They hung on in there for long enough. 52-minute game, definitely the longest one of the night. 21-11 overall in kills. And the gold, well, it was massively in the favor of NIP for such a long period of time after that Dragon fight.
I was just watching Ocelot mess around with Bjergsen. It's good to see them in good spirits after that, being very cool, very good to each other.
Well, in Extinct and Ocelot as well, if you remember, obviously these guys have been around the block for a long, long time. Cursor EU were around for a long time in Season 2, so these guys all know each other very well. And you can see straight away, just like we do, those guys are talking about it. That's all about the fight, that certain turnarounds, the plays. And honestly, I think back to it, it was when Maluna went in for that Dragon, turned around and did like a flick shot and got 4 people with his ultimate.
I think I know what Deficio's saying right now. He's like, guys, I was 1-0-16. I think I carried that game. We don't need to talk about it. We just talk about how well I did.
Guys, I didn't die. This is awesome. And actually pops his KDA up quite a lot, to be fair to him.
Yeah, and I mean, that kind of shows the how good of a support he is. I mean, not dying first of all, but also the Nami waves he's been using have been phenomenal. Always perfectly positioned. Like in that last fight you saw, it was really well positioned. And Nami, I mean, had one of the worst win percentages. Is actually starting to win a lot more games now.
Definitely doing very well. And the Aqua Prisms, the waves, or whatever you'd like to call it, surfing out there, they were doing very, very well. So Ninjas in Pajamas do take themselves joint 4th, along with Fnatic and along with Lemon Dogs. And that means SK Gaming are actually joint bottom with Evil Geniuses now.
Who would have... I'm just still astounded by the standings right now. Who would have thought SK and EG would be bottom? I don't think anyone out there would.
3rd and 4th in the spring split. They are way down there, and they're actually out of the playoffs right now, which is the danger territory.
Yeah,
that's
it's
when the
top
pressure
6,
starts.
Correct?
Yeah.
And just to imagine not having EG or SK there, it kind of blows my mind.
In the playoffs,
Yeah.
When you think how very popular those teams are in terms of, I think in DreamHack signing sessions, 5-hour queues or whatever it was for Evil Geniuses, there was insane amounts of people that wanted to go see them. And it's a scary situation for those guys. These are 2 teams that have not made any roster changes. These are 2 teams that are sticking it out. And I actually like them for that, because I hate to see people going out the LCS, especially players that have been here for so long. I'm a little saddened to see N-Rated leaving the LCS. I'm not going to lie. I was a little sad to see Edward going across to America. That's not working out for him too well either, I hate to say. But overall, the new teams are coming in and performing brilliantly.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking at it in terms of, you're talking about the roster changes about North America, where they seem to happen, well, not happen too often, but quite a bit more than Europe if you compare the two. And for them, it kind of doesn't work out too well. But over here, it's just, I mean, EG and SK, if you look at their entire LCS career so far, the spring split and the summer split, obviously they did extremely well in the spring split, but if you look at it, if they don't get in a World Finals, will they still stick to the same roster is what I'm curious about.
Who knows? Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to get to speak to one of the new boys of Ninjas in Pajamas, though. It's going to be Freeze over with Shocks.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, Freeze, of course, the new 80 carry for Ninjas in Pajamas. Great game for you guys. Talk us through the picks and bans. Do you feel you outpicked them? For instance, they had Jarvan, but you had a lot of champions that could just jump out of his ultimate.
Yeah, we basically wanted to do that because we expected that Hercule was going to go Jarvan. He's like good Jarvan, and he likes that champion. And it's really aggressive early, and SK play really aggressive early game. So we knew that if we're gonna survive the early game, then it's our game, and only if we throw the game, then we will lose. And basically, all the picks were kind of a bit late game and mid game, and all of them can jump away from Jarvan and just run away.
Yeah, very good team comment. Talking about late game, you were on Vayne, who's of course the late game 80 carry, one of the best in that regard. So how was your lane matchup with Nami and Vayne against Lulu and Ashe?
Well, we picked Vayne really early because of the Jarvan, and I didn't want to let them play Vayne because we knew that they're gonna pick Orianna, and that champion is really strong in the end game and late game. So we wanted to prevent this, so we picked Vayne really early. But that meant for us that they're gonna pick strong laners against the bot lane, and they will bully us on the bot lane. So we had a hard time early game. Then Jarvan came and kind of denied all of the farm. I was freezing, and well, yeah, we had a really hard time early game, but we kind of survived, and the rest of the team got some kills overall on the map, and we knew it's our game.
You're freezing, as is your nickname, of course. Now, anyway, you went 3-0 with Ninjas in Pajamas with the brand new lineup. So how are you feeling overall in the team?
I feel really strong. We have a lot of motivation to practice. We will basically boot camping at Cologne all week. We practice all day long from 10 to 10. And we prepared a lot for SK and for EG and Alternate tomorrow. And I really feel like the family in the NIP, because we have so much support from the headquarters. I can ask for anything, and I get it instantly. I'm not used to it. That's it.
Great, feeling amazing in NIP and a great performance here. Good luck in your matches tomorrow as well. Thank you very much, Freeze.
Thanks.
Now, of course, we already had a ton of matches here today, but we still have 2 more coming, and it's going to be Lemondogs versus Fnatic, 2 teams that are sporting a new support up against each other. Fnatic versus Lemondogs after the break. back to our studios in Cologne. We already have 4 matches under our belt, and of course 2 more coming up. And coming up next is Lemondogs versus Fnatic with Joe and Jason.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome everyone back to the caster desk. We're about to move into, as Shock said, Lemondogs versus Fnatic. But before we do that, let's check out the lineups for both teams. Now, both of these teams, of course, have had permanent roster changes coming into week 4, and it's worked out nicely for both of them.
I believe every team that's had a roster change, including NIP, have won their games.
It seems to be working up until now. We've still got some games to go here. So let's have a look then, first of all, here with Lemondogs on the blue side with Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nukeduck in the mid lane, and the AD carry and support, Tabs and Mithy.
And of course, over for Fnatic in the red corner, Soaz in the top lane, Sana in the jungle, Xpeke middle, Pushu as AD carry, and Yellowstar as support.
So let's have a look then at how you guys have voted for this game over on lolesports.com.
Now, I'm amazed at this percentage because that is very one-sided, but 86% of you think Fnatic will win this game. Wow. I mean, they've been right, I think, 2 times so far.
To be fair, last time Fnatic and Lemondogs met, it was 92% to Fnatic. So, and that game obviously went towards Lemondogs. So a little bit of a change up this time for that, but not really much of a percentage swing. Now, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, both teams have undergone those permanent roster changes this week, as N-Rated, of course, was taken out of the team. Yellowstar took his support role, and Pushu was brought in as the AD carry. On the other side, you've got the Lemondogs, who have also had that duo lane change with We Will Fail dropping from the team to make room for Mithy. Now, both teams have already recorded a win here today, but how much of the roster changes, how much are they going to make an impact on this game? Because it's both teams that have had them, is that going to bring a little more uncertainty into this match?
I think, if anything, it gives them a little bit of an edge in terms of not knowing exactly how they're going to play in the bottom lane, because it's always one of those things where AD carries now in Season 3 are like the go-to guy late game, where if you can't kill them, if you can't attack them and they get free damage onto you, they're going to win the fight pretty much. So we're going to see how it's really going to end up. But we saw, back in the spring split with Dragonborns how it ended up for them, when we saw Maluno actually get replaced by Dexter, and then we had Umana Cannon go in the top lane for Spontex. Didn't work out well for them. Flip side of that coin, look at NIP, look at Fnatic, look at Lemondogs. Been working out so well for them. The odds are in the favor of that, but we'll see if that's going to continue.
Well, Lemondogs, of course, have focused a lot more around those late game compositions in their recent games as well. We should never forget that.
Yeah, and we have to look at it as actually, I was mentioning with Demon earlier, saying that they talked to us when we were upstairs, and they were mentioning how they don't play the same way anymore. They play a lot more early game oriented, and we weren't sure if that was actually a troll or not. But as we saw in their game earlier on today, it wasn't. They played phenomenally well very early on, and we're going to see if that's going to continue, because that was, to me, like, them and Mutual Makers are in the same boat in terms of people know what they're going to do. Mutual Makers, they need to control the early game. If you can stop that, you're going to win. Same with Lemondogs, and with the change-up in play style, you really catch teams off guard.
And for me, I think a switch out in the bottom lane is maybe less of a change when it comes to an overall team's game plan. Because, your support and your AD carry, it's obvious what they're going to do at the start, which is go up probably in that head-to-head, if not in a 1 versus 2. But the aim of the game for them is to farm a lot. I mean, a change to a mid lane player, to a jungler, in my opinion, and a top laner, a lot more impactful on how a team's overall strategy might change.
And one thing that I love particularly with Fnatic, the whole change, is that Yellowstar was an AD carry player. He's now playing support, so he knows exactly what the AD carry wants to do. Like, he's pretty much reading the guy's mind, and he can pretty much help that out, help facilitate that, and that gives you such a huge advantage in lane, I have to say. But we're going to find out if they can continue. They looked very good early on. Yellowstar had some really good crescendos on that Sona, and we're going to see if Pushu can really kind of show everyone that he earned the spot. He deserves to be here. He's a high-tier challenger solo queue player, and obviously he played very well earlier on.
Well, let's have a little bit of a look back on last week, because Lemondogs managed to beat Fnatic. We saw Fizz coming out for Nukeduck in there, and it was a little bit too much to handle for them.
Yeah, and that actually makes me wonder if that was going back to discussions with N-Rated. Maybe there was a little bit of turmoil in the team, maybe not. But yeah, his Fizz was unstoppable in that game. His Zed earlier was the same boat. I mean, he could one-shot Yellow P at the time. Like, they need to shut him down a little bit. And Xpeke, he's kind of really the man to do it.
Well, certainly an interesting game coming up here. As we said, both teams have undergone roster changes. Really the big story of I guess this week and last week as well, are those roster changes pretty much across the board, or not, as it is the case for some teams. I mean, Gambit, they had that, I guess we can call it a substitution change where Darian wasn't playing, but we saw them earlier on and exactly how they came flying out against Alternate. They absolutely smashed Alternate into the ground.
And the thing is that, you know, it's all about roster changes right now in the season. You know, we're about halfway through it. But the thing is, you're doing it kind of right before the World Finals. You have a lot of work to do in terms of synergy, getting your late game compositions to work out well together. But with something like that on the line, you have to feel very confident, or like it was very needed to make your team better.
So we are going to get then into Champion Select here. All the players are ready to get things underway with this one. And I can tell you right now, the first band's actually coming out into this one. Elise going to be taken out towards Soaz. We saw him earlier on. He's now 3 for 4 games with that Elise. And as I always harp on about, because it's such an impressive stat, he was unbeaten in the spring split with Elise as well. Lemondogs don't want any of that. They've taken out Malphite, which is interesting because 0-0, although he's not really put the win ratio there with Malphite, he's played a lot of games with him already.
Yeah, Malphite in general has a very low win ratio, but we've seen Xpeke play it back in, I believe it was week number 1. Yeah, it was at DreamHack. It worked out well for me one game, didn't work out well from the other game, but that leads me to believe that they have a certain composition they really want to run. But over on Fnatic side, the Lissandra, 0-0, his Lissandra was perfect. I mean, it was spot on exactly what you needed out of Lissandra.
It was ice cold, you could say.
It's ice cold, and obviously don't want to play against that this time.
No, Evelyn taken out here as well. They're a little bit worried about Dexter having that one in the jungle. He has already proven to us that he can run that Eve and to devastate. In fact, Nunu taken out. Cyanide, a fantastic Nuke player, and the fact is that Nunu is very, very strong right now. Zed was the final ban from Fnatic. They don't want Nuke Duck having any of that. But that left Twisted Fate open and Lemondogs have locked it straight in.
Okay, so we're going to see how strong Nuke Duck is on Twisted Fate, but to me, it's, in terms of going back to the ban real quick, when Dexter picked Lee Sin earlier today, I was actually really surprised to see that because it doesn't seem like his type of jungler. He wasn't that effective early on, which we've seen, you know, Arnair really be, so I'm curious to see what he's actually going to go for the same thing this time. Change my talking mid-sentence. Well, you kind of got it there. It was all right. Shen and Jarvan, of course, were 2 champions left open, which Fnatic are going to snap up straight away. Jarvan, he's a big one for Cyanide. Played him 5 times so far in the jungle. Picked up his 2nd win of the summer split earlier on with him. Very solid. Loves to steal things with that Jarvan as well. Shen is Shen. Shen is Shen. I'm going to have to speed things up here because we're speeding through. That Lee Sin and a Varus pickup for Lemondogs. So we're going to see the control out of the Varus ultimate, but I was wowing really loud at that Thresh was let through and was let this far into the whole picking order. That really surprised me.
So We Will Fail played a lot of Thresh, but can Mithy play him? To me, it maybe says no because Fnatic had already locked in the jungler here and they went for that Lee Sin. So it obviously tells me that the Thresh wasn't that high up on the pick priority. How good is Yellow Star is another question that we've got to have answered here. Pushu's going to have Caitlyn this time around.
It looks like, okay, so Pushu on Caitlyn, it's a very easy AD carry to play. I mean, you're guaranteed to farm really well. Obviously, it's
no one told me that.
No one told you that? You should try it out. She's really fun. But she's really hard to counter in lane, pretty much. She's really good counter to Draven, but with a Thresh, so they're going to be a little bit aggressive, but it's like guaranteed farm. I mean, I remember Yellow Star back at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice where it was against SK and he was playing Caitlyn, he was behind, Fnatic was looking out of it, but he just kept farming, and you could not stop him in the end of the game. And it looks like Lemondogs might try to go with Mithy on Fiddlesticks again, which, you know, I don't know about your opinion, but he didn't really do that well on him. It wasn't bad, but he did have, I think, the only death of his team, and he kind of got a little bit, and he didn't even ult until like halfway, or 3/4 of the way through the game.
And I think Fiddlesticks is a support player that's not instantly obvious to when he does well, you know, because he's not got that hook, you know, the kind of clutch skills that you see, the crescendo from Sona, you know, something that really sticks in your mind. His kit's fantastic, you know, with the fear, with the mass silence in there, with his ultimate, even without any AP, is an absolute terror in terms of damage. So we'll see how that one works around this time for Mithy. Of course, they recorded a victory earlier on. They've picked up Rise as well here.
Okay, and the Rise could be really hard to deal with top lane. You're against a Shen, so if you build a little bit of magic as this, should be fine pretty much overall, but I really wish I had the numbers on this, but with Fnatic's lineup, they have basically 2 tanks, one in the top lane, one in the jungle, and they're depending on the Kassadin and Caitlyn to carry. And I'm pretty sure that having like a damage dealer tank hybrid in the top lane, and then you're obviously regular middle, regular AD carry, you typically win more games, because if you fall behind with a composition like this with Fnatic, it's really hard to get back in it in terms of damage, where if Xpeke gets shut down, which I'm assuming they're going to send a 2v1 against him middle, he's going to have a really hard time getting the kills, but it's a Kassadin. You can snowball really quickly.
Well, the good thing for Lemondogs is as well that they've got that interchangeability between Twisted Fate and Rise. Obviously, both AP-based champions that they could end up sending that Rise against Kassadin and say, you jump at me, and then you're stuck in position straight away. But we'll have to see about that one here. Two strong teams coming out from, and some picks that we were maybe not quite expecting down the line, but both of them with these roster changes, and one thing that we can be sure about is that they've both looked a little bit reinvigorated here, and that's something that can happen with these roster changes. The whole, we are new, we are feeling fresh with this team coming out here, and it seems to be working out so far, but neither of these teams can go undefeated today with those new roster changes.
That is true, so someone will finally lose, but it also brings in like a new energy to the team, I have to say. But I'm curious though with Pushu in particular, because Harry said it earlier, the manager of Fnatic, that once Reckless is 17, he will be joining the team. So it's like, you're playing, but you're limited on time. So for me, it's like he needs to show other teams that he, maybe you should pick him up because he's a really strong AD carry player. So he might actually be very aggressive, try to make some really strong plays.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about his whole position. Me and Dim talked a little bit about this earlier, that it's a hard situation to be in, because you're almost like Spontex was for Darien and like White Knight is for Ferelnlord, in that you've only got a bit of a limited time frame. Of course, his is bigger here. It's not just a 1 week to the next change coming out. But still, he's got some big shoes to fill in Yellow Stars, who himself has got N-rated shoes to fill. They've been swapping shoes all over the place in that Fnatic house. But we are going to get into game then. It's Lemondogs versus Fnatic. Lemondogs here on the blue side, Fnatic, of course, on the red. At level 1, there's some interesting stuff that can come out, just for the fact that if you look at Fnatic, I think in particular here, with the whole hook, with Jarvan being able to spot quite a lot, with Shen able to get in there for the taunt, I think Lemondogs need to be a little bit wary. But on their side, they've got a stun card, they've got Rise that can lock down, they've got Fiddlesticks that can be a bit annoying here as well.
Exactly, he's the key thing, because you have your silence that can completely shut down the enemy team. We're going to see actually a fight happen.
Hook landing here on towards 0-0. He's been burst down. First blood coming in here for Yellow Star, and he's going to keep going with this one. Can they lock anyone else down? Nukeduck trying desperately to pull out that gold card, which he will manage to do. Cooldown's going to be up here, and Yellow Star couldn't quite get off another hook in that, but one's enough, to be frank. He picks up the first blood, just showing that earlier on when he picked up the kills, he's still feeling like he deserves them.
He's the new Edward. He's the new support carry. Or carry support, whatever it is. And I was trying to say right before the fight broke out was that Mythy on Fiddlesticks, like the silence you have, NIP got the gist of it when they played back in Moscow against them, where the silence will just shut you down completely if your team sticks together. But it didn't matter in the end. Fnatic was able to burst them down, just like you said, with Soaz taking that taunt at level 1. He was not going to escape. And with that early kill, I believe Yoster actually didn't even pick anything special up. Actually, no, he picked a Ruby Crystal up. That is bad. That is really hard. That means you could not kill him pretty much at all in lane.
Yeah, and if you look at the start as well here for Xpeke, I mean, Soaz on Shen, Doran Shield, a little bit more normal than a Kassadin coming out there with that Doran Shield, which means that he's going to be a lot harder to be dealing damage to. We can see the start here in terms of the junglers, but the most interesting thing is probably the lane switches that we've got going on. As you predicted earlier on, a 2v1 against Kassadin to try and deal and shut him down as early as possible. We're going to have Shen versus Rise bottom and Twisted Fate versus Caitlyn Thresh in the top lane.
So I'm not too sure if Nukeduck actually expected to be top lane against this combo. I mean, the items don't really show that he's necessarily for that, but he's going to have the extra movement speed. We do have Yellowstar coming down. He's going to spot Dexter at blue.
And he's just an annoyance now because of that Ruby Crystal coming in as well. You're not really going to be able to lock him down if you're just one man. However, Twisted Fate is coming in. We've got Mythy from the side here, and Yellow Star just going to saunter on back up, holding his lantern like a boss, and puts a ward down on his way out.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about something as the game goes on. When we get to team fights, when I was mentioning having a tank in the tank in a solo lane and a tank in the jungle, is that when you have a Kassadin against a Fiddlesticks, I mean, he can silence you, he can fear you. If you're not careful in how you engage, you can just be killed instantly because you're not going to be able to move. And I want to see how well Xpeke actually works around this.
So the switch that we've got here, Xpeke obviously going to be in that 1v2. It's going to leave Twisted Fate in a 1v2 lane as well, but those wild cards and the red cards that he has as well combined give him decent lane clear, even in this, you know, bit of a precarious lane setup.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem Xpeke is going to have, is he can't wave clear. And last scene under turret's going to be very hard for him to do against a Fiddlesticks, not to mention a Varus who can just piercing arrow you from a long way away. But Dexter, he's trying to make a play down here, and he might be able to make it happen.
Oh, they managed to actually get in there with the taunt, but we did see Dexter coming around the side. Cyanide becomes the focus of the damage as Dexter starts to back away, and it was Zoro0 who got the lowest out of all of them, but with 4 men there, not really going to be ending up in a kill, as we do have a slight pause
Mythy,
here.
come on! I wonder if it's his PC again or something like that. But obviously, I mean, it was a very strong start for Fnatic. They have an early advantage, and you saw a great timing out of Dexter to really counter that gank. Though I'm not 100% sold on his Lee Sin just yet. I don't know. I mean, after seeing RNA or after seeing Insect, it's kind of hard to match it on that level. But it worked out for him.
RNA will be happy that you said after seeing RNA and Insect and not even mentioning the likes of Diamond in that little sentence.
Well, because we haven't seen Diamond play it, obviously, in this split or even last split, if I remember correctly. But I told him I had to give him a compliment every once in a while.
So it looks like it's actually Tabs who's just had a disconnect there. So he will be just getting himself back into the game here. And we'll be able to get ourselves back underway in just a second. Definitely don't want your AD carry to be feeling the pressure here. I mean, they're in that 2v1 lane, so it's not like he's got the biggest of pressures on him, but you've got to get a job done at the end of the day.
I think you might even have more pressure in the end, just in terms of, like, obviously it's easier to CS, but if you don't out-CS the opponent, then you're like, well, I just screwed myself. Pretty much at that point.
That 2v1 lane has got to work for you. There's no doubt about that one. He puts the pressure on it. Not really, I mean, a 2v2 lane, you've still got to outfarm, but like you said, if your opponent's doing better in that other 2v1 lane, which, you know, that early first blood on Yellow Star may work out nicely for them with the fact that he can afford to take a turret hit here and there while they're pressuring that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're going to get back in a game, they're actually already being aggressive over towards the top side. But in terms of how CS is going right now, you have Twisted Fate 6-11 in terms of CS. So it hasn't really, you know, developed too much, but it kind of shows that we expected, you know, Nuke to have an easier time farming top, but right now Xpeke is the one doing it.
Yeah, Xpeke here putting down damage as he goes as well. Yeah, he's level 4 right now, which means he's actually got pretty decent power when it comes to that. I mean, you're going to be seeing Tabs using quite a lot of spells, and that's what he's going to get for his E, you know? When you've got those spells going off around him constantly, it means that he's automatically able to put out more with his E.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm curious to see if he's actually leveling up. I'm pretty sure he's not. Actually, he is leveling it up. So to help with the wave clear a little bit more, his Force Pulse is going to definitely aid that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Sana come on for a gank, because Mythy, because he actually went to help out Dexter on the blue buff, he actually is behind in level. So it's a very easy gank. So unfortunately, he does miss that top right there. But Zoro0 will be returning with that tier. And obviously, over time, he's going to be even stronger.
Well, now we do see Dexter coming up in towards this top lane. See if he can alleviate any of the pressure that Nukeduck's got. And look at that. That's one of the annoyances of a Thresh Caitlyn, or just a Caitlyn lane as well, with anyone like Nami who can, you know, have an easy skill shot basically once you stun yourselves by accident or by whatever reason on top of those Caitlyn traps.
That's what's really, yeah, exactly. That is so dangerous, is that if you send him one, you're probably gonna get pulled and probably killed. So actually, as you see right there, or here at least, Dexter will be eating both of those just so he can escape. And I mean, obviously, Caitlyn can put some more down, but it's a lot of mana to invest in that.
Well, let's have a look at the CS here early on, because it's going to be an interesting factor, as we are going to see a hook coming in. Not quite got the range on towards Nukeduck. But the interesting one, 26-20 in terms of Shen and Ryze. They're pretty even stuff. Mid lane, or what we can call the mid laners there, is even at 19 apiece. The AD carries are almost even as well, just a couple of CS between them. But now Cyanide is hanging around in this middle lane. This is where it becomes dangerous. Xpeke not quite hit level 6, so doesn't have that Rift Walk, but with this wave, he might be able to get there.
Oh, here we go, the engage coming out of Cyanide.
Mythy already in a lot of trouble from this one. Peke's still not hit level 6 though, so won't be able to follow up with the damage from that one. That was a little bit unfortunate in the timing. Dexter actually got really low there in the top lane. Not 100% sure what actually happened up there, but either way, it's good for Fnatic.
And I really wonder if Sana just waited a little bit longer, if Xpeke would have hit 6, because that most likely would have been a kill. As Mythy is very squishy. I mean, he's Fiddlesticks, kind of slow. Doesn't have a flash.
Sorry.
He doesn't have his flash available anymore, or his exhaust. So Xpeke, he actually could probably kill Mythy in this 1v2 if the situation's right.
Yeah, those summoners down definitely could turn out to be a big deal. Bit of a disclaimer there, depending on what Cyanide's plans are in these next few moments. Right now, it looks like he's going to go for a bit of an attack down towards Zoro0 in the bottom lane, who is up to level 6. Shen should be getting there pretty soon as well, as we see Dexter visiting that middle lane. And now Cyanide coming around for a bit of a time here. There is a ward, so they know that Cyanide did start to come around from there. And in the end, he just has to make sure that he backs up that turret. Key point here, just as the turret goes down, Soaz is now level 6. So Stan United is available.
And also, Xpeke has teleport. He hasn't used it just yet, but he can be around the map, well, or back in his own lane right there, as you see, very quickly. As actually he's going to go in on Dexter. He does get the silence, but I don't think they can kill him.
Oh, especially if the knockup doesn't hit like that on Cyanide. Being dodged away from there by Dexter. Good play from him to expect that one coming in. And that will leave us with no kills there. Just that first blood from earlier on, which Yellow Star secured, I think is the right word.
Yeah, I think you go with the same word as well. But, you know, like you mentioned, we're at that level 6 point, so we have the mobility, the global presence of the Twisted Fate. Well, you know, I say global presence, but it's not really global if you're stuck in top lane. The thing is, he just backed, he's gonna buy here, and actually he's level 6, so he might go for a gank really soon, either middle or bottom, since they don't really know where he is yet.
Well, let's see about that one. He is looking to be headed top side once again, and if you look at the minimap, there's not much on the middle or top side of the map that really presents itself as Twisted Fateable. I think we're going to call it now. I'm inventing all kinds of words today. It's a fantastic day to work for the Oxford Dictionary, because you're probably cringing at the words that I can come out with sometimes. He's going to be getting the blue buff here, though, thanks to Dexter. And we'll see where Nuke goes with that. Looks like he's going to set himself up in the middle lane now that that tower's gone down.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Fnatic, because they got the first turret, so they forced it basically themselves, which means they have a plan. Like, they want to keep this pressure on. Don't let Twisted Fate keep farming up, as he's down quite a bit of CS at this point. But a 4-man push out of Lemondogs here on this middle turret. And that fear, wow.
Yeah, there's the fear coming in. Chain of Corruption actually missed there, and we are going to see Shen getting involved. Can he land a ton? He does get the ton onto 2 of them, and that will actually onto 3 of them in the end. There's the ace in the hole from the side, which lands onto Nuke, but that's what Xpeke was waiting for. He was waiting for the team to collaborate with him and to get them in onto 1 man. That time turns out to be Dexter, of all people, that they managed to catch, but Xpeke will be thankful for that extra gold coming in. And they've started Dragon.
Actually not going to be spotted here, so they should be able to pick it up, though it looks like Mithy will come down. Twisted Fate ultimate comes in, but it's certainly going for a kill as you do the flash hook!
That was a brilliant hook, and now Twisted Fate going to get involved, but they're not going to be able to save Mithy. Yellow Star might die, he will die in the end to Rise. Are they going to keep going? Pusu is going to walk himself away. Xpeke will Rift Walk just as the gold card actually landed onto him, and now they're going in again. Zoro gets taunted up. Peke will get his 2nd kill. Can they chase him for any more here? It's going to be about Cyanide landing something, or Soaz landing a taunt. Pushu actually, well, I thought Dexter was trying to get in towards Pushu there at the back. Cyanide body blocking him nicely. And that was another crazy encounter. Fnatic go up to 4-1.
And importantly, Xpeke up to 2 kills. So we talked about earlier how easy that casting can snowball, how fast the casting can snowball. He's going to be able to do it here. And Sunny will go protect that turret. And I have to apologize for that very girly scream, but I was that excited about the pool.
It's been missing for a while, Jason. We've all missed it, that's for sure. But this turret's not going to stay alive. Lemondogs are going to take down the first outer inner turret. That would be a turn up for the books. Outer middle turret is what I'm trying to say. And that's always a big pickup for them. We can see the wards going down here. That Dragon, of course, wasn't done in the attempt by Fnatic. So Lemondogs are going to be going for this one. We've got 3 men from Fnatic waiting off in the wings. Will Soaz's presence be enough to force them away from this? Dexter has the smite available. Cyanide has the smite available. But is he going to be able to get in for this one? And here comes Fiddlesticks, and Cyanide going very, very low. He's going to go down to Rise in the end. They picked up the Dragon here, Lemondogs, and that's a big win for them. Yellow Star in the middle of nowhere, really. Lee Sin gonna land the Q. Dexter follows through. He's a dead man, though. Caitlyn sniping him off with a Piltover Peacemaker.
That was a great taunt at Soaz right there to pick up Dexter. Unfortunately, a little bit too late, but just like you mentioned, getting 1 kill, getting Dragon off of that, phenomenal job. Actually, sorry, 2 kills in the end. Great job by Lemondogs. Gives him a really hefty gold closing 15 tide. Anyways, I was going over with that one, but Fnatic gonna respond. Go for a Dragon here. And Mithy, that was a great ultimate out of him.
Oh, Tab's getting silenced up here, gets taunted up as well. Ace in the hole coming through, that'll burst the barrier. And Pushu actually managing to land the Piltover Peacemaker again to secure himself his 3rd kill of the game. That turret is going to go down. So despite the fact that they got that Dragon and a couple of kills with it, Fnatic used that positional advantage to sweep straight around.
Yes, that really didn't matter in the end. Fnatic's happy with that trade probably any day, because now their carries are really fed. And we talked about it earlier in the Champion Select. You need them to be fed. If they get behind, they're going to have a really tough time keeping up in damage, but look how far ahead they are. And that means they have the tankiness they need to dive, they have the damage they need to dive, and they might die.
They may well just dive with everything that they've got going on there. Catalyst and the T are now in there for Xpeke's Kassadin. And if you look on the other side, Cage's lucky pick, which now is part of a normal Twisted Fate build, that extra gold that, you know, if you combine that with his passive as well, I suppose, always going to help out as Xpeke going to portal in here, and Mythic caught all kinds of out of position, and he is a dead man. Or is he? He fears up Xpeke, but you got a Rift Walk. You can get right on top of his head again. And yeah, that's another nice catch out for Fnatic that's going to bring Xpeke now to 3-0-3. And we said it, it's probably the last man they want to be letting get the kills at this stage of the game.
And it's just going to keep growing because he's tied in CS to his counterpart. He's actually not even that far ahead to the leader right now, which is Puzo. But I'm just... Soaz on his Shen, like his taunts have been ridiculous. Like forget his Elise, his Shen has been phenomenal so far.
And that's it. I mean, he's such... we talk about the likes of the hooks and different champions that can throw so far there, but the 10 taunts, or the Shen taunts, can be even more vital when it comes to those scenarios. Here we see Yellowstar in a little bit of trouble. Twisted Fate coming down. Yellowstar gonna be stunned up here. He is gonna go down, but Shen coming in now. Misses the taunt this time around. Will that allow Nuduk to get away? Yes, it will. Shielded up by Dexter, and they take down Pushu as well. Fantastic play out of the Lemon Dogs.
And just as we're praising Soaz about the taunts, he misses one. And I was actually really curious, well, I know why he ulted onto Caitlyn, but they killed Yellowstar first instead. Xpeke's heading down, Sidelight's heading down, and Lemon Dogs, they easily could get turned around. Like, Fnatic could pick up some kills here if they land the taunt.
Well, right now that minion wave for the first target to be wiped out before they think about going for anyone else, but you see their fears coming out on towards Soaz to stop him running forward. And that will be Lemon Dogs securing this lane, but can they get the finisher? Smite even used there by Dexter to take away the siege minion. And in the end, they decide to back off. Enough's enough for them now. We're bang even on gold, 13 minutes, 50 in.
I not expect that. With all the action that's happened, I thought it would be definitely one-sided here, but Lemon Dogs are giving Fnatic a run for their money, and they both are showing that we don't want to be the only team with a loss with the roster changes. Xpeke should be able to get blue here. The gold he has, he doesn't have really anything yet to buy up in terms of damage items, but he went for early Merc Treads, which is very smart. He doesn't want to get locked down with the fears, the silences, the stuns, and the snares, so he needs that mobility to get around to, you know, really get an assassinate zone, which he's eyeing tabs for that, or even Nuke Duck at this point.
As Dexter just going to help Nuke Duck up once again. Second blue buff in a row for the Twisted Fate. And he right now has added that blasting wand in to that earlier Cage's lucky pick, and we can see the Merc Treads done for him and for Lee Sin over on that side as well. Between the two AD carries, bit of a difference there. Look at that. Infinity Edge done for Caitlyn. Only the BF sword. He's gone for the Berserker Greaves, and a double Doran's blade, though, has taps.
And he only has 900 gold to spend, so that's not going to be coming around for him for a long time. And that's, I guess that's Fnatic's like key to, or chance to just say, hey, let's fight. We out level them. We have better items. We can easily win in these head-on-head fights. As long as Mithy, I have to say, doesn't get a perfect Fiddle ultimate, which he did last time at Dragon.
Yeah, that was certainly shredding them apart. Fnatic now push out this middle lane once again. They, of course, took that turret down just after that last Dragon, and big team fight went down outside of the Dragon Pit. Both teams seemingly slowing down somewhat by now. We've got Shen still in that bottom lane. He's up against both Varus and Fiddlesticks. You always have to be careful of that fear. That's, you know, it can lead you back to towards your own turret, and you
right.
can be safe, or can lead you in the opposite direction, and then all of a sudden you're in a lot more trouble.
I've had that happen one too many times in the past. We do have an Aegis actually picked up for Soaz relatively early, but he's going to go for the Runic Bulwark, obviously, to really mitigate the damage Sword Zero and Nuke Duck can do. And Sword Zero, he had a really tough time early on. I mean, he was obviously first blooded. He's been ganked bottom lane, so he fell behind in CS, but he's caught up a little bit. He has his Rod of Aegis done now, so his damage is really going to start to spike up really soon. And if you mix that in with a little bit of tankiness, that means he's not going to get bursted down anytime soon.
So let's have a look down the CS here again, because he has changed a little bit. Xpeke now a good 15 CS in the lead. That leads to about 300 gold. Of course, he is 3-0-3 as well, which we should never underestimate in that. A 500 gold difference for Caitlyn over Varus, despite the fact that Tabs is slightly ahead on that front. But again, 3 kills coming down for Pushu's Caitlyn. In the top lane, Rise is ahead. It's only 6. The 6 assists over with Shen. That difference has actually decently climbing as well here in favor of Rise, who, as you said, does have that Rod of Ages. We should also never really forget the advantage that a Twisted Fate can bring to your team as well with that extra gold.
Especially that's just, oh, a nice taunt out of Soaz!
3-man taunt coming in, but have they got the damage to follow up? The boxes down. They managed to hook Nukeduck into this one. Yellow Star gonna go in. There's a Cataclysm. He's caught 4 men here from Lemon Dogs. We see Yellow Star go down at first. Yeah, Cyanide is going low as well, and Dexter's right in on top of him, and it will be Dexter to pick up a kill before he goes down. Right now, it's a 2 for 2, but it's not over just yet. Nukeduck, who got pulled in earlier on, manages to finish off Soaz, and that's a 3 for 2. The piercing arrow almost connecting there. And that will be another crazy fight down on this bottom side. I feel like I've said crazy fight one too many times today, but these games have been action-packed.
Definitely, and we have to give credit to Mythy right there. That ultimate out of him was perfect. It almost killed Pusho almost itself. Like he almost just 1v1'd him in the entirety, or in the entire Fnatic team. That was definitely well placed, and the ultimate out of Cyanide as well. But no one was able to really capitalize off of that because they were stuck in the back trying to deal with Fiddlesticks, trying to deal with Tabs. And in the end, Lemon Dog's coming out ahead in that fight, but Gold still pretty much bang even. Only 500 difference, 18 minutes in.
Close stuff here between Fnatic and the Lemon Dogs. You see there a pink ward down from Lemon Dogs. Dragon is going to be started off by Fnatic. Lee Sin coming around the side. Dexter has his smite available as a piercing arrow goes through just to warn Fnatic of the presence there as they go in on towards Mythy. Xpeke getting silenced up, but he's able to get away. They managed to lock Zoro down with a hook, but not enough damage to follow that one up, and it's going to be a delicate dance again for Dragon.
Xpeke doesn't have too much damage just yet, even with that score, but that Rod of Ages is going to be stacking up really soon. He's actually being spotted by quite a few wards here, and even Fnatic, they're very scared to go for this Dragon, as smart play to Lemon Dogs just awarded over that corner. And Lemon Dogs, we always talked about them, I mean, they've taken almost the most Dragons out of any team. I think they're third currently right now with like 24, but they are really hesitant to go for this one. They actually can start pushing middle and force Fnatic to react to them and deal with, and to come back and not do Dragon themselves.
Yeah, this is the counter to that Dragon dance for them. They decide to push out in towards this middle lane. Fnatic looking to get around the side of him. There's a taunt coming through. Mythy actually will flash that one, but he's going to be a dead man here. He got hooked up from that. Pushu will pick up that kill. Have they got the damage to finish on through? It's a little bit messy here. Dexter off to the side will get away via that ward, but look at Xpeke. He's flashed over the wall with that Rift Walk on cooldown. Can they keep going on this one? There's the taunt flash on towards Tabs. He's going to get away, but there's the Cataclysm coming out. But Cyanide is caught inside it. He gets a hit from the turret, and it's another messy fight. Nukeduck gets dropped down. 4 men still up here. 4 Fnatic to the 3 of the Lemon Dogs. Yellow Star gets picked up just as he puts a box down, and Fnatic start to back away from this one, and another real messy encounter.
I thought you were going to say crazy there, but messy is probably the key word, definitely. It was a 2 for 2. Or sorry, it was a 2 for 1. And it was almost 2 for 2. Mythy did die early on that fight, but that just shows like Lemon Dogs, they just kept retreating, kept kiting as much as possible. They were tanking up to deal with the damage, or the lack of damage that Xpeke could do, unfortunately for him. And now it's still Xpeke, he didn't die, he's 4-0-6, and Pushu, 6-1-3.
And it's not over just yet. There's the flashing on towards Xpeke. Is he going to be able to escape? Dexter actually backed away. He thought he got him in this one. There comes Shen in there as well, and that's going to be enough to keep Xpeke alive. Amazing stuff from Soaz, and Dexter will be probably a little bit sad with that one. He probably realized he should have had that finishing blow.
And this Dragon's been baiting fights left and right. It looks like Lemon Dogs will back off yet again, and Fnatic, they might be able to pick up this time because they have pretty much 3 or 4 out of their 5 members there. They're healthy, but Nukeduck, he's sticking around. He wants to stop him. He wants to not let this happen. And if he keeps harassing like that, he might be able to, or not.
4 men from Fnatic. They are starting to back away from this one, are the Lemon Dogs. And there's a snipe from the bottom side. Tab says we don't need to be there. A piercing arrow goes through, and after all that, it's the Lemon Dogs, who aren't really in the vicinity of Dragon, that pick it up. Crazy.
I think Tabs took some lessons from Creative right there with Dragon still in front. That was like the edge of his piercing arrow, and they had smite there. And we've talked about Sana before, when he played Nunu against Alternate at Moscow, he was just missing his smites left and right, or Alternate was just outplaying the smites and taking it from them every time, but that's not what we know Sana to be. Like, to us, he's still like the best objective stealer with these smites, and yet he's not able to lock down the ones that he should be able to.
We see another blue buff for Nukeduck. It's going to be helping him out along the way. Got that Lich Bane in there now finished. Tier 4 Kassadin starting to really stack up, no doubts. The Seal has come in for Caitlyn as well, but look over to the other side now, and how nice these last fights have been for Tabs with that Dragon Steal as well. Bloodthirst to finish, also got a Zeal of his own in there.
And what's lucky for him is he's not the focus of the fight right now. Like, he's not the one that's being bursted down, or I'd say bursted with air quotations because Xpeke doesn't have the damage still just yet. But with that Bloodthirst, it's going to help him heal up a little bit more. And Nukeduck, with the Merc Treads, with the Twin Shadows, he has a lot of magic resist to really survive. And then it's a rise. You're not going to kill him with Burst.
Yeah. I'll be able to survive that one with that Rod of Ages. There's a Aegis picked up as well for Lee Sin. So that's... I was going to say one apiece, however, the Runic Bulwark is already done over for Shen. That's a nice little item to have into the team. A Hex Drinker picked up this time around for Cyanide's Jarvan.
It's a little bit funny, but when do we never see Shen's pick up a Sunfire Cape and split push? Not hardly ever. But the thing is, I guess, because Soaz is against this double AP comp and Tabs, who does true damage, percent true damage with his abilities, he's just going for that magic resist tank, build a little bit of health as well, and also be kind of a support Shen. Because it's allowing, if you look at right now on Cyanide, he has a Hex Drinker. It's allowing him to build a little bit more damage. Just so when he does Cataclysm into the back, he can hopefully get someone down with Xpeke.
And that shield that you get from the Hex Drinker as well, probably not to be underestimated when you're the one that has to jump right in on their faces, pretty much. As we are going to see Turret go down. Twisted Fates on the top side there. Nukeduck is going to get the stun on towards Pushu. He's going to get feared away, and he's a dead man. It's Nukeduck that will shut down Pushu. Nice move.
He just wanted to click the Lantern. Why don't you let him click the Lantern, guys? But the CC, that just shows you they can single someone out. If that was Xpeke, he would have been dead as well, but they can just single you out, they can stun you, and then while Phil6 does the CC, gold card's gonna be up yet again, so great job by them. Actually, Nukeduck, he's waiting for someone to come a little bit closer. And now they start sieging on this turret. We do have Xpeke on the top side of the map. He's actually waiting back because he has a teleport available, and he would be able to turn this around. He doesn't have anything to teleport to behind them. That would have been perfect if he did, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't. And the Minot's just gonna back away.
Yeah, see, Xpeke has actually added that Chalice in there now, which of course, not going to be masses of damage for him still at this stage. Bit of magic resist never goes amiss though when you're up against two AP champions on the other side, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really... that Chalice actually surprises me a little bit. I mean, the magic resist helps, and the mana regen helps as well, but he's 406, and he doesn't have the damage to get anyone low on Lemon Dog still. I'm assuming just because he needs the levels, since he did load up his Force Pulse first. So you do see Dexter getting caught a little bit here, but he should be fine.
Right, Xpeke right on top of him, and he will just get back there to safety thanks to Tabs being in a close enough proximity to him. So what's next up here on the board? We start to see a few wards going down by the Baron. 24 minutes in though, and really close on gold. I don't expect that Baron will be attempted by either of these teams at this point. Maybe just to use as bait here, if anything, at this stage of the game. Mithy does have an Oracle on, and he, as such, will be starting to clear things out at this stage. There is an Oracle as well sitting down for Yellowstar in his backpack, which he'll no doubt get underway with here soon. If we look down towards Varus, who actually finishing off now that Phantom Dancer that we were talking about, he had the Zeal from earlier.
Yeah, so luckily for him, because he knows Fnatic's not building armor, he doesn't have to worry too much about building that Last Whisper as his, big second item, so you can delay it to maybe third or even fourth and go for an eye edge. We're going to see what he's going to do here relatively soon, and I have to agree with you about Baron. I mean, no team has a super fast team at taking Baron, so there's no point in going for it. They want to keep fighting, but I think it's about Dragon. I think because that's where all the fights have been so far. I think they're going to continue to be there for a little bit longer.
Dragon has been somewhat of a magnet to both of these teams. Of course, we saw, I think it was a 5 or 6 or maybe even a longer dance for it a little bit earlier on, which in the end, funnily enough, was stolen away at max range by that piercing arrow of Tabs. Now Fnatic just making sure that they force out this middle lane. I don't want to be pushed back to that one. Of course, both teams got, or have lost, I should really say, the outer turret in that mid lane as Yellowstar is up here by Baron. But look at this, Lemon Dogs are actually going to position him out of this one, as we are going to see Destiny coming down. Yellowstar is going to get locked up here. It's actually the red card used by Nukeduck. He's going to get the slow of the Twin Shadows coming out as well. There is the stun card. There is Xpeke in front of him, but Yellowstar going to go down to that one. And now Lemon Dogs, are they going to turn for Baron? Still risky for me.
Yeah, definitely, and they're going to back away with that kill. A little bit of more gold for them. And it was a little bit weird with the red card, but they killed him nonetheless either way.
Double slows with the Twin Shadow. That's what he was going for, yeah. I'm going to say.
I'll agree on that one. And Xpeke still, I mean, he hasn't, I don't want to harp on it too much, but he hasn't been able to build too much damage. And you saw right there, he attacked Dexter, did pretty much nothing because he has a Runic Bulwark. Like, the entire team of Lemondogs right now has a lot of magic resist. You have, obviously the 2 items for Twisted Fate. You even have the Negatron Hook and the Merc Treads out of Zora Zero. So they're definitely not going to die to any burst from Xpeke. So the only person he can go for now is Tabs, who I think at this point can still out-sustain the damage that Xpeke can do.
So there's a blue buff this time actually going away towards Zora Zero. Here is the famed dragon in this game. And actually, it's going to be taken away for free. Fnatic getting that one. That's a nice pickup for them. Lemondogs nowhere near it this time around.
And Joe, I'm looking at the Lemondogs, and we mentioned it earlier how they told us they have a different play style, and so far I've been seeing it, but I'm curious if Fnatic's been holding them off long enough that they're going to kind of go back to their old ways and kind of drag the game out a little bit. They've been definitely trying to fight around Dragon a lot more, and it's been working out well for them sometimes the opposite side of that, but they're definitely looking like a new team, and the goal difference isn't really this much at this point. It's too close to tell who's going to win this game.
Well, Fnatic may be looking a little bit later as well, with the fact that he's gone in for that Chalice there first, where we maybe expected something a bit more damagey coming out of Xpeke there, which means, he'll go up to that Athenes at some point. He's got a blasting wand in right now, but it's going to be a little bit slower until he does get to that real position where Kassadin excels, which is singling out those targets.
And the thing is, we can completely understand his build too. I mean, he's against a Fiddlesticks. That right there changes your complete build order. Then you have, well, his damage on top of that double AP. So you definitely need to play a little bit more defensive here. And speaking of Mythi on Fiddlesticks, he actually goes for cooldown boots. So he doesn't have any GP10. He doesn't get any other items. Well, we haven't seen him been able to get any other items besides this, but it's actually a perfect item because he's trying to get that high CDR. Obviously more fears, more silences, and his ultimate is key because teams like to engage when they know that Fiddlesticks' ultimate is down. And with the CDR boots, it's going to help out quite a bit.
I see as the AD carries a couple of pickups here from that one as well. Last Whisper done for Caitlyn. Obviously had that Zeal, had the Vamp Scepter, then went in towards a pickaxe, kind of bit of here, a bit of there in terms of build. On the other side, pickaxe coming in as well, which is most surely, I say most surely, going to go to that Last Whisper you'd expect rather than Infinity Edge at this point.
Yeah, I'd have to agree because now you see the Warden's Meltdown on Soaz, so you kind of have to deal with his amount of armor since he's going to be in your face. He's been taunting Tabs every opportunity he's been able to, so if he can deal with Soaz, they can deal with the rest of the team. But Soaz, I mean, his taunts have been so strong. If he can land like another 3-4-man taunt like we saw Godbro do in the Summer Promotion Tournament, then they're going to be looking pretty good. And they're still running into a slight problem where they don't have a lot of damage, but as long as this game goes on, Pushu is going to get even stronger. I mean, you mentioned the Last Whisper, so anyone that has armor he can deal with. Once he gets a little bit of attack speed, maybe even a little bit of lifesteal, he's definitely going to be really hard to kill.
Right now, wards Baron are being cleared out by Mythi's Oracle. Yellowstar has one of his own to work with to get those from the back of the Baron pit, but the fact is they've got no vision on the front side, so probably a little wary of headed straight around the corner from that one and exposing himself to a kill, which happened earlier on, let's not forget, got Destinied onto and then finished off, which is just a kill for nothing almost there for Lemondog. So Fnatic want to make sure that that one doesn't happen again this time around, but Xpeke still amazingly strong. If you look at his kills here, 406, he's a good almost 40 CS ahead of that Twisted Fate at 10.3 to 10.4 thousand gold, so now is behind technically on that front.
That Twisted Fate passive
good old Twisted
so
Fate
strong.
Passive.
2 gold for every CS you get, so has an extra 400 gold basically in his pockets right there. And I'm looking at Fnatic, and to me they've changed since the spring split. Like quite a bit. I've looked at their strategy they've been going at, and it's been about. Okay, well in the spring split it was about it was about Soaz and Xpeke roaming around, picking off people left and right. Now it's kind of roamed around into more team fighting, and they go more towards the team fight potential of a composition, and it hasn't been working out that well for Fnatic just yet. But I want to see if this one's going to work out. Twist Fate Ultimate comes out, but I'm pretty sure that's just revision.
Yeah, he's actually just going to
over the
go back to the Wraith Wall. Why not? You've already popped it. You might as well travel around with it, I suppose, there for Nuke Duck. Moving up towards his Zhonya's here. Already got that Seeker's Arm Guard built up from earlier. And right now, it's just a ward battle going on half an hour in.
They all want control, the vision control of that Baron, but this is going to be a problem for Lemondogs because Xpeke, he has teleport available. He's Hasid, he can roam around very quickly. And he's also going to just proc the Baron, just do some damage to them.
He looks really in pain when you hook the Baron, like pulls his head backwards over the back.
He has like 3 heads, so you can probably hit him in the eye or something. That would hurt.
one of his many eyes.
Yeah, one of his many.
Either way, pulls him back. Kassadin, as you said, that's something that we were more used to seeing from Fnatic in the last split.
Exactly.
The likes of a Kassadin and Twisted Fate, whatever, get it in there. That's a good silence on towards Soaz. We'll stop him going in as Dexter going to flash away from the knockup out of Jarvan. And really getting away from that one perfectly. Just, okay, a flash burnt in there, but the fact is that silence can stop the Shen taunt coming in, which is a massive factor.
Yes, it is. And luckily for Soaz, he has broke treads, though, so it won't be as bad. But right now, Lemondogs, they need some sort of reaction to this. They need some sort of plan to deal with Xpeke, who's just split pushing. He has a lot of CS, considering he's up against Twisted Fate, which is usually... Well, it's not usual, I'll say that, for Cassidy to be ahead, but they do engage on Yellow Star.
He's going to get caught out once again. He's a dead man. He got the box down just before he died, but he will once again fall. That bottom turret did go down. There's an ace in the hole, blocked by Zoro0, who's right now with that Spirit Visage, one of the tankier members of the team. Here comes Fiddlesticks over the side. Pushu is going to die. It's Tabs that snipes that one off with the piercing arrow once again. They use a lot of ultimates there, Lemondogs, but kill's a kill.
And it was all due to that ward control that they've been fighting for this entire time. Now Lemondogs, they're going to go for a push middle, and honestly, with what Fnatic has available, they don't have wave clear, they don't have enough damage. Lemondogs should be able to pick up this turret for free.
It's still pretty healthy here, but as you said, Jarvan, what can he really do here? He's going to get silenced or feared by the time he comes in, and in the end, that's a free turret. I say a free turret, they've obviously earned it with those kills coming in earlier on, but there was nothing Fnatic could do. Peke was on the bottom side of the river there and couldn't really get into a position without having to recall, and he does have those home guards now. Got that Athene's Unholy Grail finish. This looks like Lemondogs are going to go for another dragon.
And he made a really good point after that fight happened, was Lemondogs used a lot of ultimates to lock him down. I mean, obviously in the end it works out for you, but if they need that every time to kill someone Fnatic, it's not really a good sign.
You can see that Xpeke, on the other hand, is starting to get a lot more confident. You see that in his positioning alone on the map, going down to that bottom lane there, going over to steal that blue buff, knowing that it's going to be clear out for him. And they've actually got full vision here on Baron. Lemondogs have got none, which probably tells you that they're going to be hanging around for that here. In fact, the Destiny was used there by Nukeduck just to make sure that Fnatic weren't trying to sneak it in.
I'm waiting for him to go to Wolves right now, just to get over the wall. But yeah, Xpeke, he's at home split pushing, and I mean, it works out so well for them. Every single time he ever plays a champion, they can do this. But Fnatic, just like I said, the control was for Lemondogs. Now Fnatic completely have control over this Baron. And the thing is, they don't have the damage to kill Baron, so I don't really think Lemondogs are worried about it being taken away from them. It's more just a bait. They want to
start
fight
it here. Fnatic are going to start off the Baron right now. Peke gets hit with a Q from Dexter over the wall. That was blind. That Baron, I'll tell you what, still does a lot of damage at this point, especially to the likes of Yellow Star, who has to actually stay out of that one, as we are going to see the Twin Shadows come down. Are they going to lock in? Yes, they are going for Yellow Star. He's taking a lot of damage here from Tabs, who gets an easy kill. He's now on a killing spree. Xpeke going to be chasing down after Dexter as he does rift walk in for that one. He's now unstoppable. Well, that leaves Lemondogs here. They've got the Thresh out of things. They've lost their Lee Sin, which is the smite, if nothing else, at this point.
Yes, that's exactly the key point. Now they know, or Fnatic knows, that they could potentially go for Baron if they wanted, but they have the ward control still yet again. They know where Lemondogs are, and they might be able to make another flash taunt out of Soaz.
Oh, Soaz could taunt them up here. He could also get feared, silenced, and destroyed if he's not careful about it. In the end, Lemondogs don't face check in there. It's going to allow Yellow Star to spawn back in the map. He's Zoro0 getting close to face checking. Soaz actually revealed himself from that one. And Fnatic right now doing good damage on towards that inner turret, but it looks like Lemondogs might want to try and close in them on this one. The piercing arrow will land there on towards Xpeke. They've got a ward in the tri-bush, but it's not easy to lock down a Shen and a Kassadin, who shadow dash and rift walk away in towards safety.
We do see a couple more items coming in. We have a Spirit Visage done for Zoro0 for that magic resist on Xpeke, also the extra healing with that ultimate. But one thing I just noticed was Yellow Star, he's 1-8. And it's kind of a thing where, I mean, it's support. A score like that is not terrible, but this is like his debut as support. And we obviously know from the rumors when he was playing solo queue from his match history, did extremely well, did well in the game previously. But he's been caught out twice now. That could have potentially cost them Baron.
Three times, actually.
3 times. Okay, so, and Fnatic might have been able to, well, luckily for Fnatic, they were able to kill someone off the other team and pretty much nullify that from happening, but as a support, you don't want to cost your team something like that, especially this late in the game.
Now we see Soaz just down on that bottom lane clearing out. want the minions to be doing the job here for Lemondogs. But they are going to take that advantage and say thank you very much. We'll have turret number 4. Thanks to that outer top turret. We're all tied here on turrets. 15-12 in kills. Gold lead, honestly, is not that big for almost a 40-minute game.
And it's kind of shown in the items as well, because both teams very equal in items. And that just shows, like, it's shown from how hesitant both teams are to fight each other head-to-head. Both teams don't want to lose a major team fight here, because with the long respawn timers, that's going to be Baron. Possibly an inhibitor for Lemondogs, since they already have the 2 middle turrets down.
So, I feel like I've said this about 300 times now. Oracles on Mithy. And he's going to be clearing out the Baron pit, even with a pink ward there. Leave that one down, why not? But any vision is a help to them right now. Yellow Star, I think, he wants to get in there and clear out, but his team is saying, Yellow Star, don't get caught.
What? And that's, I mean, you can look at the other side of that, of Lemondogs taking advantage of him playing support, getting him out of position, constantly killing him. I mean, there's 2 sides of that coin, and the pink ward that went down at Baron's actually, it's a very smart ward when you need to roam around, pick up other ward kills as support, because it shows whenever a ward's going to be put down there, so you know ahead of time and are able to get in there, clear it. Not to mention anyone else in your team can take it down.
So we get to a bit more of a stalemate position. Once again, there's a lot of pings going down on this top side. As Lee Sin was spotted, as would have been Varus there coming over. There is another deep ward down by Lemondogs. They're going to try and push this top lane out even further. I think they'll be able to take it down at this point. We are seeing Shen now. I talked about Soaz. He cleared their inner turret on the bottom, and now he's pushing it all the way down towards that inhibitor turret. It's Nuke Duck going to take a blast from Xpeke, and he's starting to hurt now.
Yes, he is. I mean, the Saracen Brace is really helping out, not to mention the Nice large rod that he has been able to pick up. And like I mentioned before, Lemondogs, they have to have an answer to all this split pushing. Answer last time was to kill Yellow Star, but this time I mean, I don't know if they're going to be that lucky for that to happen. And having a Shen who can get to the team for a fight, having a teleport on Chasson to get to the fight, it's not really easy. It's like he wants to go in for it. He's got to be very careful.
Needs to be careful as the Shen taunt apparently did land that down at the bottom side. It was finished off by Casson as they keep going in. Actually kick on towards Cyanide. He's going to go down towards the back of things. Manages to survive from that. So that's a 1-for-0 right now for Fnatic.
He's Lee Sin. He's helping, Joe.
He's helping.
He's kicking him away, but with the support down, that means the Oracle's gone. And that means they could potentially go for Baron off of that, though Cyanide was very low. And you see actually a boot enchant picked up for Myth. He went for Distortion for his flash to be off cooldown a lot quicker, so he can obviously flash in there with his ultimate a little bit more, mixed in with the cooldown reduction for it. But he's building Fiddlesticks a little bit different than we see him too often.
Well, as much as we can say with 3 items in there, we certainly don't see that distortion.
Exactly. I'm trying to think back to Darker in week 1 when he played Fiddlesticks. I don't remember the items he actually went for, but I think he actually went for a little bit of AP, but I can't remember fully.
Well, we have seen some pretty successful Fiddlestick supports, that's for sure. We are going to see Fnatic back away from this one once again, and the ward battle commences. There's more wards down than your average hospital at this stage.
I think more wards have been killed than people in this game.
I think you're definitely right with that one. I mean, 28 deaths or kills. I'll spin that on the positive light. But there's definitely been a lot more wards taken down than that one. We do see now finally a Rabadon's death cap being picked up by Xpeke. He was still 6-0-6. He's still to die in this one. So he's worth a good chunk of gold at this point, which Fnatic are going to be... now he obviously has a bigger target on his head when he's at that stage of the game.
Yes, he does. And it's all about Mythy being able to land CC on him. But the thing is, Fnatic's not letting team fights happen. Xpeke's split pushing, has teleport available, and I think he actually finally has the damage he needs to kill anyone that goes head-to-head against him, or at least escape. So that means Lemondogs, they have to have an answer really soon. They can't let this keep happening. I know I mentioned it a couple times before, 3 or 4 times, but they have to do something here to stop that, and I don't think 0-0 can really battle him out here.
On the other side, Twisted Fate, we should mention, has a Rabadons and the Zhonya's now finished up. Now, that's going to be Nuke Duck being certainly a lot stronger than he was just a few moments ago. Looks like we're going to see a second Randuin's actually coming in here for Cyanide. Got the main workings of that one already complete. We've seen a Quicksilver Sash picked up as well for Pushu.
So many wards coming out. I really wish we had like a stat to show how many wards have gone out, but they do get the fear on a Yellow Star. He's been caught out, like you said, 3 times.
The fear actually got him out of the piercing arrow
like you
there.
mentioned, like fear can either help you out or screw you over. And luckily for him, it helped him out that time.
Helps him out. Good old fiddlesticks getting up in your face. Which I think that skin, by the way, is one of the more annoying fiddlesticks to be feared or silenced
One of the
by.
most obnoxious ones.
Well, right now we are going to be seeing Xpeke in the bottom left. He's actually pushing in on towards that inhibitor turret. He's going to spot here that Ryze is coming down, and we are going to see that fight kicking off. Have they got the damage? As Shen is going to come around this bottom side. Let's see if they can actually get onto anyone to lock them up. There is Xpeke going pretty deep from that one. He calls it back. Soa's going to get slowed down by the Twin Shadows. He should be tanky enough, though, to escape this one. He's got that Spirit Visage in there as well now to really help out.
And in the meantime, Lemondogs were trying to respond by going for a 3-on-3 fight over towards the top side of the map, but weren't able to. Fnatic was able to run away, and in the end, no kills being traded, and the team's just going to back away again.
So the teleport coming in from Xpeke on towards Nukeduck, who actually is going to use the Zhonya's here. Flashes away to the side, and he might be able to escape from this one. Oh, no, he's a dead man, but Xpeke taking a lot of damage. He goes off towards the Lantern. Dexter is going to have to flash himself away. Cyanide right now chasing down Zoro. Going to use that Cataclysm push you. Going to cleanse himself. That's a lie. It's a Quicksilver Sash out of that fear that came in onto him. There is the Chain of Corruption. The snipe comes around. He's just about hanging on to this one. He gets feared again. Tabs gets that kill. Yellow Star will pay the price as well. And that will be a 2-for-1 here for the Lemondogs.
And another crazy fight on top of that. I was waiting for you to say that one. But you saw, like, Fnatic got the engage they wanted to. You saw Xpeke teleport in. As you see, getting feared right here. Mythic getting very low. Look at the damage that Tabs is doing.
Not quite able as he goes for the snipe. Switches his aim over towards Soaz for that one. I think he might have had the range for Xpeke there as well. And they're able to take him off in the end, but that one doesn't happen. We've got some more items to go over now as everyone's gone back to shopping. Void Staff and a Chain Vest now coming out in here for Ryze. The Baron is, though, started off here by Lemondogs. They're pretty low, though, so this might not continue.
I was going to say, we've always praised Cyanide as having one of the best abilities to steal away objectives, but Lemondogs, they don't want to throw the game. Like, they're up in kills, they're up in gold, but I guarantee to them it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, that certainly is the way that it's looking in this game right now. Neither team's wanting to make such a clear engagement for Fnatic. It's been, you know, we saw it there, Xpeke trying to get in and single out one man of the team, which you have to give credit to Nukeduck. He's done a good job of actually avoiding that one, using that Zhonya's to its full potential, then flashing away from the rest of the damage. Right now, Fnatic going to settle for, I guess, next best when it comes to picking up gold right now, which is taking down that dragon.
Yep, and they're going to get 1,000 gold off of that. So I'm trying to think, is that if I were in their position, like I wish we had a pro here to talk to about this, but fatigue, when does that come in for you? Because it's been a very still game for the past 20, 25 minutes. So at what point do you get tired? What point do you get fed up and want to fight?
And that can, I think, happen more in these two teams right now because of those lineup changes, that someone gets itchy fingers, so to speak, or they make a bad call that's, or a good call even, that's not followed right. As Cyanide here gonna get hit with that Lee Sin Q, actually will get himself away as the hook will land onto Mythy through the wall. They've not quite got the damage to follow that one up. Xpeke, you saw him kind of twitching back and forth. Should I go in? Should I not? In the end, decides not to go in, and Baron's gonna be started here by Lemondogs. But again, you have to feel they're gonna back off.
Look how fast it's gone down, though. It's already under half at 5,000 life. They might be able to pick this up.
Cyanide is actually waiting on the top side of it here. It's going very, very low. Fnatic have got vision of it. Cyanide is gonna go in, but it is gonna be Lemondogs that pick up the dragon, but Xpeke is off to the side here. They're trying to get in. Another great Cataclysm comes down. They're falling very low in this. Nukeduck gonna use his Zhonya's, but that's just gonna prolong things here. He'll surely get chased down and finished off, and so as flashes over, Destiny won't happen, and that will be a Baron for Lemondogs, but they've been aced for only 1 kill.
And looking at that fight, the Cataclysm was fantastic out of Cyanide, but unfortunately for Tabs, he missed his ultimate. He didn't hit anyone with it, and I think that fight actually would have went in Lemondogs' favor if he did land that. But finally, the breaking point in the game, someone makes a play on Lemondogs' side, able to pick up the Baron, but Fnatic just wow, like just the whole combo they pulled off, the Cataclysm, the taunts, Pushu not even affected at all in the fight. And they might be able to get, actually they should be able to get Inhibitor off of this, definitely.
Yeah. We've got Mythy coming up in 7 seconds, but he's the only one literally that's close to spawning right now. And I tell you what, Fnatic They may try and continue to push through with this one, although the way this game's gone up to now, I think more of the conservative path forward is the way for them. And of course, that conservative path forward is back.
And I just realized that Mithy didn't ult in that fight. So if his ult actually went off as well, I'm pretty sure Lemondogs would have won that fight, but because they're being engaged upon like that and Mithy wasn't in a position, he wasn't able to get that off, they ended up losing the fight and losing inhibitor. And now, I mean, this is Fnatic's game to control in terms of mid lane's going to constantly push so they can split push bottom, split push top. It's just all up to them.
Well, that Baron buff certainly didn't last long for the Lemondogs. It was just a case of gold, which actually ends up going against them after that, after, you know, losing out in that ace afterwards. Xpeke did, by the way, finally die in that exchange. He's now 9-1-9. A very scary Kassadin. There's no doubt about that. Void Staff now added into his, and he's at 6 items.
Yes, he is, and it's just all about how he gets in and out of fights. And also Pushu, he's not a pushover at all, because look what he currently has. The IE, the Bloodthirster, the Fandancer, and the Last Whisper mixed in with the Quicksilver Slash. You can't really lock him down. He hurts really bad, not to mention the range he's going to have.
I know you've been saving that one up for quite a while.
I swear, that one just came off the top of my head, I swear.
But you're right in what you're saying, that's for sure. Now, we saw it earlier on in that fight, how big that Quicksilver Sash can be for him. When I thought he had a cleanse, realized he doesn't have cleanse, he's just picked up that Quicksilver Sash in there. Right now, Fnatic starting to get a bit of vision down on that Lemondogs side of the jungle, something that they were lacking a little bit earlier on, and I'm sure that Lemondogs are going to try and force that back here with that Oracle number 487 that Mithy has now picked up in this game. We're approaching the 50-minute mark, and we saw what can happen after an ace in that last encounter where you lose a lot if you go down.
Definitely, and this might be the actual engage that Lemondogs might want, because they have that Fiddlesticks able to get in with an ultimate, though. Xpeke, he's split pushing. You have to deal with him right now. Nutuk's the person to do that. And I have to say that Xpeke would win that trade in the end, not to mention you have Soaz's ultimate if he needs it to help him out. And it's going to be Zonia battle versus Zonia battle here at bottom.
Yeah, we saw Kassadin actually selling that Athene's Unholy Grail earlier on and managed to pick that one up. We can see the Fnatic right now are pushing themselves in on towards this top inhibitor turret, but Lemondogs there, able to clear that one out quick enough. And you have to feel that it's going to be about a Baron 2 at least for this game.
I would have to agree, definitely. And the thing is, both teams have the damage to kill Baron very quickly. So if you're not in the right position at that moment, if you're bot lane doing something, the other team's gonna take Baron on you instantly. But we do have the bottom inhibitor actually open. It can be taken if Fnatic just wants to group up down there and take it away. And the thing is, fighting in a base like this when there's no walls, it makes it so seeing Mithy's ultimate come in is a lot easier and a lot easier to interrupt.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's kind of nice as well for the likes of Shen, of pretty much everyone. I mean, in fact, everyone on the Fnatic team can get through that wall. If Thresh lands a hook, he obviously needs to land that one first of all, but the rest of them can get through with just the abilities, which is quite a scary prospect to think if you don't have a ward at the other side of the wall, 5 men can jump straight on top of you. Xpeke is doing what has become known as an Xpeke these days. He's actually down on that inhibitor in the bottom lane and actually may be able to take this one away. I can't quite see it there in the bottom left, but it was certainly very close as Fnatic here pushing in towards the top inhibitor turret as well. The hook not quite landing there for Yellow Star on towards Dexter, and here comes Mithy over the top. Quicksilver Sash used. Fnatic gonna go hell for leather on this fight. The box goes down. There's a 4-man Cataclysm. They're in a lot of trouble now here. Lemondogs. Xpeke comes in from the side. He'll have to back away, but he'll surely join back in. He gets silenced out, but the hook will land on towards Dexter. Xpeke is gonna use that Zhonya's. And here comes Ace in the hole as well. Zoro Zero going very low, but no one actually dying from that fight.
These fights are so hectic, and you saw an amazing taunt come out of Soaz right there to lock down tabs, so you couldn't do a lot of free damage, but then you also saw just how much pure damage both teams have if you're out of place 1 little millimeter. Actually, do you guys use millimeters in Europe?
We do.
Okay, good. Whew. I was like, wait, is that even right? But anyways, I made myself look so stupid with that comment. But
no comment.
But if you're out of position, you're gonna get blown up right away. And looking for Pushu, he has that range to not be affected by it. And you also saw he popped the QSS right when he got feared, and then you saw the Shen ultimate come in on top of that.
Yeah. Nicely timed from both teams, and just showing that this game is still very, very close. One thing that's going to be a worry now for Lemondogs is that that inhibitor in the bottom lane is down. That means they need, while they now have time, they need to push that back as far as they possibly can, because the last inhibitor open is the top lane, and with those super minions coming in, it makes it all that easier.
And on top of that, Baron will be up in 50 seconds, so if they don't push those lanes out, just like you said, it's a free Baron for Fnatic. Either way, right now, with 2 inhibitors being down, well, actually currently 1 since the middle did respawn, it pretty much is Fnatic's show. Like, they can just ward up, use the, was it 488th Oracle, and clear all the wards, and then just force Lemondogs to engage upon them. Though, obviously, Nuta has the ultimate available to really give the vision. It's only going to be once.
Only going to be once. Peke is actually waiting here to get involved. Down on that bottom lane. Does have that teleport available. You can see him just sniffing around to see if anything's going on. As soon as they, in fact, they've got vision of the entire Lemondogs team. There was actually all that ward down there, so they know where the Lemondogs are right now. Peke is still inside of the Lemondogs jungle on that bottom side. It's a real tense moment in this game.
I almost thought Lemondogs were just going to rush down middle and go for that turret and the inhibitor. But it was just to get a little bit of vision as far as they can, as deep as they can. Baron has respawned. Fnatic has started here. And Lemondogs luckily have Twist of Fate to spot that one. Actually, it was him just trying to get away. He's going to die.
He is a dead man. There's no doubt about that. Actually did a decent amount of damage there onto Xpeke, but he's just going to keep pushing now. He's going to push those super minions through. He's got that teleport up, and there is the teleport coming in. Where's he going to go with it, though? Actually, he's not. He's recalling. I'm telling a lie.
He's going to teleport back into this fight.
He's going to go straight back home, heal up, and then teleport into the fight as well, which is even better for Fnatic at this stage. This inhibitor is going to be shredded down, and they'll move topside.
Lemondogs, I mean, you have 50 seconds on Nuked Up. This inhibitor turret's going to go down unless you fight a 4-on-5, which obviously is not what you want. We do see the teleport coming in.
They've gone in on towards Soaz there, and they've used a lot on him, but he doesn't really take much damage at this point, as the ace in the hole is going to go flying through the pack. Turret goes down. This is inhibitor surely number 3. The silence will come through, but that's not going to stop Fnatic. And they are now in a massive, massive position to win this game. But don't forget, Baron had spawned, it had been started but not finished, and Fnatic are going to back away. Better safe than sorry.
And with 3 inhibitors down, Lemondogs either have to go and fight this, or Dexter's going to die.
And they hook it, but they've just landed everything onto him there. Chain of Corruption came down. Tab's going to have to flash away from that one, but Xpeke is not done just yet. Here comes Shen into it as well. Great fear coming out, but it won't fear Soaz. Tabs is going to die in this one. He is still alive. He's done a lot of damage in there. Zoro0, the next target of focus for this one. He picks up another kill before he goes down. Here he's nuked up from the side. Wild cards going to be doing good damage to Fnatic, and that's actually a 3-on-2 for Fnatic, but they're very low here. And with those twin shadows coming out, are they going to be able to follow up? Destiny is actually coming off cooldown here soon, but the super minions are pushing through into the base. Lemondogs need to go down and deal with them quickly.
And with one Nexus turret going down, I mean, Lemondogs, they don't really have the people they need to clear these waves out very quickly. And
Fnatic are coming.
Yeah, they're going to go finish this.
Fnatic are coming in for this one. They think that they can have this one away, as we are going to see Destiny use. Twisted Fate going to come around the side. They pile in onto him. He will pop the Zhonya's, missing the next focus from this one. He will die. There is Twisted Fate going down as well. And now with 10 seconds for Lee Sin, this is going to be the finisher. Fnatic able, after a 55-minute game, to take down Lemondogs. A big slugfest, a match which up until the last moments could have really gone either way, but Fnatic showing some real experience there once they get into that driver's seat, Jason, to really grind the pressure out and stop Lemondogs being able to push out and really equalize up the game.
Definitely, and look how exhausted they look. I mean, they look so tired, so mentally trained after that game. Lemondogs pushed them to their brink. They did come out ahead, and obviously, obviously we talked about earlier, both teams can't come out with the win from this one, obviously. So a team, I don't even know where I'm going with this. Joe, take it away.
It was a long, long game, 55 minutes almost. And as you said, mentally draining on all these players. If you look down the scores here at the end, 10-4-10 for Pushu on Caitlyn. Yellow, sorry, died 10 times there with Thresh, which is a lot of times to die, considering his kill came at the first level. It was like first blood coming in there.
Yes, it was.
13 assists, some great hooks in there. And Fnatic, just as a team, just showing their character, showing their experience, but also at the same time showing that they are not unbeatable right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, especially when you have a roster change, you're never unbeatable if a team can take advantage of that lane, which Lemondogs, they did for a good portion. Like you said, Yellowstar, 10 deaths. And fortunately for them, they could kill him, but they couldn't stop XPK from split pushing, so then they had to back away. They couldn't take an objective right after that, and that was the story of the game. You can win a fight, but if you can't take objectives, it doesn't really matter.
Another thing that they obviously struggle a hell of a lot with towards that Kassadin. I mean, pushing that bottom lane out constantly. I mean, a Kassadin in that position is annoying anyway, but a Kassadin with teleport on as well means that it's very hard to stop him actually doing what we saw being done there by XPK. He got up to 420 farm by the end of it. He was at 11-11 by the time that that game had finished. So now XPK, even though he got that slower start, he went a slower build in terms of how quickly he was able to put out the damage. In the end, he was in a position that really made him too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that's like the exact point that I wanted to make as well, is that XPK, he was 4-0-3, I believe, relatively early on in the game, but he didn't have much damage behind that. Lemondogs noticed that they started to force some objectives, but because of the slow build he went with the Chalice into Athenes and Holy Grail, he was able to split push constantly and get a lot of farm, which in the end gave him his 6-item build, and he was very hard to deal with as in the late game. Not to mention Soaz, his taunts, just, oh man, gives you the chills when you watch them.
The funny thing is, when we talked about that in the early game, he actually missed one of the very few that he actually missed during that game. And you know, the big 3 or sometimes 4-man taunt, Cyanide with the Cataclysm was really on point in this game. I mean, landing 3 or 4 men into pretty much every single one that he'd put in there, especially in that late game. Just an overall very solid performance by Fnatic. A little bit shaky, which is why it lended to that 55-minute game rather than maybe a 35 to 40-minute game in the end. But better to be slow and steady than to end up throwing it away.
True. And I don't know if the shakiness was due to the new roster change for Fnatic or if it was just them being shaky in general, because it wasn't about Yellowstar playing support. It wasn't about Pushu playing AD carry. It was just about their whole composition. They didn't really want to go for a fight that they, like you said, could lose. They just want to take it slow, take it steady, and win the race.
No, but it puts them at 2-0 for today, which is what they were aiming for, of course, when these big changes came in. There's no doubt that this change, if you count out the whole Ninjas in Pajamas thing, since that was last week, and we've already talked about that one, but this change for Fnatic here was the big news of the week, and showing once again that you can really make those big changes and still come out on top after a week.
And not to mention, speaking of coming up on top, they're 4th place now, solidly? Are we still making up words? They're
well, that's a real word. I think you just made up the position.
All right, probably did. But they're at 4th place now, and Lemondogs dropped to 5th, and we still have, I think a 2-way tie for 6th place now. So, I mean, the standings still can be jumbled either way. We have 12 games total. We have 7 more to go, 1 today, 6 tomorrow. So anything can really happen in the standings, and for that, they're going to have to come back tomorrow a little bit less shaky, a little bit more solid as a team.
Well, we, of course, do have 1 more game to go, so don't go anywhere. But for now, we're going to head over to Shox, who is waiting with Cyanide for an interview.
Thanks very much, Joe. Yes, Cyanide, congratulations on that victory. Very slow-paced game as it came to the end of that game, and they kept picking off your players. Did you have all the confidence in the world that the Kassadin that was growing could finish it off, or...?
We kind of miscommunicated. Like, we thought Pekka would be able to TP in time and kill them all if they go on yellow, but he just died like 3 times, like insta-died, and yeah, it was really bad from us to do that.
All right, but you did pull through in the end. Playing against a Fiddlestick support, it's kind of getting a resurgence. How annoying is it to play against? Because, of course, it adds that AP to the other team, plus the ult that can be so destructive.
Fiddle is kind of hit or miss. He's really low range. So, but if he really gets in with the Crow Storm and gets to silence everyone and fear the AD or whatever, he's very strong. But sometimes you can just pick him off and one-shot him. So he's kind of like, it's very unsafe, but if you can pull it off, it's really good.
And you guys did very well against him. Now, of course, tomorrow you'll be up against Team Alternate, who suffered a loss today, but nevertheless a very strong team. Do you think with this lineup it's rotated enough to take Alternate down as well?
Lucky for us, Alternate will be playing with a sub, who I don't think is a bad player, but they will, of course, lack some team play. So I think tomorrow we can beat them if we play like we did today in the first game, and not like in the second game.
All right, thank you very much, Cyanide, and good luck tomorrow. Yeah. Now, as we go into a short break, I'm going to remind you that it's the last chance for you to hit up at LOL Esports, #LCS, and answer today's Twitter question, which is, of course, which of the recent roster changes has had the greatest impact so far and why? And you will get a chance to win a cool Logitech G100S gaming mouse. Now, Gambit, with Darian back in their ranks, looked unstoppable against first-place Team Alternate. Can they also dismiss Meet Your Makers after the break? Welcome back, you guys. Now, before we dive into our next game, we have, of course, the Twitter question we asked you. We have a couple of answers lined up, and I have D-Man here to shine a light on them as well. And so we asked you which of the recent roster changes has had the greatest impact so far and why. And of course, the winning tweets you'll be hearing right now will get 5 Logitech G100S gaming mice. And the first winner tweet comes from Aurelius Owl. Aurelius Owl? I don't know.
Aurelius Owl?
Okay. I think the fact that Darker replaced Edward has brought out a more aggressive gameplay for Genja, which benefits the team.
Yeah, actually, I kind of agree with that. Genja actually did tweet out after Edward went, it's like, you've got to treat your support a bit better. So maybe it's kind of jolted him, the fact that he played with Edward for effectively 2 years, and suddenly it's like, oh, I need to change the way I do something. And maybe the team had a little word with him as well, because we noticed it, I think it was day 2 at DreamHack, suddenly it was like, oh, switched on aggression.
Yeah. And the second tweet is from Izoha, says, definitely NIP. Changing almost all members is not only a big change for the team, but also for the enemies. And, you know, they've gotten a lot of flack for changing up 3 members, but seems to be turning out all right.
Yeah, this was definitely one of the big surprise changes, but it's worked so well. They're 3-0 already after the 3 changes, and they were big changes, but they were very good changes as well, because they were clever. They brought in players that were all playing together on Heimerdinger's Colossi, 2 players that played on Cursey U, long experience in tournaments, so they knew they were very well experienced. They weren't going to struggle under the pressure. So very good changes for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Good eye from the management there. Third tweet is from @MatthiasMT. He says the biggest roster change is definitely Fnatic. They had that roster for long, but this is optimal for when Reckles joins LCS. And you know, I asked it to the manager before, what of an influence does that have on the AD carry they just recruited? Is he just there for just a while, or?
Well, this is something we talked about anyway when N-Rated and Yellowstar were there. We're like, Reckless is around now. We knew he was there. He was a presence. He'd been at the studio a number of times. So like, what is going on here, really? You know, this is a lot of pressure. It was put on Yellowstar. Yellowstar's obviously wised up and thought, you know what? I'm probably going to get replaced here. I'm going to see if I can get the support role. And maybe that's why he turned it on. I still feel sorry for N-Rated. I was really good friends with N-Rated. And, you know, I'm sad to see him not here. But who can argue? They've gone 2-0 today. Could they have done that with N-Rated in there? Maybe, maybe not. But how does Pushu deal with this? Because he's in here. He may get to the World Finals if they qualify, of course. Will Reckless suddenly replace him before they even get there? That's harsh.
That is harsh. It's needs a good mindset for that, and maybe we'll see N-Rated back if he maybe gets spot on another team, of course. Then the next tweet is from @LOL Dreams. I think the change for alternate will be very impactful, like Gambit's change last week. The new change has of core playmakers gone, and that is just so, you see that so well here today that they can't play with one player, this Pharrell Lord in team alternate, and just breaks up their entire synergy.
Well, I mean, changing the mid lane is like probably one of the biggest changes you could do. It is only temporary, so let's not get carried away about this one. It's simply a case of Pharrell Lord couldn't be here this week for whatever reasons. The team obviously don't want to discard it to give it out to the information of the people, but it was only a sub change, but White Knight definitely looked like a fish out of water. Alex Ich absolutely manhandled in that mid lane. It wasn't pretty.
It wasn't. And our last tweet is from Synergy Tech. Says SK roster changes are the most game changing because there is none. And they have had 2 great games since everyone changed. Absolutely. But then today, not looking as good.
But that was a very close game. That could have gone either way, that match. For a period of time, then SK suddenly slunk away. They missed off those 2 big ultis, and that was the big change. I think Ocelot simply mistimed his shockwave with the Zhonya's Hourglass. If that would have landed, they would have melted that player. It would have been a very different result. So, yes, I am one to absolutely love the fact that they haven't changed anything, but you can't get around the fact that at the bottom of the table is Evo Geniuses and SK Gaming, who neither have made roster changes. And do they need to? I hope not. I hate to see players go, but so far we'll have to see. I mean, it's week 4 now. We're only going to have a 9-week season. It is 28 matches still for these guys, but it's dangerous territory already.
Absolutely. What has to be done has to be done. Well, congratulations to the winners. Of course, they will also be contacted via Twitter if they might have missed this. Thank you very much, D-Man. And now we're going to go over to Joe and Jason for our last match of the day.
Thanks a lot, Shock. So let's get that final game underway. It is, of course, the Russians of Gambit taking on Meet Your Makers. Now, Gambit today, they played alternate, and I say play in the loosest of terms because they absolutely destroyed alternate today.
Yes. I mean, there's much else to say besides that. Diamond Prox on his Udyr was fantastic. So strong, couldn't be touched pretty much. And then Alex just destroying White Knight with that Rise against Zed combo. Very strong team. Looks like they're back in form. And it looks like they're really gunning out. Like, they realized last week we lost 2 games to Spontex, but we need to make something happen here. And they really did. Like, beating the #1 team like that is wow.
A little bit scary, I think, for everyone else. Let's have a look at the 2 teams then, starting with the blue side. This time around will be Gambit with Darian back in fine form in this top lane, Diamond Prox in the jungle, Alexich in the mid lane, and the bottom lane of Genja and Darker.
Of course, in the red corner for Meet Your Makers, we have Kuban in that top lane, Makati in the jungle, Charu middle, and of course, Mackler and Libic.
So you guys, of course, have been voting all day long for who you think is going to win today's games. And right now, it's a pretty big percentage for Gambit.
Yes, 70% of you think that Gambit will win this game. We've seen a lot of really big numbers where it's, you know, gone either way, but this one feels about right, to be honest. Gambit is just ridiculously strong.
Yeah, certainly the way that they've been looking is definitely a scary prospect for Meet Your Makers right now. And don't forget, guys, you can already vote for tomorrow's games. We have 6 of them coming your way tomorrow over on lolesports.com. Let's go over the finer points of Gambit versus Meet Your Makers then. Gambit last week was a very troublesome week for them. They had that support, that substitute in there, Spontex coming in for Darian, who was unfortunately ill. But when they've come in today, they look like, if not better, than the Gambit that won 6 games in a row before week 3.
I definitely have to agree with that. I mean, it's completely different where their aggression was controlled. Like, we talk about controlled chaos, but it wasn't even chaos. They were just in the right place at the right time every single time. And of course, Diamond just was not stopped in the jungle. And I actually questioned his Udyr a little bit earlier when I was watching upstairs. I was like, I'm not really sold on that. But after that game, I think everyone out there is really sold. And of course, they beat Ultimate before. They beat them today. I think they're the only team that Ultimate hasn't beaten just yet, unfortunately for them. But they're looking like a revitalized team. I have to say, like we talked earlier about new people being brought into the team, like roster changes, how it can revitalize the team, how it can give you a little bit of extra energy. And with Darian back, it seems to be the same thing.
Yeah, it seems to have worked for them, even though it was just a 1 week, a 2-game even change for them that happened there with Spontex coming through. So Meet Your Makers then, the team that they're up against here, they had that great start where they went undefeated at DreamHack until they met the league leaders Alternate. But since then, they've been a little bit hit and miss. It seems to depend on their opponents a lot, which makes sense if you really think about it deeply. But it's about the play style that their opponents bring to them.
Yeah, and I think Meet Your Makers has finally adapted. We've talked for a couple weeks in a row about how they like control of the game. If they don't have control, they typically lose the game. But they've changed it up. Like, we finally see them be aggressive. I know you and Demon were casting them back over 2 years ago, and they were very aggressive level 1, very high use of pink wards. They finally did that earlier against Fnatic, but fortunately then it didn't really work out for them. But maybe that's what they needed. Maybe just adapt their strategies. That's what we all keep saying. Season 3 is all about adapting. Who can adapt from week to week to week? And Meet Your Makers, it seems like they've finally been able to do that, though they haven't really... I don't know the word I'm looking for. They really haven't refined it just yet.
Refined it. And that's something that they're obviously going to try and do here against Gambit. Whether or not Gambit have taken their foot off the gas pedal here or not is something that we're going to be finding out in just a few moments. But for our final game of the day, we decided we're going to highlight 2 players who could be key to their side's victory, with Gambit's Alexich and MYN's Charu, the mid laners for both of these teams.
Yeah, both these players have really similar play styles, but they have different ways of going about it pretty much. Both players have actually really even stats as well, both around the 3.2 KDA, not to mention 45 kills, which is really interesting. I'll get to that a little bit later. But as you know, Charu takes teleport on every single champion he plays. He likes to interact with other lanes because of this in the early to mid game, but not to mention late game. Because Meet Your Makers is very aggressive with wards, he likes to teleport in behind a team or teleport to someone taking a blue buff. There's a game I'm talking to specifically with that one, and really try to shut them down. However, on Alex's side of things, he likes playing very mobile champions. He hardly ever takes teleport, but he likes to pick up kills on those champions, like really snowbally champions like Kha'Zix, Zed, or even Ryze technically can be snowbally. And because of that, he interacts that way, and then he can either split push or just start some team fights because he'd be strong in either one of those. And very similar between the 2 players, but I just say in terms of stats, in terms of what we've seen so far, Alex has been a little bit more successful with it.
Yeah, and that's it. If we look to his game earlier on against Alternate, picking that Ryze, dominating White Knight in terms of CS in that middle lane, then moving up to the top lane where he was split pushing hard and destroying everyone that came anywhere near him. We saw Kerp a couple of times with that Kale coming in, protecting himself, sticking the ultimate on him, and it still wasn't enough to actually keep him alive against Alex's Rise in that one. So we'll see if that actually comes out for him here again today.
The funniest part was it's a Rise, like the slowest tower pusher ever, since it's based on ability power, attack damage, has none of those pretty much. He, just like you said, could not be stopped, and that's his playstyle. He likes these champions that you cannot 1v1. You have to send more people against you, and also a little bit more teamfight oriented, like his Kazakhs, where you could jump around constantly, pick up a pentakill, which he eventually did do. And I'm curious how Darren's gonna actually keep playing, because we've always highlighted him as being the player that overextends a little bit, typically dies, but because of that, because Gambit knows that's gonna happen, they usually are prepared to go for like a dragon or an objective or something like that. But it seems like he's actually in that week of being ill. He's kind of maybe refresh his interest in the game. He's playing a little bit differently, and I want to see if that continues.
Well, of course, the interesting thing here as well is that Gambit are going to have, they're on the blue side, so they get first bans, first picks. What are we thinking for this? Because we know that Darian himself, he's quite versatile when it comes to his champion pool, and showed that a little bit more recently. The likes of, I think, Elise is going to be a big contesting point in this game. The fact that Kuban plays that one a lot, the fact that Darian has shown time and time again that he's really good on it as well.
Exactly, the Elise. That's it to me. Kuban kind of realized that everyone is letting him have it, and then he's doing extremely well, but then they're like, hey, we should take that away from him, force him on Zach, somewhere where he's a little bit less comfortable. So I think he's been practicing other champions, like his Zach, maybe a couple of more in there, because he realized that's going to happen. But just like I said, Darren plays a really strong Elise top lane. He plays pretty much any champion. Like, we've seen him even use Lissandra top lane before and do okay on it. But definitely something like that. And what's funny to me is, Joe, and I know you're going to think this is a little bit funny too, but we have like two of the Udyr junglers in European LCS with Makade and with Diamond Procs. They both love that champion. Makade hasn't played him that often lately, since it's been mostly like Shen and Nautilus and stuff like that. But I think Udyr actually might be banned out.
Honestly, the way that Diamond played him earlier on today, the roar of that bear stance is putting fear into everybody at this stage of things. But we are going to be getting underway here in just a second into Champions Select, so we will figure out exactly who's going to be taking what away. And, you know, there's been a lot of Evelynn banned out towards Gambit. It looks like Meteor Makers are going to go for that here again, and a Draven taken out because they don't want Mackler on it again.
Yeah, in that level 1 fight specifically, Mackler, he did so much damage early on to expect it on Orianna. Draven is just really hard to control early game. Obviously, late game it's a little bit easier, so they're like, you know what? Genja doesn't really play it too often. We'll just take it away from you and go from there.
So Ashe actually drawing it back this time around as well. Genja, of course, has played some great Ashe games. Not won all of them, only lost one of them though. So, you know, not the worst win-loss ratio, but he's shown that he'll quite happily freeze out lanes for a long period of time, build himself massive CS leads, and hit those arrows across the map.
Yeah, that arrow earlier on today just completely turned the game. It didn't even turn the game. It just gave him the whole game from cross range. I mean, he's always been very well known with his Ashe. But just like we expected, Joe, Elise being taken away, so we won't see Darren on it, we won't see Kuban on it, and that means will Meteor Makers use one of their first picks as a Zach? Because I don't believe Darren plays it too much.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one here. And before that, their final ban, I mean, you've got the likes of Shen, Twisted Fate still up and available in this one. So I'd expect one of those two champions maybe to be hit from this one. Or Jace, of course, who's got a massive ban rate so far in the LCS.
Yeah, they're basically in a situation of, do we let a lot of OPs through and get one of them? Which looks like Gambit will pick up the Shen. So they have Twisted Fate available for Charu. They have Zac available for Kuban if he wants to go it. Makade can always go back to Nautilus or something like that. So they're like, you know what? If we're going to give you an OP champion, we want at least one of them.
Well, it looks like it will be that Shen locked in here for Gambit Gaming. So that's going to be most likely, I'd say 99.9% Darren. I don't expect Diamond to have that with him in the jungle. But what are Meteor Makers going to go for here firstly? There's 2 AD carries out of the game, so they may look to try and restrict things there, or they may just lock that Twisted Fate in without seemingly batting an eyelid.
It's really scary to do that. I mean, no. And I'm just thinking, like, Kuban won't play Twisted Fate. It'll probably be Charu, but just to lock it in so early, we've seen it countered so many times by Caston being picked up. And then again, he gets in a 1v2 lane, and Twisted Fate will end up getting a 1v2 lane on top of that. But I don't know. I mean, if anyone knows how to counter that Twisted Fate, it's going to be Alex. And with that Fizz, which we have seen him play once with his 30-0-0 masteries, he should be able to shut, Charu down.
Well, the interesting thing here, Varus taken out. Ashe and Draven both are banned here. So Varus is Genja's most played champion right now, has 4 wins out of 6 with it. So that limits Genja already here with that Ashe being gone as well. I mean, you'd expect that he's going to fall back when Varus, Ashe and Draven are out there. that it'd be a Caitlyn that ends up getting picked up here for Gambit.
I actually wonder if it could potentially be Misfortune.
Or a Cogmore even, something that we've seen him go for in the past.
And he has a very protective team comp already. I don't remember actually if he's played Caitlyn at all. I'm trying to cast my mind back, and I really can't think of anything specifically that he's been doing that, but we'll see. Actually, it looks like he will be going for Ezreal here. So we're both wrong.
Yeah, Ezreal, he has played once, lost that game with the Ezreal though. So deciding to go for that one here, we are going to be seeing the Thresh this time around for Darker. Was obviously in the spring split a must pick if it was available for Gambit Gaming with Edward, who's obviously no longer with us here in the European LCS, over with Curse in North America. But Darker's going to give that one a bash this time around. What are Meet Your Maker's going to go for you now, though?
I think they're going to pick up Nautilus for Makade. I mean, if it isn't Shen, he always falls back to Nautilus. Gives you a lot of CC as the game goes on. Gives you some pretty powerful early on ganks. I think that champion, and maybe Zac for Kuba on top lane. Because he's going to be against Shen. Like, he knows he's going to be against Shen, so it's actually not a bad matchup for him.
So, you see that Charu on your screen. There needs to be a lot of discussion going on here in the Meet Your Makers ranks, which tells me they've been thrown off possibly a little bit by the bans that have come their way so far. There is the Nautilus for MYM, and it looks like it will be a Kennen added into that as well for Kubon.
Have we seen him play Kennen before? I don't think we have. And like we were saying before in the pre-match, that he's probably been practicing a lot more champions since Elise always gets taken away from it. And this might have been one of the champions that he's been doing it with. And you mentioned they're taking a long time, a lot of discussion. And to me, that says Meet Your Makers have prepared for this game and they really want to win this. Like, this is a pride thing for them. And busting out new champions, it really could happen.
Well, let's see then. Final two picks here for Gambit. We're going to see what Alex is going to be running up against Charu's Twisted Fate in that middle lane. And they were hovering over Fizz earlier on, which we've seen Fizz versus Twisted Fate is a fun time for a Fizz.
Yeah, for a Fizz. Oh, wow. So you might actually go more global presence with a Karthus, but I'm thinking about Meet Your Maker's side. And Udyr, I'm not going to say it's not going to be picked, but most likely won't be picked just in terms of you're against a Varus ultimate, against a Nautilus, but you're against so much CC, which in the game previously, he was not. So he was able to get in there, and most teams that run a lot of CC against Gambit, when they do run into Udyr, just shut him down completely.
So it's actually going to be a Zed that Alex Ich goes for. You know, the Zed Kha'Zix were both very, very strong in the spring split coming out for Alex Ich, and it looks like he's going to go for that Zed to go up against Charu. And Libic actually going in for the Fiddlestick. So Fiddlestick's becoming more and more popular as we go along. And let's not forget that Zyra was available to be picked in this one, something that Libic has gone for most of the time, and that's where he's had most success as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that you're going for like an AoE composition, but you go for Fiddlesticks against an Ezreal because the grass roots are really hard to hit on a Zyra against an Ezreal, so you're going to be able to fear him, silence him. He can't obviously Arcane Shift when that happens. It's all going to come down to Alex. Like, if he can get his combo on Mackler without being feared, it's going to be very deadly. Mackler would just explode.
Well, we're going to be finding out here. This, of course, is our final game of the day. Gambit versus Meet Your Makers. And Gambit looking to regain that streak of wins that they had coming up until last week, of course, where they lost both with that substitute Spontex in the top lane for them. But they certainly looked on form earlier on in the day when they took down Alternate. I think 22 minutes it was in the end. I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that's the fastest game we've seen so far.
I think you're right, actually. I mean, it was just so one-sided. You knew it was going to end that early. And I'm kind of thinking about how this game's going to go a little bit. And every time we see Kennen, I always try to mention that if you shut him down early, his ultimate's not really going to do anything throughout the game, unless it's obviously like 40, 50 minutes in like we had previously. But I think Diamond actually will be ganking that top lane relatively early onto Kuban. So you have the Shen taunt, so you're going to lock him down. And if Kuban gets shut down like we've seen before, Meet Your Maker seems to just peril from that, or go into peril from that.
Yeah, they seem to have a few problems if that kind of thing comes along further down the line. But Gambit, now they're looking to catch up with Alternate. They could have the same amount of wins after this game, and that would be a big thing going into tomorrow's play.
I mean, yeah, currently in second place after starting not that strong, but honestly, being tied with Alternate right now or having the same amount of wins is definitely a big feat for them. And we'll see if they can continue this dominance throughout the rest of the spring split. Because remember, there's only a couple weeks, oh, not a couple weeks, but they're like halfway through the season already, and you have the World Finals at stake. First through 6 are getting to the playoffs. Obviously, the higher position you are, the better chance you're going to have. And we'll see if they're able to do that.
So here we go then, in-game with Gambit versus Meet Your Makers. Let's see how this one all goes off. Let's talk a little bit first of all about level 1, because we have been seeing quite a lot of action going down at level 1 during these games. You can see that Diamond's like, I am not going bear stance first, guys. You can forget about that stun at level 1. I'm straight into the Tiger.
Exactly, and I think Mutual Makers have a stronger team just in terms of having that Fiddlesticks on Libic, having that silence where the entire team's grouped up against it, you're going to get shut down right away. So Mutual Makers, they rush straight into this bush. Genja was there, though, so they know it's going to happen, and they know they can pretty much prevent this invade if they do put some wards down. As you see, Darren actually heading down from the top side, so it looks like they want to contest this.
Certainly does. We see Genja backing away. He knew that Meet Your Makers were coming into that tri-bush. And we're now headed down towards red buff, and it looks like we are going to see an encounter from this one there. Was actually Darker just showing himself there, not quite able to land that hook. And Meet Your Makers back away from the Gambit jungle. They got that ward down here inside the death bush, so they saw Alexich actually coming down the river, possibly in towards the side of them. And in the end, not going to be seeing anything here, it looks like, for level 1.
But still very aggressive out of Mutual Makers. I don't think they've actually been that aggressive until obviously this week. So it shows they're trying to change things around. But we're going to have normal starts here. And actually, Diamond's going to be starting blue. So it looks like he'll be trying to get bottom off this, unless he wants to go for a counter jungle, which against against Nautilus, you easily can do.
Easily can do that, Udyr, especially starting with Doran's Blade and having a good, strong, hard start from your teammates there. Really going to help him out with that one. But Meet Your Makers have actually come back into the Gambit jungle here. Funny thing is, after all that, Gambit didn't actually ward their red buff.
And it's going to get stolen away. Actually, a good job by Mutual Makers. They committed a pink ward, though, over towards the middle side of the map. And that means Libic only has a ghost ward and a green ward bottom. So it can be very susceptible to ganks. Actually, Gambit will know this is happening, though, because they have that ward there. And in the meantime, you did see Darker ward up the blue buff of Mutual Makers. And we're looking at Dynaprox. He will be going across the jungle. He actually will be spotted, though, by that ward, I believe.
Oh, Darker here, actually, he's going to get pushed onto by Makata. Charu's coming around the side. He is going to pull the stun card, and Darker might fall foul to this. Actually, will be forced to burn his flash there and gets over into the red pit to stay safe. Diamond has, as we said, though, gone straight in for that red buff.
Oh, Genja and Maka going head-to-head here, getting very low for both of them, but that was actually a great flash coming out of Dark right there. Able to escape, and Genja can arcane shift out of that, as he actually just hit level 2 as well. So he actually could have been pushed out if he wasn't able to escape that. But now Alexich getting ganked already by Makati, who hasn't even picked up his blue. So he's actually going to be very far behind with Diamond counter jungling him.
There is that Tiger going to work on the Wraiths right now. They've got a ward on this blue buff right now. Diamond did already use his red, so not really a chance of him coming around to steal another buff from them. But Genja in this bottom lane, you heard him there just getting low from this one. His icon on the left-hand side is flashing right now, and he needs to be real careful there. The silence coming out from Libic, an awkward bounce from that could spell danger.
Yes, it would. And that's what's so strong about Fiddle, is if you get the two champions standing next to each other, it's going to do a lot of damage to them. But Darren pushed up Kuban towards the top, so they're going to go for a dive here.
They are going to go for a two-man dive. Are they going to be able to get in on towards Kuban? Has actually left his turret, flash back in. Taunt going to land. Diamond taking a lot of damage. Is he going to go back into this one? He's going very, very low from that. Won't actually die up until now, but Kuban doing a great job of holding that one down.
I was so close. I was wondering why he was running away from the turret right there, but he got both of them committed under it and flashback in, took the stun. But either way, Makati's going to be doing a little bit of counter jungling himself. And I don't think he's actually been towards the top side of his jungle, so he didn't know, well, obviously didn't know that went down, but it doesn't matter. In 3.8, the jungle camp spawn 10 seconds quicker, so not going to affect him too much.
Not going to be too bad for him, as we are going to see Alex here putting down good damage on towards Charu. Makata had come in just in case Alex decided to commit a little bit more to that fight, which you wouldn't expect really out of Zed at this kind of level. He's forced Charu away from the lane, which is going to be his big thing here, and actually has a 10 CS lead, got that elixir on him as well, so he's looking for some big plays at the early levels.
And the thing is, if Alex hits 6 quicker than Charu, he's going to blow him up, so this is not really good for Charu. He's going to teleport back though, so don't miss out on too much CS here. And we did see actually Genji go back as well, only picked up a couple of health pots, so it actually shows the dominance that Mutual Makers already has. This Diamond, he's eyeing that big Wraith, but it's not there.
Actually going around the side here, thanks to that vision, knew he could stay out of range. He's going to get the stun down onto Makata, and here we see that Doran's Blade once again in action. Makata down to half HP without really anything being done.
That Tiger stance is just so strong right now, and I feel bad for everyone's solo queue because that's going to start coming out again, especially when the Spirit God Udyr does get released. But he's actually looking towards his top side. He wants to make something happen. Like, he realizes if he shuts Kennen down, they're going to do very well, and he's up there for the second time.
And Makata is just recalling here, so this could be very, very interesting. Charu just puts himself a ward down to stay safe, but Diamond is still waiting. Down in the bottom lane, though, Makler taking a lot of damage. Genja actually going to get feared up here. This is going to be some good damage coming back across, but not got quite enough there. Double Doran's Blade from Makler means that he is going to be a threat, especially when he starts to proc those stacks of light.
I'm looking at CS and I'm amazed to see that Genja's ahead, considering he got pressured so early on.
Yeah.
He got pushed out level 2. He's actually still has a lead. I don't know if that's a mistake out of MYM or if that's just Genja super farming at this point. Either way, Diamond still stealing away another Wraith, and he's really trying to hold Makade back, which in terms of levels he's currently doing. At 20 minutes in their game earlier on today, he had a 4-level advantage over the enemy jungler.
Yeah, amazing, amazing stuff right now as Makata headed down towards bottom. Let's see if he can actually do anything there. There's a ward for his team, but nothing from Gambit, so they're not going to know that he's actually there right now, but can he make the impact? Can he get the hook, basically, is the question that we're going to answer. And there is the answer to it. He walks away and decides, nope, not going to be able to get in for that.
He's going back for a little bit. Actually, just going to go ward up a little bit here, just to show or see where Alex is going to go. Because we mentioned, in the heads up between him and Charu, he likes to roam around and pick up kills where Charu will either teleport in or just keep farming to where he'll split push later on. And they know if they can keep Alex behind a little bit, that's a huge chunk of their damage. But with the way Diamond's going, with the Tiger stance, he hurts so bad.
Right now, Kuban has forced this big wave of minions. Let's see how Darian's going to handle these underneath his turret, which I'd be expecting that he's going to do a good job of. And actually went back in there, taking damage from Kuban, though, whilst he goes. And Kuban's doing a good job of keeping that pressure down. He's got a ward in the top of the river.
He's waiting for his Ignite.
Yeah, that Ignite is going to be coming up here, but is he going to go for it? It's still a risky play. He is level 6, though. He chunks a bit more damage from Darian. He wisely now is backing away completely.
That would have been a kill for Kuban if he went in with that Ignite up. And now Darian's actually sticking around as Diamond comes in. The flash top misses.
Wow, Darian taking a lot of damage and will go down for this one. That's a massive miscalculation coming out of Gambit. And Diamond, I'm sure, is wondering what just happened there. His flash was available if he wanted to get in for that flash stun, but credit to Kuban, what a turnaround.
And you see even Darian shaking his head right there like, oh, I messed that up so bad, but you don't want to get a cannon fed as Alex still pressuring Char right here. He's level 7, so we could see the all-in come very soon here as Makade trying to come around. Makler getting very low. Makade's coming down though.
Makate is coming down. He's going to come through as we are going to see Twisted Fate. He is now level 6. He's going to get involved on this bottom lane. He's going to get the stun card onto Darker. Here comes Stan United, though, and they're going to try and turn this one around. Darian going in forward. There's Makata on the backside. He's out of position, but he's going to be able to catch Darker here. It's Makler that picks up the kill. Now Genja getting feared. He needs to be careful. They continue to turn around as they kill Makata off. And now Darian is not finished. He wants a bit of revenge, I think we can call it, from that first blood going down. In the end, it will all end there, but another insane exchange in this bottom lane.
The thing was, it was a trade of support for a jungler. So in the end, I think Gambit actually came out ahead in that, because you look at levels right now, Diamond 5-4, he's taking his own red here, so he pretty much controlled his own red. He's gonna get his own blue because obviously his Zed doesn't need it, and if he counter jungles Makade on that red buff again, he's gonna hold him so far behind his Makler. Unfortunately, misses that Varus ultimate, and the thing is, they're so hard to hit, but when you land them, they work out so well for you.
That was pretty close as well. I mean, Genja in the end, it was at max range, so he kind of spotted that one coming and just kind of sidestepped it in the end and said, nope, not today. A couple of wards going down on that bottom side of the map now from Meteor Makers. Want to make sure that they've got vision of Dragon, and that blue buff is going to be started off. It's Libic that will kick that one off. Charu, of course, will be the man to actually take it here once that is taking enough damage. He's got double Doran's Ring right now, headed up towards that Seeker's Arm Guard here as well by the looks of things. Makler actually getting caught out in that bottom lane. Here comes the teleport though, and they're going to try and turn this one on its head. And there is a snipe coming through. Makler is still very low, but it's Charu that picks up the kill. Well, here comes the bear from the side. He's going to stun and kill Makler, and now they're going to go for Charu as well as the hook lands onto him. He's stunned, the box goes down. Stun card comes in on towards Diamond. Have they got the damage and speed to go through? There's a flash in. Charu is still alive. He gets thrashed down by Darker though, and that will be a 2-for-1. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Alexic going all in there to get the kill on Makata.
I don't even know where to start for that.
Wow. Just wow.
You had Charu ulti down there, help pick up the kill on a Darker. Then he teleports back down there. That's why he takes the teleport. It's Twisted Fate. You don't think you need that teleport, but it worked out for them in the beginning. And obviously, Diamond was able to pick up some kills here. But just seriously, wow. And Alex being able to 1v1 Makade, who's now level 5 and Diamond's level 7. That just shows how Diamond, he's just around the map constantly. He's counter jungling like crazy. And the ganks that he does commit to usually end up in kills.
You see those switches of stance coming out. Diamond keeping up the damage there. That turret almost going down from that little push alone. And it's a scary little push as well. I'll give him that at least. Saw how strong Diamond was earlier on. He's 2-0-0 right now as well. So starting as he means to go, and as he kind of left off in that last game earlier on against Alternate.
If he keeps going at this rate, Diamond's going to be almost unkillable. Obviously, Mackler, he has the ability to do the true damage, percent true damage, but I mean, Diamond's going to be so fast. Mix it in with Darien, who is another tank for you. It's going to be very, very hard to eat through that tank line, especially with Genja, who is doing, honestly, pretty well considering his start. And then you have Alex, who already has that 1 kill, 92 CS, so he's ahead of Charu here. And to be honest, he can bully him out. If he wants to, he can just ult him and kill him.
Makata maybe getting caught out. Darien in the top lane as well is going to be going low and probably going to get finished off here. There is the finisher from Kubon. Didn't really see how that one all went down in the start, but the damage was enough, and now they're pushing on to Darker in the bottom lane. He's locked up by the chain of corruption. Mackler will finish him off, and that will be another one for Meet Your Makers. Really nicely done there. 2 kills on opposite sides of the map.
Gambit has to be so irritated with that, because that's the 3rd time Char's been down there, and the 3rd time he's been able to help pick up a kill. But in the meantime, Gambit respawn, they take the middle turret, and they're not showing signs of stopping just yet.
Well, they're going to keep pushing through on this one. Bottom turret may take a lot of damage from Meet Your Makers, but honestly, Makata has already seen what happens if he tries to challenge Alexic earlier on, especially since he's got that death mark available to him. There is that turret in the bottom lane, down to below half HP by the time Genja is able to get rid of those creeps. He's gone for the tier here as well, as Genja does with every champion.
Pretty much, yeah.
Doesn't matter who it is.
You can Valor still do it. You can Heimerdinger as AD, but Diamond, he came in again. He actually smited the Big Wraith away. He has a 2-level advantage right now over Makade. And he's becoming this unstoppable force as Alex going in on Charu.
Going in on Charu, that death mark going to pop here in a second. He's going to have the damage, or is he? Charu's starting to walk away. Manages to dodge the shuriken coming out, and that will be the push back here. Alex H not quite got the finishing touch. He was literally on, well, almost nothing.
Yeah, I passed it off like he's gonna get the kill. There's nothing amazing about that. But
way,
yeah,
though.
but Charu able to escape with the help of Makata right there. Fantastic job. But Alex, he's level 10 right now because he's been sticking this lane constantly as Darker. Gonna get feared here. Take a little bit of damage, but he's just trying to zone as much as possible for Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, taking, as you said, the damage with that as well. Right now does have that sight stone in there, so getting a bit of health from that one. Always going to be much appreciated, I think, with the fact that Fiddle can feed you straight in towards the AD carry. Speaking of the AD carries, 82 to 70 CS right now. Mackler with that extra kill on as well. He's doing a good job of bossing the farm in this bottom lane. But on the other side, we know what happens to Genja. Once they lose that turret, if he's behind on CS, he'll freeze up the lane and he'll get right back in it.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that Mackler doesn't have a little bit more of a lead, just because Char's been down there so often, 3 times going for some ganks. But either way, he still has a lead. That's good. That's very good for them. Alex will be taking blue here. Some extra energy regen, not to mention cooldown reduction. And Char, who, as Seeker's arm guard, pretty much saved his life right there. I'm not sure he's going to do it a second time.
That sound of Udyr, honestly. If you think it's scary now, wait until the new skin comes out, because it's going to be haunting your dreams a lot more often, I think. This time around, going to be getting himself that red buff. A lot of pink wards down, actually, on the map around the dragon area. 2 of them down for Gambit, although none of them actually directly on the dragon itself, funnily enough.
Makata, he's sticking around for a gank, so all those pink wards, none of them being used to make a gank happen. As Diamond, he's already coming around as well, so we might actually see a fight go down here. I believe mid lane was actually being fought as Charu getting knocked very low already. And that was due to Alex's ultimate. So Gambit, in the meantime, gonna go for Dragon here. As Diamond is all alone standing on top of a ward for Meet Your Makers here, but no one's really reacting. Makaj is sticking around, but he won't be able to outsmite Diamond, who's level 9.
Yeah, you wouldn't imagine so. Put that disclaimer in there. Alex Hitch actually coming around the back now as well. So this is going to be a dragon for Gambit, but we are going to see the push going in. Charu is down on this bottom side. And then where is Alex? He's actually still doing the blue buff. He's not actually joined the party. Genja right now is focusing Libic at the backside. A little bit messy, but Libic is going to die. I think it was the arcane shift that finished it off there for Genja as he continued to push through. Here comes Alex. They get the kill on towards Mackler, and they're not done just yet. The focus comes down towards Makata. Nice stun card. Will probably save his life from that one. Makata walks away, and right now though Gambit have that turret open for the taking.
And the party was on Gambit's fit right there as all 5 people just showed up almost out of nowhere on them. And then picking up 2 kills, but Kuban though still left alone. He has 2 kills, 0 deaths. The nice CS advantage as well. So We talked about Kuban. If he can get a little bit fed, if he can get shut down, it'd be good or negative, obviously, for Future Makers. But right now, Mackler's the one being shut down quite a bit. As Alex now 2-0. We saw Nutek earlier on Zed. How strong a Zed can be and how it can one-shot an 80 carry like Yelpy pretty much felt that himself. And he's getting to that point where he can do that. So even if you have Kuban, who's really strong, Alex can one-shot him if he doesn't get his zoners early on, or just kill the 80 carry outright.
Well, we're going to have a bit more of a quieter time now, I think, with those couple of turrets going down and the Dragon already being taken. See how that all starts to work out. Gambit's lead is there, but it's a slim one. 2,000 gold at this point. Diamond once again edges over as Charu here is dead.
Just in time for the splat. That's a satisfying sound. It really is. So that just as we talked about, Alex being able to 1v1 anyone, he kills Charu outright. So that's not a good sign. Not to mention, look at that CS. Holy crap, 163 to 107. That is a huge lead because Charu's been constantly leaving, and not to mention because he can't 1v1. But Kuban, he's coming around to go for a kill on Alex, who kind of almost gets away.
Almost gets away, but not quite there. Shut down by Kuban. Hard to escape the stuns coming out from that one. It's Mackler here and Libic going to be going in towards Dark, who is going to get feared, get silenced as well. That's going to delay his escape, but his escape came nonetheless. Now Darian's pushing this top lane, so I thought we might see a little bit of quiet here, but I was wrong about that one. And now Diamond's waiting off in the wings here to maybe get in on top of Kennen.
They can die this pretty easy. Look at these two tanks, but Kuban, he's very quick. We're going to see if this is going to go down, though. And Diamond, he's still sticking around at this point, but he's not committing to anything just yet. Charu is already heading towards the top side of the map, as you can see on the mini-map right now. And Mitra Maker still pushing this turret down. Oh, Diamond, he's going to get sandwiched here, but with that spike takes with a big golem and walks away.
No problem. This turret at the bottom lane actually is very low, and I think that's why Meet Your Makers have been so persistent in pushing here. They want to get that one finished off. That'll put them in the lead in terms of turrets. Not going to take that much, really, to finish that one off, as you see the silence just darting around there. That Dark Wind causing them a few little issues, but not too much, especially not now as Alex Ich is coming around this side. He's going to be sniffing with that death mark available once again. And, you know, Fiddlesticks, Virus, it doesn't matter which one of them, they'll both die if Alex goes in.
Yeah, so easily for him as well. I think it was Kade actually was invading the jungle of Gambit, but he's level 9. He's been able to keep up with Diamond a little bit there in terms of Diamond's only level 10, but with an Alex roaming around like that, he's very brave. Alex can go in on Charu again.
This is going to be a big push for him. Is he going to be able to stay alive this time? No, he's not. There's that good old satisfying splat if you're a Gambit fan or player, I suppose. And Charu goes down again, and that's just going to allow even more free farm for Alex, not to mention the fact that he's up at 4-1-0. That Blade of the Ruin King already done. Now comes the bear down to this bottom lane. Let's see if Mackler and Libic can get away. And in the end, Diamond decides not to go in under the turret.
And look at Alex. He's pushed up that far with only one ward towards the top side. And that's because I believe Diamond put that down just to give him a little bit of vision. He's not really scared of anyone just yet. And Charu, he stopped building towards his Zonia. He built a Sheen. He's trying to go for maybe his Lich Bane as his next item. And then you see Kuba on the top lane has his as well. But he almost has the money to finish it off into that Zonias, which he's, well, as you can tell, obviously really going to need at this point.
Yeah, without a doubt needs that one. Stop that damage coming down from Alex. We said it last season as well, the likes of Zed and Kha'Zix are just where he really feels at home. The burst ability, the assassin champions, are really where he excels, and proving that once again.
And the thing is, I mean, they have such a wide champion pool, you can't ban him out.
I say that, but at the same time, his win rate and his performances with the likes of Orianna, for example, a bit more of a traditional AP carry, I guess we could say, is fantastic as well. So where do you go when it comes to bans for this man?
I don't think you do. You just try to hope that your mid laner doesn't feed him too many kills. But that's obviously what has been happening this game, and he's still roaming around. And Makati, he doesn't have boots of mobility just yet, which I'm a little bit surprised to not see on him, considering Nautilus. You want to get around the map really quickly, especially when you're against an Udyr who's really fast throughout the jungle. You need to keep up with him, but Kuban, he's heading down his bottom here. You realize that he needs to help his team out as Charu's sitting top against Darian.
Yeah. I don't think that Darian will have too many problems with dealing with Charu up there, as we are going to see Mackler. Deathmark comes in onto him there. It's going to do a decent little bit of damage to him, as we are going to see Kuban coming in from the side as well. He can't quite land the Shuriken in there. And Meet Your Makers, as I said it before, they really want this turret.
I think they're going to get this
just
time,
there we go. Just tank it up, get rid of it.
And I was actually looking at Genji on the minimap. He was pushing middle, just ults the wave instead and backs away. I'm taking a look, top laners, even though Darian's died twice, he's still even in farm. Obviously doesn't have the 3 kills that he has, but Dragon will be up in about 15 seconds. We see in the jungle a little bit of a lead for Diamond. In the mid lane, still a 60 CS advantage for Alex, and Genja, who was ahead 10 early on, fell behind 20, is now even with his counterpart.
Now even. Look at their items, Bloodthirst and that tier stacking up for Genja. On the other side, Blade of the Ruin King is going to be done for Makler. See what roles they're going to be playing this next fight. Darian going full on tanky here. Got that Warmogs already in there with the Merc Treads and that Doran shield. Obviously more damage for Kubon's side of things. He's close to having that Zhonya's done.
And when that happens, I wonder if Meech Makers are going to try to go for some team fighting here, because Gambit has a very strong, very tanky lineup with Thresh, with Udyr, and with Shen. But it's really hard to get in the backline against Genja, who has Arcane Shift and Flash to get away. But in the meantime, Dragon being started up here, they're staying on top of a ward, and they actually might be baiting Meech Makers in for a fight.
Well, it's down to half HP right now. Shen, of course, can get involved. Twisted Fate in the top lane can as well, because he's got teleporters. We are going to see them going. Limit going to get popped down here as the box goes down. There is a Chain of Corruption, and the damage is good here for Meteor Makers. They've already taken down Darker. There's the Fiddlesticks ultimate coming in. Alex Itch has died at the backside. Let's see if they can get on towards Diamond as well on the bottom side. Twisted Fate is there. He's going to try and finish off Genja. Not sure if he can actually win this fight right now. Maybe that Seeker's Arm Guard with the armor is going to be enough for him. A stun goes down. There is the fear as well. He's getting his life sucked away from him. And he's going to survive it there. Flashes away from the backside. Oh, here comes Destiny, and he is a dead man.
Oh, crazy. Man, that was so close for him. And I guarantee when Libic was fearing him, it sounded to me, he's like, come on, let me have control of my character for 1 second, please. As the rest of Meech Makers, though, are going to push this middle turret, getting 3 kills, 0 deaths. A little bit surprising considering how fed Alex was, but that exhaust coming out of Libic was so perfect. Not to mention the stun that came out of Kuban right after that. It just locked him down, and he just died.
Yeah, that exhaust is, I think, going to be crucial as well coming in. I mean, that's got to find its way onto Alex's head once they start to get into these team fights. Again, if you look at the gold, there's not really that much of a difference between them. If you look individually, Alex is 1,300 up, but you can expect that when he's closing in towards 100 CS difference here before long if Charu's not careful. 80 carries, Makler still has the advantage there. He's got more kills, more assists, and the same amount of deaths as well. And is currently 1,000 almost ahead of that one as well. So, still really close stuff, and we've seen that these fights can still go either way. I think once these Zhonyas actually get finished across the board for the Twisted Fate, and obviously Ken already got his, I think it changes a little bit there.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you look at where the kills are, they're both funneled really into 2 champions, one on each side, Alex and Kuban. So it's basically who can kill each other, who can kill the Alex first, or who can kill Kuban first, because that'll pretty much determine if you're going to win the game when you have, Genja pretty much tied up with Makler. So it just comes down to who can burst the other one first, and considering you have a Zonas on Kuban and he's actually chasing Alex down, it should be him.
Yeah, we see him going in on towards Kuban here. Alex is going to be under all kinds of pressure here because Zhonya's was used, but Kuban didn't have the damage to finish things off himself, so a bit of an awkward trade in the end.
We do have Darker coming in. I'm not sure they can actually pick up this kill. Makate's waiting on the side, though, so he should be able to turn this around with that ultimate. Instead, no fight really goes down, and it looks like Darian and Char are getting to know each other pretty well as they keep constantly going head-to-head in lane.
And Alex is going to be backing away from that one. Kuban here just waiting and hoping that he might get a chance on something from that, but that won't present itself. That middle lane is pushed out there as well. Meteor Makers have got all 3 outer turrets down right now, and now they've started to get a few wards out. You can actually see a 2-man team going through the bottom side of that Gambit jungle to get those wards in position. So they're trying to get that vision control that they so love to have.
Oh, Darren, you might be in trouble here. Makler and Libic are on the sides to come in.
Yeah, they are going to come in for this one. The stun card did come down from Charu. Darren's actually doing good damage here on towards him, but now that the rest of the team are there, that could be a little bit different as Destiny is going to get popped. Charu going to come in on that top side. The turret's hitting him here as well, and it's just a case of when this one gets finished, it's Makler that gets him as he flashes over the wall.
Oh, I was watching on that minimap. I was like, come on, let's see if it happens, but Darren, that's the tankiest member of their team. It took 3 members of Meech Makers to deal with him, and through that, Charu actually almost died himself. Diamond still counter-jungling away, has 120 CS, so pretty good on his part. But the thing is, if Gambit keeps getting caught out like this, like Alex was topped just previously, Darren now bottom, Meech Makers are just slowly picking up kills and slowly starting to pick up an advantage.
Yeah, and that Zhonya's now is a step closer, needlessly large rod added in for Charu. really interested to see how a big team fight goes once that is in there, and if Meet Your Makers will be feeling more confident with going for that one, as Alex again is looking for Kubon. And the funny thing is they've got roughly the same health here. The problem is who really gets the bounce on each other, I guess we can say, from that one. And the timing of the Zhonya's obviously has got to be bang on the mark. Mackler is still pushing this bottom lane. Gambit going to try and come around here, but they need to be careful. They've got Makata and Libic both on the top side. In the end, they just walk around, and Mackler says, right, then I better get out of here as well then.
And a little bit surprised how relatively slow this game is. I mean, considering when we saw them play a little bit earlier against Alternate, that was just fast-paced, constant action. But this game, it's just a little bit more calculated on their part. They're just taking their time here, not trying to, you know, throw away anything just yet. But Meet Your Makers are doing a great job of, they weren't in control previously. We always talk about that fact for them. But they were able to kind of get back in the game, take the gold lead for the first time for themselves. And they still kept a little bit part of their old strategy in terms of being very aggressive with their wars. They have so many down right now, and you see Gambit's response to that with 3 or 4 of their own. So if Charu ever does teleport in, they're most likely going to be able to spot it. And then again, Charu's just pretty much been sitting at bottom lane right now, just trying to push it out, just trying to go head-to-head against Darien.
Yeah, it does have that Zhonya's Hourglass now finished up. The Dragon is going to be coming up in less than a minute here, as Kubon actually going a bit aggressive there onto Alex, but look at that, Diamond is in that brush on the top side, and that would certainly change the swing of any fight that were to happen in this top lane. Libic is waiting off to the side as well. He does have flash, and he has that exhaust that we talked about earlier on, which could be vital for him. Charu actually trying to stop Darien, but he's just not got the damage really to even try to kill him. He could try and force him away, but Darien's probably just going to keep coming back for more in true Shen style.
His like way of stopping him wasn't harassing him, it was killing the minions around him, because that turn's going to do more than he'll do in the end. We do have a slight pause coming out though, and like I said before, a relatively slow game, but you know, in terms of how much CS has gone through, Alex 270 to the now 190 for Charu, so he's been actually able to free farm quite a bit bottom lane against Darien, but his turret was very low already at that point. It could go down really soon, so it looks like Darien's the one with a little bit of problems here. And obviously, we'll find out in a couple of seconds, let you guys know what's happening.
Yeah, we do have the admins in there behind Gambit. See if they can figure out exactly what the problem is right now with Darien. Yeah, seems to be furiously alt-tabbing out and in of his game there, so hopefully that'll be fixed in just a couple of moments right now. Well, it gives us a chance to look at where we are in this game. We're approaching the 30-minute mark. Gold is just 400 the difference at this point, which is pretty close, to say the least. 11-8 in kills, but as you said, Kubon on this cannon, 5-0-1 right now. He's a juicy target for Gambit, and we've seen Alex trying to get that bonus away from him.
And when he tried, he almost failed as well. So, I mean, Kubon, he's able to hold his own against Alex, but for how much longer? Or for how much longer is Alex to be able to survive against him? It just all comes down to who's going to get the items a little bit quicker, and who's going to have the summers available. This game, I'm really trying to think, where's it really going to come down to? Like, what's the next big point for these fights to break out? And as we see Kubon heading down towards Dragon, that actually might be it.
That may well just be it now. Spawned, of course, as Makata sits there with his anchor. Pink ward goes down, revealing no vision as Diamond just sidesteps the anchor there coming through. And Meet Your Makers are going to be starting off the Dragon. Actually, Shen going home does have Stand United, so that's not too big of a deal on this front.
Look how quick it's going down. I mean, with no one else in Gambit position, it's just going to be Diamond trying to steal it away. As he does it, he heads over towards middle, and they wanted to go for a push on this turret to get it a little bit lower, as it already was pushed previously by those two, Alex and him. In the meantime, they just back away. They're like, all right, we're going to give that up. We're going to go back to farming up a little bit. But hopefully we'll get something to happen relatively soon, because it's at that point where people have their core items. As Diamond going to get caught here.
Oh, he's going to get caught here, but are they going to be able to finish him off? He's pretty tanky. And actually, Charu coming in on towards Darker here at the back. The box goes down. That might stop them chasing through, as Libic actually going to get slowed, I think, by the final wall there. Chain of Corruption will miss as well. And NYM have thrown so much at that one, and in the end got nothing for it.
Yeah, they couldn't catch the berry. I mean, he's just too fast. I mean, with that bear stance. And unfortunately, Meet Your Makers committing so much. Look at their ult taps. 3 ultimates off of that. Libic got shut down by Darker's box. You saw Charu got obviously a stunt on a Darker, but he's just so tanky that he can't, you know, one-shot him just yet. And then Mackler, unfortunately, famous Chain of Corruption, just skimming the backside of Diamond right there. So that might be the key for Gambit to actually go in, where they didn't even use Stand United. Keep that in mind. They didn't even have to use that to escape that.
Right now, we are approaching 100.
Oh, Libic, you're dead.
Oh, Libic's going to get killed here. He's going to get splattered here in a second as Alexic will try and get away from this one. He's going to get hit by the depth charge. Are they going to be able to finish him off? He'll flash backwards. Kuban flash. Zonya's in there as well. Darian actually coming around the side here, and look at the damage he's putting out on towards Kuban. He may pay the price for it with his life from this as well, as he gets slowed and finished off by Makler.
Darker does a lantern a little bit too late. Wasn't in the right position, but they did say, well, I was about to say they saved Alex as he's actually going to die here instead.
Yeah, really strong dredge line coming out there from Makata. Alex maybe staying a little bit too late with that one. That will be 2 kills in a row coming out for Meet Your Makers. Well, the gold is still staying even, but those kills starting to be spread more around the team here. We see, 1 in there for Makata, his first of the game. Now up to 5 for Makler, and that spread is looking really, really nice for them. And the problem is, if Alex can't get kills onto more than the support there. I mean, it is a big kill onto the support, don't get me wrong with that one, but they probably need more from it, as we are going to see Darker getting locked up here. He's not going to escape. It's Charu that finishes off with a red card. Diamond coming in from around the side, but he needs to be a little bit careful of his own here. Actually, Blade of the Ruin King was used onto him. He gets stunned up here, and he's finished off by the wild cards of Charu.
So we talked about it earlier about the Udyr pick, where I think it was me specifically that said it, like, I don't really favor it. I don't know if you agreed or not, but just because the amount of CC you're up against, like, you're not going to move anywhere. And you saw right there at the end, he just got slowed by he got slowed by Nautilus, he got stunned constantly by the gold cards, he got feared, he got silenced, he just could not run away, as we do see Zed going in.
Going in on towards Makler this time around. Is he going to have the damage to finish him off? Makler will finally go down. It's Darian that picks up that kill as Alex tries to escape. Genja actually coming in from the side here as well. Alex will be finished off by Kuban. They turn around now and try to get over to the other side. Genja didn't really have what it took to stand and bang with Charu. And that will be another kill picked up here for Meet Your Makers. They lost Makler though.
And they're actually pinging out on Baron right now, though. Pretty sure they can't do it. Yeah, looks like Makai's just going to walk away instead. And I think this is probably the biggest gold lead we've had this game so far, but I know it's biggest for Meet Your Makers, as items are still coming in left and right for them. We see Alex actually heading towards a GA with that chain vest. But he's still, I mean, he wasn't able to fully burst down Makler, obviously because he was CC'd a little bit, but if that's the person you're bursting down when you have Kuban this strong, I mean, that's not the target you need to kill. It has to be Kuban. And with that Zonius, he just can't.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's a catch-22 that they need to kill him, but he can dodge all the damage from Alex's ultimate, which is a lot of damage. That goes without saying there. So it's a bit of a predicament here for Gambit to be in. Charu going to get himself that red buff. Sorry, blue buff. Red buff's never spawned there.
I'm thinking back to last week when Meet Your Makers had Charu on Twisted Fate, had Makata on Nautilus, where it was like 50-something minutes long. There was like 3 Barons taken from Meet Your Makers, and we talked to Makata after, or Shox did in the interview. He said it was at that point in the game where if one person gets caught, they get blown up right away. And I'm curious, are they going to let the game get on to that point where even with the Zonias, you probably can't survive if you get stunned and taunted?
Diamond's going to get pulled in here. We'll get back to that in a second. Or now, because he's got away, because he is, of course. Udyr switches out to Bear and walks off from that. And yeah, that's what you got to wonder, because right now, they're in a position where they got 2 Zonias, and they can completely negate that Zed damage onto 2 of their big champions. There's a Quicksilver Sash coming out there for Makler as well, which is certainly going to help in some respects as well when it comes to those team fights. So you got to wonder if now is the time for Meet Your Makers, and the longer it goes on, the worse it might get for them overall.
And yeah, the thing is, like, Alex, so he can't kill Kuban, he can't kill Charu, but with the Quicksilver Sash, he can't kill Makler himself anymore because you can cleanse off the ultimate. So it's pretty much, his damage has become low. Like, he cannot kill anyone except the support, and maybe Makata actually, because he does have a Last Whisper, but in the end, that's not the person you need to kill this time. It doesn't care about Libic attacking him.
No.
Let's come to that point where, I mean, Alex had such a strong lead, but because of Kuban, pretty much gaining his own lead himself and not being interfered with by Alex, he was able to get the Zonias out quick enough.
We see that Ezreal getting strong here as well. Last Whisper, Muramana now in on top of that Bloodthirster. On the other side, like you said, Quicksilver Sash, that side, that's a big item overall, as we are going to see Kuban getting engaged upon, but look at the damage he puts there on towards Alex. The Deathmark going to do absolutely nothing, and right now Charu has teleported in. He's going to Destiny down onto the bottom side. Either way, it's going to be a dead Alex. It's Kuban that gets the kill. 7-0-2. Talked about Kuban and how Elise is going to be a big thing for him, but this time he's doing well with that Ezreal as well. Diamond right now on top of Libic. He's going to be focused down. Genji doing good amounts of damage. Chain of Corruption will actually start spreading through the team as Darian's taunt not quite landing, but they can't really turn around and do much to him.
And in the meantime, Charu with that Lich Bane, he's just split pushing. He's going to get this turret relatively low. I think it was Mutual Makers, they kind of wanted to go for Baron off of that kill, but then since they lost Libic, they backed off. But now he's able to get a free turret off of that. So they got one kill, they lost one person just to support though, and a turret on top of that. Now Dragon's being pinged up.
Yeah, Dragon being pinged, that's spawned and available now for them. And 3 men gonna go down there. That's not gonna last long, especially Makata has that smite there as well to be finishing that one off. We did see Charu actually walking away. It looked like Darian was going to try and come down to him. Didn't in the end. Here we go then. He's picked up there by Meteor Makers as they drag Diamond into this one. There are 4 men there though from Gambit, so they need to be careful here, Meteor Makers. Darian at the front line can't quite get in there to land a clutch taunt and actually use the Shadow Dash to get away. Darker going to be pinned down here though on that backside. Going to find it hard to get away from the likes of Nautilus, but does fire the box in there. Now it's Darian that gets stunned up. True Shot Barrage comes over. Makler going very low, and now Alex Ich getting into the fight as well. Makata very low. Makler will die. Makata will die. There's the stun cards coming out of Charu, but they managed to follow in. It's a double kill coming down. 2 men left up here for Meteor Makers. They're going to have to flash off as well. And Gambit with a great fight there that was... Meteor Makers kind of dripped into that fight one by one and made it easier for Gambit.
And we always talk about with Gambit, if you give them a finger, they'll take your whole arm. That honestly might have been the mistake that Mutual Makers made, or just a great play out of Gambit to pretty much turn the game around for them, because they're going to get Baron off of this, unless I believe Libic is the only one around the vicinity to kind of steal it away. And with that, they should be able to push, should be able to get inhibitor to it, because they have a tanky enough front line that they can just sit there and siege turrets down.
Well, Fiddlesticks with a jumping Baron Pit would be a spectacular way to steal it, but he's not got his ultimate available anyway, so that doesn't really matter. So yeah, Baron going over here towards Gambit. Funnily enough, still behind in gold right now. Although, you know, the turrets and that Twisted Fate passive, again, we talked about it earlier, going to have a big say in things.
Do you see how much Genja gold is sitting on? Gold is on Genja, 3,000. Either he's going to go GA, pretty much full out buy one, or he's going to just go for a little bit more damage on top of that, but I think he can afford to go for the damage. As we're going to see him actually pick up Avenge's Veil, so he doesn't want to get stunned up by Kuban. He doesn't want to get stunned by Char or even Makata, who can knock him up. Actually, it's a really smart on him.
And now Alex is trying to push out this top lane. Pretty low is that turret right now. In the end, decides, I'm going to back away from this one. He's got a Zhonya's chances of me killing him. Gotta hate it when that happens. The stray wild card just coming through, and actually looks like Alex is going to go for the turret after all that, and now he goes in towards Charu, who is going to use that Zhonya's, and now all of a sudden Alex finds himself in a little bit of danger. Charu going very low here from Darian at the backside. The stun card comes onto him, and he's now chasing in. Is he going to be able to land the final shot? Charu is... it dies to the Sunfire Cape in the end that got in range of him. Gets feared back towards their turret, but look how tanky he is, and there's a lantern over the wall. Dark are going to bring him to safety. Now Gambit are going to try and push through onto this in-him turret.
And they have Charu down, so I mean, it's only up to Kuban to really defend it here, and they're just going to face tank it. They don't have minions. They're actually a long ways away, but with the damage to take hits out of them, to take that down, they're going to take an inhibitor. And keep in mind, they had Baron.
Yeah,
they have it still.
They still have Baron. Yeah, that's going to be regenning them up there as see the silence going to be knocking through Gambit, but they will be backing off from that one anyway. So, you know, death for Alex Ich in that top lane. Committed to it there, did Meteor Makers. He didn't die.
He didn't even die.
Did he back away?
Yeah, they let him run away.
Okay.
So no deaths, got an inhibitor off of it.
There you go then.
I know, I was amazed at you where I was like watching, I was like, really? They're not going to go for a kill on him? And ended up happening that way. So now he has a GA available. And they're going to get a second inhibitor
gets away, and they get the inhibitor turret here, and it's going to be another one for them as we see him going on towards Libic. That death mark is going to finish off Libic because the True Shot Barrage from Genji comes in to maybe try and finish that one off, but they go now on towards Makler. The hook lands onto Charu. In comes the box from Darker. Not quite got what it takes to finish off as Alex goes in to try to get the finisher. They do finish him off. It's Darker that gets that one. Alex is actually going to be hit underneath the turret. Goes back, picks up the lantern, and once again will survive. Of course, he does have GA now to get himself, or he wouldn't have died anyway because of that Guardian Angel, but either way, fantastic play out of Gambit once again.
Just like that, they turned what was pretty much a stale game or a game for Mutual Makers where they easily could have, you know, won these team fights into 2 inhibitors for themselves. Like, that is just ridiculous play out of Gambit, just for overall knowledge, knowing their limits and making plays happen. And Michi Makers, they have to be kicking themselves right now. Like, what do they do to kind of stop Gambit now? And the thing is, Alex with the GA, it's pretty much like the same thing as Kuban or Chara getting a Zhonya's. It's going to have a reset button for him. But the thing is, he's going to pop back up with full health, and the Zhonya's only last so long.
Yeah, that's a big problem that they might have with this one. We see Spirit Visage added in there for Udyr. There's 2 runic bulwarks on their side at this point. See that Negatron cloak and the Zeal sat there for Darien, who we've already seen is pretty much unkillable at this time anyway. I mean, the GA might not even be needed by him.
I think actually with the Baron buff still on them for quite a long time, they might actually go for the finish here, or at least take the 3rd inhibitor, because they're all heading up towards that top side of the map. They're warding everything up here, and Michi Makers, they're going to have to go for an engage. They need to push the lanes out as far as possible, but with Gambit pretty much knocking out your front door on the top side, they can't really afford to do that anymore.
Well, Diamond smashing through. Darker going to be clearing out the wards that were just put into position there by Meet Your Makers. And Darien's there at the front, and talking about tanky front lines, he doesn't get much tankier than this Shen and that Udyr as well, as we are going to see Destiny pop. They pulled Diamond in for this one, but it could work out badly for them. Charu actually is going to get initiated on by Alex Itchy, who's right at the back. Shen going to be coming in for that shield up as well, as Darien gets feared, and then Shadow dashes away from that one. They've taken the inner turret while all that was going on. Again, capitalizing on every little thing that happens here, Gambit.
3-4 members chase down Alex. He ends up getting away with the help of the Shen ultimate. Take a turret right off the back of it. So, I mean, Gambit, they should have a decent amount of money to spend. Wow, Genja, when does he not have over 2,000 gold to spend when he backs away? He's sitting on 2,500, even have Darien with 1,200, so he's going to be going for, it looks like that Triforce, which he typically likes to go. And they're just taking everything away from the jungle now as they back out. Gonna buy up, gonna probably actually wait for this next Baron. I don't know, Gambit's typically not the team that would wait for another Baron to finish the game out, but we'll see if that's actually gonna happen.
They're at least gonna be taking this Dragon. Every bit of gold extra that they can have, as Alex gonna get feared in here on towards Libic. Where's he gonna go? In on towards Charu. There's the exhaust coming down. That's gonna hinder him a little bit, but he's got that GA. He's gonna be coming back up here in just a second. There's the Lantern, and he manages to get back, and there's the rest of Gambit. Makata now the one in trouble. Libic gonna dive over into the rest of the team. There is Kuban as well. He's putting down good damage, uses the Zhonya's. Can they actually lock him up afterwards? Darker here, gonna get spread to by that chain of corruption to lock him down. Darien is finally going low, but still survives as Charu comes in there with those home guards on the teleport onto that pink ward. Genja fancies his chances here in a 1v1, and in the end, that's just a 1-for-1, and it's not over just yet. Charu gonna be using that Zhonya's hourglass, and he is gonna go down. Darien does die in the end.
Crazy stuff, Joe. I mean, that was all started with Alex diving in really far towards the top side, and he pretty much knew his team was there. The Lantern coming out Darker was just fantastic. Unfortunately, he ended up going back in anyways onto Kuban while he was ulting and ended up dying, but still 2 inhibitors down. Baron will be up in about 40 seconds here, and I mean, Genja, he's actually has a relatively long death timer, but they're going to be here for Baron and be able to pick it up really quickly unless Michi Makers tries to go for it.
Well, we are 42.5 minutes into this game right now, and it's 2019 in kills to MYM. There's 2,500 gold that separates the two teams. That's not a big lead right now for Gambit. It is a little bit skewed, we said it earlier, because of that Twisted Fate and what have you, but the fact is that if one thing goes wrong here for Gambit with these spawn timers, they might have a bit of trouble on their hands.
Definitely might, and we actually have Kuban pick up a Liandry's Torment, so he's gonna have a little bit more damage. It helps. It really helps against tanky targets like Darien, like Diamond, so they'll be able to do a little bit more to them. But Baron is available. They do have an Oracle on a Darker, and the thing is, like I said before, I don't know if they're gonna go for a second Baron to finish the game, or they're just gonna finish it. And well, the way they're setting up, they're not gonna go for the Baron. They're just gonna go for the push to win.
Blue buff just been taken away there by Alex Itch. Said the announcer. That inhibitor is going to be coming up here in just a few moments. So MYM will finally have that stream of super minions in the mid and bottom lane stopped, which may give them a bit of respite. Or it may not, because Gambit might just come straight back in there and finish off those 2 open inhibitors again.
Look where Alex is currently standing. He's waiting for pretty much Char to come for his own blue buff here, but it's not going to happen. He's letting that one pretty much just go away, and he wanted to pick up that one kill. The one kill, all they needed to pretty much have a 5-on-4 and to be able to finish this game out. Still, you see, actually, wow. double black cleavers picked up for Gambit. So Alex, he's given not only the armor shred to himself, he's given it over to Genja, and they do stack on top of each other, so it's going to be very, very dangerous. Do you see Twist Fate ultimate coming in? Not really going anywhere, just to kind of get some vision.
Yeah, just to get the vision of where Gambit are, what Gambit are doing with that Baron back in play. But the wards have been taken away right now, so with that Destiny down, it actually hinders Meteor Makers at this point, as we are going to see Makata face check straight in on top of them. Not really the target they want to go for, though, as Libic is going to get pulled in there by the hook. The True Shot Barrage comes across. Libic not going to escape. Darker gets that kill, and that's going to open the floodgates here for Gambit.
That's going to at least be both inhibitors, and actually might be the game. I'm not sure if they're going to go for that third top turret at the top side of the map, but as I say that, Alex is going to go up there and split push it himself, and Libic, I mean, he wasn't offering too much in these fights, but he obviously wasn't doing nothing because of the fear and the silence, as Darren already getting very low here, and that's to be very careful. Alex still coming in from the side. He's trying to go straight for Mackler or even Charu here, but Future Makers, they need to just hold on as long as possible.
Presence of Alex Hitch alone there has won them that inhibitor. Meteor Makers didn't want to get involved in it as a stun card comes out. Alex Hitch already pretty far away from things. The minions were bearing down onto that inhibitor turret as well. They almost lost that, but crucially, they've held it here, which still means that not all three are down, and that's when, you know, it just becomes almost impossible to hold with those super minions coming through. Baron, though, is going to be the target here for Gambit. Can't see what Meteor Makers can do to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you have two inhibitors down, so you have the two floodgates of the super minions coming in, but can you stop a Baroned up Gambit when you've already had a hard enough time pretty much being them without it? That will be all 5 members, most importantly for them, that have it. And they're going to back out, going to buy up a little bit and go for that last push. It's Darren, 3,000 gold he's sitting on. So that Triforce is definitely going to be done. Also 1,000 gold on the rest of the members of Gambit. So if they weren't strong enough before, they're even stronger now. And it comes down to, can Meteor Makers really just control them? Can they hold them down, pick up the kills where they need to? And with Alex Hitch's GA coming up in a couple of seconds, I don't think they have it.
If you look down, there's an Aegis now on Darker as well. So 2 Runic Bulwarks and an Aegis. They've got Locket of the Iron Solara here, of course, done for Darker as well. Money coming out their ears at this point, Gambit. Can they finish off? Kuban and Libic here trying to stop Gambit from getting in onto that final turret outside of the Nexus. But with Darian there at the front, not sure they're going to be able to do that. We already seen how much damage he can put down. That's before that Trinity Force was actually finished for him. So he's not just a beastly tank. He can put down a lot of good damage as well once he gets in there.
Yes, he can, and that's what's really scary for pretty much Mackler, is he can't be in a position for this to happen, as Diamond's gonna get pulled in, so is Darren. They're just sitting there as a front line. Diamond actually gets relatively low.
Yeah, good damage coming out there onto the Udyr. Darian himself is down to half, which means that the 2 tanky members are not in the healthiest position. Of course, they can just wait it out a little bit here with that Baron buff running on for them to get that regen up, but Gambit are really struggling to get those last couple of hits onto that final inhibitor turret. And Alex Hitch is pushing, though.
Exactly, so he's keeping the waves pushed up. He's forcing sort of Meteor Makers to back away, and from that, Gambit should be able to take that last turret down and take the inhibitor as well. And just like you said, the presence of Alex is just scaring away Meteor Makers, as Charo doesn't even want to get relatively close to him. And even with that good chunk of damage they did to Gambit, look at their health now. Pretty much almost fully healed up because of that Baron buff. And Meteor Makers has to do that all over again.
So here we go, gonna get in on towards the turret, finished off here. Are they gonna go for the fight now? They go in towards Makata. Alex Hitch has gone in on towards Libic. He's gonna not quite get away. True Shot Barrage caught him in the end. Kuban is right on top of Genja. He pops his Zonya's Hourglass. He's gonna go down from that one. They've killed off Nautilus. It's now all on Charu. Alex Hitch looking like he wants to try and get a kill at the end. Gonna get his GA popped, and Charu is gonna fight head to head here with Genja right on top of the fountain. Gets a stun card in there. The shield keeping him alive, but the Nexus turrets have gone down. There was the kill in the end as the hook actually lands, and Gambit, after 48 minutes, gonna take down Meteor Makers and go 2-0 here today. Complete reversal of what we saw from them last weekend. This one took them a little bit longer than the alternate game earlier on, but it was a similar story, I think. I mean, even though it was 25-20, a lot of those kills that Gambit gave away, they probably didn't need to.
And the weird thing is that Meteor Makers was winning the game for about 30 minutes in, or 35 minutes in, but one little misstep in a fight ended up causing them 2 inhibitors and a Baron. And we talked about Meteor Makers switch up their strategy. Worked out relatively well for them early on, but they weren't able to take that advantage that they built up with Kuban on Kennen and pretty much just drive it home.
Meteor Makers going to be disappointed. That's 2 losses in one day. They spent a lot of time earlier on. I saw them in the players area here discussing what it went wrong for them, what went right for them even in that game earlier on today to bring it here towards Gambit. And you know, they pushed Gambit all the way here. The fact is that Gambit against Alternate looked a different class completely. And Meet Your Makers went a good step to actually, you know, stopping that happening here against them again. But a loss is a loss at the end of the day.
And I believe, yeah, that means Gambit will now be tied with Alternate in terms of wins, tied at 8 apiece. But obviously they have that one more, or actually, yeah, one more extra loss against them. So
yeah,
we're going to see if maybe Gambit tomorrow or even next week can actually take that first place away. And honestly, this kind of shows the quality of teams that Meet Your Makers, who has been, I don't want to say it too dramatically, but on a downward spiral the last couple of weeks, they pretty much almost beat Gambit in that game. Like you said, took them to the brink, ended up obviously losing the game, but still for a team to come in to the summer split and be able to challenge Gambit like that, that's saying something.
Yeah, that's saying a lot in my opinion. I mean, Meet Your Makers sat in that 3rd position before this one. They're now tied with Fnatic technically on 6 for 6. So just trying to think where that'll actually put them here. I think they're 1-1 on game. So actually it doesn't, they're kind of tied in the position anyway. Whichever way you put them, I suppose Fnatic get it through alphabetical order or something like that. I'm not actually sure how it makes a difference. You know, one, they're actually tied on the win-loss ratio, and they've tied up against in the head-to-head results. I'm just going to go with alphabetical order because it makes most sense to me at this point. But yeah, really strong win, a strong first day here for Gambit. We'll see, though, if they can do that one here again tomorrow. We'll, of course, be back with another 6 games for you tomorrow. But first, we're going to head over to Shox, who's sitting with Darker.
Thank you very much. I'm joined here by Darker. Congratulations on that victory. Guide us through the game from your perspective. Not an easy matchup, and especially Kuban, really tough in the early game.
Yeah, man played really great. They made us like struggle in the early game. Like after we took 2nd Dragon, they did a nice comeback because they were fighting really well against us. Like Zaro and TF and like Varus were really strong. Like when Varus got his Blade of the Ruin King plus Infinity Edge, his damage was like really high, and in team fights they were really shining against us. But like since we picked our like comfortable team comp, like I think not many people expected to pick Thresh, like from me, but like we picked our comfortable team comp, and like we feel really great in team fights with such a setup. So we are glad that we won this game. It was very hard for us.
Yeah. You picked Thresh, and on the opposite side, they had Fiddlestick support that's getting a real resurgence here. What are your thoughts on him as being a support as well?
Well, I discussed that matchup game before with Missy because he was playing Fiddlestick support against Thresh in their previous game. And like we decided that if Fiddlesticks don't get hooked, it's okay because he can fear, he can his E to silence like and to bounce between AD carry and support, so he can deal a lot of damage and like stay with full HP. But once you can land a good hook, and I did some in that game, like Fiddle gonna die really fast, and especially in late game it can be a really hard time because like once one member dies late game, even if his team like has a numeric advantage, like things are gonna be bad because like 4v5 in late game, you don't want this to happen.
Yeah, and it was bad for Meet Your Makers. Final question. You know, you've been in Gambit for a while now. How is the synergy now with Genja? Now they have practiced together for a long while, played tons of games together.
Well, it's going good. I would say we are like working together a lot. We're playing like every day, like 8 hours or something like that, and we are like understanding each other more and more. Especially I understand him because like he is very smart and strong, but like very special player. I think not many people can play with them actually in their team because like, for example, if Genja wants you to control that bush, if you don't go there and don't face check, he gonna face check himself and gonna die there for this bush just to show you like how you're gonna act and how you need to act as a support. So like he's a hard person, I would say, but I like it. Like it's interesting experience to deal with him, and like I really enjoy my time in Gambit.
And it is going very well. Thank you very much, Darker. Now time to check in with Joe and Jason one last time to guide us through all the action that happened today.
Thanks a lot, Shox, and what a glorious day it was. 6 games. We saw some fast ones. Gambit versus Alternate, of course, 22 minutes. And we saw some very long ones in the end. In fact, I think the last 3 games were all particularly long ones here today. And that just shows you that, because the standings right now are so very close, that no team wants to make that fatal error of going a little bit too aggressive in a position where you probably quite shouldn't.
Yeah, that's a really good point, is that since the standings are just that close, like we had a 5-way tie for 4th place, any win or any loss can really set you apart. I mean, we have it's SK and EG over towards the bottom side, pretty much out of playoff contention at this point. But still, we still have 6 more games. We have, I believe, 5 more weeks. There's a lot of time for teams to get back in this and really kind of show their true colors, I'll say.
Well, we can have a look down the results of today and guide you through how they all went down by the end of it. Of course, 6 games we had, starting off with Fnatic taking down Meet Your Makers with their new roster. Gambit then destroying Alternate, 22-minute game that one. And then Evil Geniuses losing another one here to the Lemon Dogs.
Against Lemon Dogs, when it was actually a very fast-paced game, about 20-something minutes in, very one-sided game as well. But NIP taking the win over SK, that was actually a very long game, a very close game for the entirety of that. And Fnatic did take the win over Lemon Dogs, going 2-0 now in this first day with their new roster. And of course, just as you saw, Gambit took the win over Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, fantastic first day of week 4. Of course, we are back tomorrow with all of that. Let's have a look at the standings, though, and how it leaves us here after day 1. Alternate still are up there at the top of the lead, top of the league with an 8-3. Of course, that could all change tomorrow depending on the results. Gambit hot on their heels with 8 wins, 4 losses. Fnatic, Meet Your Makers both tied at 6-6. Ninjas in Pajamas got a game in hand, I guess we can say, over Fnatic and NYM with a chance to level things up there. And then we have Lemon Dogs on 5-7. SK and EG didn't think I was going to be saying that after 3 weeks and 1 day. I guess we are technically. They're rooted to the bottom at this point. 4 wins, 7 losses.
I just look at it and I'm just really amazed and at the same time excited to see what the next 5 weeks have to come for us, because
yeah.
I mean, you're looking at teams who could possibly win the World Finals right now. I mean, you could have Alternate go all the way, win World Finals. That's Cinderella story for them, where they, obviously didn't qualify spring, got into summer, and anything can really happen.
Yeah, that is really true. So let's try that one again. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. We'll be starting a little bit earlier on. Shocks will tell you all about that in just a moment. But don't forget, if you've missed anything, you can find all the VODs over at lolesports.com, as well as the standings and the statistics. That'll be it from us here. Thank you very much for tuning in. Been a long day for us and the players. We're going to head over to Shocks for some final thoughts.
Thank you very much, guys. Of course, 6 great games down today, and we especially remember the spring champions Fnatic coming back and going 2-0 with their roster change. NIP racking up another win just like Gambit. But tomorrow we'll be back with another 6th game here in the European LCS. We'll be starting off at 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 7 a.m. Pacific. We'll be starting off with NIP versus Alternate, followed by Evil Geniuses versus SK Gaming, the Lemon Dogs versus Gambit. Fnatic take on Alternate. SK goes ahead and Meet Your Makers, and we close out the weekend with Ninjas in Pajamas versus Evil Geniuses. Great stuff here today. 6 games down, 6 more to come tomorrow. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. you.